We're in the French sunshine at the Circuit Paul Ricard near Le Castellet for the third race of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. It is 6 hours of racing. It will take us from early evening into the darkness and finish at midnight. It is a real taste for the teams of what they can expect and more at Spa next time out. David Addison, John Watson, Dakota Jane with you. It's going to be a great race, but before that, let's go back to Silverstone and see what happened last time out. The second round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup was at Silverstone, the home of British motor racing, and it was Lamborghini versus Audi down to the first corner. The pole-sitting Lamborghini in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti bagging the race lead as the cars worked their way up towards the Beckett's S's for the first time. The sister car didn't last long, being tagged into a spin, and others sustained damage, including the number 23 overall Nissan. That headed down the pit lane, and also with damage was Bentley number 8. There wasn't much joy for the sister car number 7. Guy Smith tagged into a spin heading down towards Brooklands. He lost loads of places and got back into the right direction. Dominic Baumann was charging hard in Mercedes number 84, sorting out as best he could the BMW opposition. Battles raged throughout the field, but up front it was still Lamborghini versus Audi for honours. The HTP Mercedes duo, though, working its way up through the order. Another car in a big hurry was the number 1 Audi, rather robustly gaining a place in the Emile Frey Jaguar. Bortolotti led. He had Franck Pereira right up behind him in the Pro-Am Cup leading Audi. Nose to tail they ran. Further down the order, drama for the Am Cup 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. It had been off the road in qualifying. It had this big spin in the middle of Beckett's, and thankfully everybody avoided it. Number 1 pitted early and managed to do the pit stop under the regulation maximum time, and therefore went back into the race, having gained a whole heap of time over the 2 Mercedes. With Dries Vanthoor at the wheel, the car was now looking good for a podium finish and maybe even a win. Other pit stops cycled through. Green Lamborghini in the hands of Rolf Eichen did a slower middle stint, and it wasn't long before Dries Vanthoor was all over him, fighting for the race lead. Vanthoor made the move going up towards the loop, and he put the WRT Audi into the lead of the race. And that lead didn't last long, because charging on behind was Jasmin Jaafar, the Malaysian, having taken over from Dominic Baumann. As Vanthoor got himself in the traffic coming through Club, Jaafar dived up the inside as they ran past the wing. Vanthoor squeezed out wide over the curb, but although he tried to cover the move, the Mercedes had the inside line going into Abbey, and Jasmin Jaafar took over the race lead. The Monza-winning McLaren was also in a big hurry, diving through the traffic as some cars made mistakes down towards Brooklands. The car never had the same pace that it had displayed in Italy, but it was gaining ground. Another drama for the 51 Ferrari. This time, coming out of Stowe, it went into the barriers, and with broken suspension, Neil Stevenart's Ferrari was off by the side of the road, and that brought out the safety car. It was a lengthy safety car period in the last hour, and it meant that on the restart, it would go down to the wire between the race-leading Mercedes in the hands of Maxi Hook and the number 1 Audi, now driven by Laurens Vanthoor. Vanthoor had to thread his way through the traffic, and he started to chip away onto the tail of the leading car. Battles raged on for 3rd, 4th and 5th as well. BMW sorting out Mercedes for 4th, although it was going to be the Bortolotti, Bleekemolen, Eichen Lamborghini for 3rd. But what about the race lead? Nose to tail they ran. But try as he might, Vanthoor could never get close enough to make a move, and so Maxi Hook, Dominic Baumann and Jasmin Jaafar came through to win the second round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. And it was a very happy team. The 3 drivers on the top step of the podium in the UK, and they do it again here in France. So we're getting ready for 6 hours of racing. It's going to be another fascinating race, this. And if you think about the fact that the drivers have got high temperatures to cope with, and they've also then got, of course, for the last stint, at least an hour, maybe 2 hours of racing in the dark, there's an awful lot to look forward to. But it's not just about supercars on track. In this part of the world, you find them everywhere. And the other day, we brought the road-going versions to meet their racing cousins. Some of the desirable road cars here, 57 race versions on track, and they're going to be unleashed very shortly indeed. We'll go down to the grid in due course and hear from some of the drivers pre-race, but we'll also hear from some in a few moments' time as well, picking out some of the stories, some of the star drivers and cars to look forward to in the course of this third endurance race of the season. There's a lot to look forward to at Paul Ricard. There's a new name in the Audi ranks this weekend. Car number 3 has a guest driver. Jan Magnussen, former British Formula 3 champion, former Grand Prix racer, and in recent years a mainstay of Corvette's very successful GT programme, is here this weekend, perhaps as a precursor to an entry in the Spa 24 Hours. He will be at the wheel of one of the fleet of WRT Audis and, significantly, hooks up with an old mate from his Formula Ford 1600 days. That's not false.
I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Been trying to race with Vincent in the WRT for a long time now, and this was a good opportunity to do it. So looking forward to it. Fantastic weather, great cars, great teammates.
One of the most experienced drivers on the grid, driving for Santilok, is Frenchman Mike Parisi. He's also Audi mounted, and he must have a good chance this weekend as well. The Santilok team improving season by season. And Parisi, hugely experienced as well, is going to be bringing all that experience to this very long race here on home soil.
It's a very good opportunity for us, French team, French driver, to be there in Le Castellet. It's an amazing track. Everybody knows Seine Corner and Le Bossé, so very, very fast corner. The car is new for us because we discovered the new Audi at the beginning of the season. We grow up with our team, and I think we do a good job, and perhaps we can play for the first position this weekend.
Another very quick Audi this weekend will be number 74. Franck Pereira, one of the stars behind the wheel. Remember how well he did at Silverstone. He got the car onto the front row of the grid, and he was involved in that lead battle early on. But it may not necessarily turn out to be a car that you can anticipate doing well overall. Instead, the main focus for the team is on winning its class, because this is one of the cars to beat, undoubtedly, in the ever-competitive Pro-Am Cup.
I think we have a good car here. We show last races in Brundage and Silverstone that we are very competitive. This is an important race for me also. It's the French Grand Prix, so I hope to be again in front in qualifying, and I think the race will be also very important for us for the championship.
Over the last couple of seasons, there have been contrasting emotions at Paul Ricard for the Bentley team. 2 years ago, the car had a last gasp win, coming on the back of honours at Silverstone. Last year, though, number 7 Bentley was involved in a fierce lead fight, and it didn't pan out as planned because the car had a spin late in the race, and that cost it a chance of victory. But in qualifying this morning, the number 7 Bentley, along with the sister car number 8, both showing good pace, and that gives optimism to Vincent Avril.
It's always a good race for us here. Last year and the year before, the teams performed well, so it's usually a track that suits us well. And hopefully we can climb even further up in the team standing, so hopefully this will start up our season, especially for us, car 7. We've worked hard for the last couple rounds, so now I think we should be in a good position.
Another car to watch this weekend, undoubtedly, is going to be the GRT number 16 Lamborghini. Both cars in the Pro category have looked very rapid indeed this year, and Mirko Bortolotti, as ever, can be expected to be one of the real stars. His qualifying pace is always good, his race pace is always good. Could we be on for a Lamborghini win?
Well, it's always nice to be here at Paul Ricard. This race is a really interesting 6-hour race going into the night. So a good preparation race for the Spa 24 Hours, which will come up next. It's such a long race, and it's all about strategy and trying to have a clean one. We are really looking forward to this race. Expectations are high. We will try to do our best to try to finish on the podium again. That would be great after the great result in Silverstone.
Making his Paul Ricard debut this weekend, Romain Sarrazin, winner of last year's Nissan PlayStation GT Academy, and it's yet another new circuit for him. This is a tough learning year, all new circuits and under a very bright spotlight indeed. But to win the Academy, you've got to be good. However, it's all very well doing it on the couch. In the cockpit, it's a very different proposition.
6 months ago I was just driving my simulator in my room, and now I'm here in Paul Ricard for the third round of Blancpain Endurance Series. This track is not available on the computer, so I'm discovering it, but we had the first test of Blancpain this season on this track, so I'm starting to know it. It's quite a challenge, but it's amazing, and I'm really proud to be here.
The Nissan runs in Pro-Am, where there's going to be a good battle. The same is true in the Am Cup as well, where Ferrari takes on Mercedes. The team to beat could well be ACA ASP with its fleet of the new Mercedes-AMG GT3. Both cars looking very strong this weekend, and they've got good driver lineups as well, one of which has Gilles Vannelet behind the wheel. Vannelet, a former European GT3 star. Can he win on home soil?
I hope so, but the BOP is not very good for us this weekend because we won the other race. Yes, I do like AMG. I have an AMG since 20 years ago. For the car is fantastic race track. I have many friends and all is okay. AMG is okay, fantastic.
Last time out at Silverstone, it was a win for this car, the number 84 Mercedes. And although it struggled a little bit in qualifying with understeer and oversteer, you can never bet against HTP Motorsport, nor its drivers Dominic Baumann, Maxi Bouff and Jasmin Jaffar, who now in his first full season as a GT driver is proving to be very competitive indeed. Jaffar, who had a good track record in single-seater racing, now I think his game in GT racing is a regular front runner.
Main focus is that it's a night race, and I think it's the first one this season. I wouldn't say it's a new challenge for me. I've done it before, but it takes a bit of time to get used to it. And I think with a big grid for a build-up for Spa, I think it's really good. I'm feeling confident, and I'm here to score as much points as we can.
Jasmin Jaffar, one of many drivers who we're going to be talking about over the course of this race, and you can guarantee that his stint is going to be a quick one because he is quick, the car is quick, and he's getting more experience all the while in GT terms. Mercedes here with a very strong presence. Mercedes has already won this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours. You can certainly bet your bottom dollar that they want a Spa win as well, and there's a third HTP Motorsport car that's crept into the entry. A little bit of mileage in anticipation for Spa. There's an extra black Falcon car as well, which is going to be a potential winner with Bernd Schneider at the wheel. Well, let's go down to the grid. Alessandro Pierguidi is with John Watson.
Alessandro, you put the Ferrari on pole position, but you're not starting.
Yeah, I'm not starting. Passing start, I think it's a good decision for the strategy. We did a good job in the quali, and starting from pole, it's really great. Finally, because we had not a too easy race before, so finally we are in pole position, of course, and Ferrari did a great job in this couple of months because the car is brand new, and we need to discover everything, all the secret of this new car, and we have a good chance for today.
Alessandro, 488 Ferrari, brand new for 2016. What is it that makes this car so quick?
Well, the car is so quick because the car is good downforce. It's an improvement in every area. It's a big improvement of 558. It's turbocharger first of all, but the engineer did a good job, and the turbo lag is the biggest problem of all the turbocharged car. But we didn't have this turbo lag, so the engineer did a great job, and the downforce is good, is very good, and the car is more. It's more nice to drive. Honestly, it's more close to, let's say, single seater. It's not the real proper board, but it's very good, and you need to drive clean compared to 458. And I love this car.
Good man, thank you.
Thank you.
So Alessandro Pierguidi did the time, but it's going to be Passin Lathoris who is the start driver. Michele Rugolo will go, suspect, in the middle stint, and the majority of teams will keep the star driver until the very end and try and do it so that they have double stints. So 65 minutes is a stint. Do two of those, get the next driver in, get the third driver in. That should take you to the end. You're looking at about 32 laps as the maximum for a stint. And one thing to keep an eye to, because we've had it a lot in the past, and we've had some over the course of the weekend, left rear punctures as well, something to keep an eye out as well. Well, we've heard from one quick Ferrari driver. Let's hear from another. Olivier Beretta joins Blancpain this weekend. He's second on the grid, and he's with Watty.
Olivier Beretta, the fastest Pro-Am car on the field. This is not a Pro-Am performance, is it?
Well, yes, it's a Pro-Am performance. No, I mean, the car was very good. I have a good teammate. I have a really good car. I'm very happy to be on the Blancpain. It's an amazing grid, amazing car, amazing driver, and I have to say he's one of the best GT championship.
It's a 6-hour race. It's going to be a 3-hour Grand Prix, then a 3-hour sorted out until the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sprint. It's a 6-hour race. You know, John, you have been a racer, a good racer before. It's a sprint race now. It's not anymore endurance. It's just the time is 6 hours, but we will push the best as we can, and we'll see at the end at midnight where we are.
Olivier, you look like you've just come from the beach. You're going to be last in, I take it.
I mean, the beach is not so far, but today we are on the racetrack. Tomorrow will be a beach time.
Excellent, well done.
Thanks, John.
Olivier Beretta then, who's got a good SRO connection, the 1999 FIA GT champion, which of course was in a sense the forerunner to this 3-hour races that used to make up the FIA GT championship when he was an Orica Viper driver, but in recent times he's been busy in the States in Corvettes and then in the International and World Sports Car Championships. But as I say, he has an SRO link going back a long, long time, Olivier Beretta, one-time LaRousse Formula One driver. What else is down on the grid? Well, the Bentleys, we can never underestimate. The winning car here 2 years ago, and number 8, Wolfgang Wright, will be the start driver. Quick car that, Maxim Soule and Andy Soucek as the other drivers, and they've proved over the course of this season that number 8 is just every bit as competitive as number 7 Bentley. And of course those two works cars overseen by the M Sport team, and the man that presides over that circuit and rallying is Malcolm Wilson.
Malcolm, on one stage in qualifying, it looked like it was a Bentley front row lockout, and then those pesky Ferraris nicked it from you.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought we were actually going to get our first pole and probably second, but yeah, they just nipped it at the end. But it's great. To be honest, it's probably our best qualifying performance, so we're really pleased.
Now, it's going to be a tough race. I've just talked to some of the other drivers. The first hour, 2 hours, it's going to be like a sprint. In fact, the whole 6 hours is going to be tough.
Yeah, I think now, if you look at the level of competitiveness and the reliability of these cars, then it's for sure it's going to be a sprint. It's just, you know, it really is.
Maxim Soule did a brilliant job at Silverstone. My go-to guy, Stephen Kane. Who's going to be the lead Bentley driver at the end of 6 hours?
It's a hard one to call. As long as there's a lead one somewhere very near the front end, we'll be happy.
Excellent. Thank you, Malcolm.
Makes you think, doesn't it? We talk about the Bentley as a competitive car and a race-winning car, but never having had a pole position. And oh so nearly did it earlier on today. So third on the grid, Wolfgang Wright. Fourth on the grid, Guy Smith. There's the Monza-winning McLaren. Rob Bell will start. Expect Cohen Edegaard to do the middle 2 hours, and the Giz, Shane van Gisbergen, to bring it to the finish. And representatives I saw earlier on in the day of the 888 V8 Supercar team here, and of course Shane, one of the leading lights down under, the Kiwi from the V8 Supercar Championship. The Paul Ricard lap is one to savour. It is 5.791 kilometres long. The track temperature 33 degrees. It's a pretty humid day, and everybody walking around, even though it's quite breezy, saying how hot it is, and it's going to be very uncomfortable in the cars. Not all of them have air conditioning systems. The Nissan does, for example, but you put the air conditioning in to help the drivers, but you add to the weight of the car and go slower. Balance of performance has been another talking point during the course of the morning as well, but that talking is about to stop because very shortly the cars are going to be underway for the formation lap. There is Black Falcon, Sean Breslin's team that won the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Jelmer Berman will drive 00. 56 is the Mauro Engel, Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril car that won Pro-Am at Silverstone. And it's going to be Mauro Engel very much the man to beat, I think, in that car. He's certainly the quickest driver of the three, and he's going to be very hard to stop once he is behind the wheel. It's going to be started by Mauro Engel, which is intriguing because normally you put your quicker driver in right at the very end, but Mauro Engel will do driving duties straight away. So the national anthem being observed at the track. The safety car is just blasted away from the grid as you look down at more Audis. Number 2, the Stuart Leonard, Michael Meadows, Robin Frinn's car. Robin, who was earlier on in the day presenting trophies to the winners of the Formula V8 3.5 race, the series that is Formula Renault 3.5. He was a rookie champion a few years ago. Michael Meadows will start number 2, the former double Carrera Cup GB champion. And number 1, Audi Frederic Verviche will start in the other WRT car. 84. Mercedes, which is the Silverstone winning car, that will have Dominic Baumann to go first. Even though it's a longer race, it's still kind of the usual format of how the drivers are going to be rotated. It's just that it's a longer stint for them. It's a double stint. Those drivers that have to go first are going to have to cope with the temperatures, though the drivers that did the last double stint will have to cope with the dark. So everybody has their dramas, everybody has their travails in this, and that's the pole sitting car. Passin Lathoris, the very quick Thai driver, he will go first. That's the one that Alessandro Pierguidi qualified. And as ever, John, on the grid, Alessandro was in great form. He could be nothing but a Ferrari driver, could he?
No, I mean, he was, just scintillating, explaining. I mean, he actually off camera said things about the car, which I thought were very interesting. Indeed, he wasn't able to talk about it. But here we look at the circuit map at famous Paul Ricard circuit, 15 turns. Pretty much a flat circuit, though there is a gradual incline, as you can see, coming up from the exit of turn 7 up into the famous Scene corner, taken at high speed, but now markers on the outside of the corner to stop this track abuse, which I get so upset about.
And he does, I promise you he does. It's genuinely upsetting us. So sector 3 is where they turn into senior, and that's where you've got floppy markers on the outside to try to deter people, and the race director will be clamping down on this.
One of the issues which has arisen since we were on air for qualifying earlier on Saturday morning was that the wind has picked up, and essentially it's blowing into the face of the cars, of the drivers and cars, as we look at them on the grid, which means on this long Mistral straight they're going to get an extra oomph when they come out of turn 7. But that means when they turn then into Scene, that really committed fast right-hand corner, initially the noses want to be pushed out, so it'll be interesting to see, particularly passing Lathoros in that pole position car. I mean, that's a big responsibility to give to the young Thai driver. I asked Pia Guidi about it, and he said no, he's very happy, we're comfortable with doing it. But you've got Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Pia Guidi. I thought they might have split those two, have one of the two sort of what I would call Ferrari drivers take the opening stint and the finishing stint, and let Lathoros take the middle stint. But obviously, of course, they've decided that's the way to go. They're going to let Lathoros get out, do his laps, and then the hot, the gun guys, as you call them, or the hot rods, I call them, will be behind the wheel. It's going to be a tough 6 hours. Temperature on the grid is still hot, but it has dropped away from the peak that we had about 3 hours ago.
Okay.
The wind, I think, is going to be the thing that will be different for everybody, and especially in Scene. So we've got to keep an eye for drivers who mistakenly find themselves going around the back of these sort of number of marker cones, or whatever they are described as. If you abuse that, you will get a penalty.
So looking down on the grid, you've got the 3 categories. There's overall, there's Pro-Am, and there is Am to look forward to. Great battles you can anticipate across all 3. And this really is a race. And although we often think we have a suspicion we know who's going to win, this is absolutely wide open. 6 hours, you've got, of course, all the dramas of traffic, you've got all the pit stops, you've got going into the night. There's an awful lot more in this race compared to the normal 3-hour duration of Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup race. If I put you on the spot, John, and said who's going to win, would you give me an answer, or would you sit on the fence?
I would have to say, and coming from the words or the lips of Malcolm Wilson from the Bentley team, they've got their 2 cars, and that's going to be a very strong balance. Now, obviously, factors that we can't anticipate can interfere, but we know that last year Stephen Kane had a massive battle with Alex Buncombe in the Nissan. I have a feeling that where Bentley are positioned is extremely comfortable, and bearing in mind that they don't carry amongst either 2 cars a driver who might be described as being slightly below the level of the lead drivers, that's going to give them some advantage. So we wait and see. Lots of things can take course during a 6-hour race, and just simply the start itself. I mean, if everybody will make a clean start, see the safety car leading them off, it's, I mean, a massive 57 car field. Hopefully we'll get through the opening laps cleanly. We won't have any full course yellows or safety car interventions. Safety car intervention will come after a full course yellow. That's a revision to some of the regulations that we have been accustomed to. Car being pushed off the grid, just trying to see, is it Ferrari?
It is a Ferrari.
Is that Matt Griffin's car?
I'm hoping
Hopefully
it's not, but
it looks like it's a lot of green in it. 39.
No, 39 is its class position. The Lumiere display, yes.
Yeah.
Trying to see.
Just to see the number on that car as the field makes its way down on the exit out of turn 3.
Could be the Black Pearl Racing car, couldn't it? The Parov Matschul Dominic Schwager car. What happens if I peer through the glass? Can't see that far up the pit straight. So let's have a quick look at the whole grid. We've not done that yet. It is going to be passing Lathoros, who starts, and alongside him is Motoaki Ishikawa. The second row, Wolfgang Reip and Guy Smith, and the third row is Rob Bell and Matteo Malucelli. So you've got McLaren and Ferrari lining up alongside one another. Then on the 4th row, there is Duncan Cameron starting alongside Andrea Piccini. Jelmer Berman shares the next row of the grid with Mauro Engel. Michael Meadows will start number 2 Audi, and Ori Hassid will start 74, the ISR Audi alongside. Then Michael Brozniewski He starts number 11, the Kessel Ferrari, Jeroen Mul in the Lamborghini alongside. Next up, Jeroen Bleekemolen, who's already done a Lamborghini race today. Callum McLeod's Bentley, the privateer car, is alongside. Then it's Dominic Baumann and former Grand Prix racer Will Stevens on row 9. Row 10 is Frederik Vervisch and Jan Magnussen lining up alongside him, starting in number 3. The 11th row, Mitsunori Takeboshi for Nissan, Maxime Jousse in the Porsche. Row 12, Ahmad Al-Hafi will go first, and alongside him is Fabio Babini's Lamborghini. Row 13 is Albert Costa in the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar, and alongside him is Andrew Watson in the second of the Garage 59 McLarens. Row 14, Philip Eng's BMW, Marco Bononomi's Audi. Row 15, David Perel and Jules Shimkowiak in the extra Team HTP Motorsport car, the third car for this race. Row 16, Dirk Werner's Rover Racing BMW and Alessandro Balzan in the AF Corsa Ferrari. And we're not done yet. Row 17, Christopher Hasser and Peter Cox. Row 18, Clement Schmidt and Renger van der Zande. Row 19, Philip Salaquada and Rino Mastronardi. The 20th row, Dominic Schwager and Laurent Cazenave. The 21st row, Hubert Haupt and Giovanni Berton. The 22nd row of the grid is where you will find Jürgen Hering's Attempto Racing Porsche, and lining up alongside him, Giorgio Roda's BMW. The 23rd row, Michele Cerruti and Lance David Arnold in another of the Mercedes. Row 24, Matthew Simmons' Nissan, Chris Cooper's Bentley. The 25th row, Marco Zanotini's Kessel Racing Ferrari and Rinat Salikov in the Rinaldi Racing Green Ferrari. The 26th row, Alexander Moisib's Ferrari and Maurice Ricci's Mercedes. The 27th row, the BMW from the Butz & team of Oliver Grutz and Romano Ricci, the Perfumerer, is alongside. And the 28th row, Christoph Hammer and Miro Konopka. And there's another one, because starting from the pit lane will be Leo Michitsky in the Barwell Lamborghini. It's had an engine change. It was initially given a stop-go penalty. That's been rescinded. Instead, it will start from the pit lane, and that's the only penalty it will have.
And that's the best result they could have had out of that situation. Field comes through, safety car peels off.
And we're good to go racing. 76 Porsche, I notice, is also going to start from the pit lane behind the Barwell car, but 6 hours of racing at Paul Ricard is about to get underway. The third race of the year in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. 57 cars about to be unleashed. A multi-million euro grid is about to go racing as up towards the timing line they come. The light's still red, go to green now, we're racing. Who gets the best start? It's going to be Guy Smith, who goes up round the outside there, up near the pit wall. The Nissan tries to squeeze down the inside in mid-grid. Round the outside goes Guy Smith. Laforis in the yellow Ferrari will hang on to the lead, and now hold your breath to make sure everybody gets through safely. Through turn 1, up towards turn 2. Guy Smith trying to get up on the inside. There's dust kicked up. Lamborghini's run wide, but if you can just make it round the first lap, you've got a chance. The last thing anybody needs is damage as the Bentleys run side by side down towards turn 3. Smith almost into the back of Lathoris. Wolfgang Reip trying to go round the outside of his teammate and passing Lathoris, stacking them all up as they wriggle their way round turn 5 for the first time.
I mean, a big start into turn 1. Everybody appeared to get through it cleanly. The two Bentleys are fighting each other over that second position, and they all look as they come onto the long Mistral straight to use the slipstream there. Well, one Bentley's gone past already. Now the second Bentley's picking up the two of the number 7 Bentley, and here they come. I mean, it's like the thundering herd here at Paul Ricard on them. And Ferrari like making 4 abreast on the Mistral straight. A McLaren.
Fantastic. Look at that. Rob Bell almost off the road. Lathoris and the yellow Ferrari. The two Bentleys absolutely side by side. No chicanes for GT cars. It is absolutely foot to the boards. Round senior they go. Smith leads. Ripe second. Rob Bell is up to third. Look at Lathoris having to defend now as well because he's got the Lamborghini of Lucas Stoltz right up behind him. What an opening lap.
Well, for passing Lathoris, it was always going to be a big ask to try and come around at the end of lap 1 in the lead. The two Bentleys were waiting at the earliest opportunities to mug the pole position Ferrari, but Rob Bell and the McLaren, he's got his dander up. He sees an opportunity to get to the front very quickly. He will want to get himself spitting those two Bentleys. He's got a very good chance because right now on this opening lap, it is Rob Bell who's made the most progress in this opening lap.
Almost time for a deep breath as they come up towards the timing line, but we're not done yet because Rob Bell is right there. So British cars, first, second and third as they Brexit the last corner up towards the timing line. 1 and 2 get forced out wide over the floppy markers, including BMWs and Nissans and Mercedes and. So Smith leads, right second at the end of lap 1. Rob Bell is third. Fourth is number 19, it's Andrea Piccini starting the Lamborghini. In 5th place is Manucelli. In 6th place, Mauro Engel going great guns. Jelmer Berman has got himself up in the mix, so has Michael Meadows. And so passing Lathoris was 9th, but he's dropping like a hot potato at the moment.
I mean, it is almost an unenviable position for any driver, a less experienced driver than your teammates, because you know you've got professional drivers and very quick cars. And these two Bentleys couldn't have been better positioned for the start of this race. They can more or less defend comfortably the pace of the McLaren. McLaren much quicker coming through turn 5, 6, now into turn 7, under the rear. I mean, you could almost, the Bentley drivers would hardly even see the McLaren. Such is the difference in physical size between the lead 3 cars, the two Bentleys leading and Rob Bell and the McLaren. The straight line speed, and remember we've got a tailwind following these cars all the way down this 1 kilometre long Mistral straight. Rob Bell sits there. He's got no advantage from the aerodynamic draft, the slipstream from the Bentleys, just sitting there hoping to make up ground, maybe when they get into turns 9 and 10.
And there you've got one of the great things about GT racing, the complete different shape of the Bentley and the McLaren, and yet they're, thanks to the balance of performance, competitive and running together. More fights rage on lower down the order, but remember, 6 hours of racing. It is a 6-hour sprint, as people were saying on the grid. A lot yet can shake out of this as the 3 leading cars then work their way up towards the end of lap number 2. They're turning their way towards the Virage du Lac and then Virage du Pont at the end of the opening lap of the race. Track limits may well turn out to be an issue as we go through, but for the moment we are being told that number 4, which is the Audi of Delina, Cox and Caffer, has stopped at turn 2. So it's in the first sector, and he's had a punctured tyre on the Nissan. It is. Now, has that got anything to do with number 4 being stationary?
I don't know, but we saw certainly at the start and then in the opening lap, the Nissan going very, very wide on the start, pit straight. Then it went very, very wide on the exit at the end of the first lap. May not be the same car, but that one certainly has got a problem with the left rear.
I couldn't quite see whether it was 22 or 23, so I'll count the cars over the line in a moment and try and identify. Yeah, it's 22. It's the Pro-Am Nissan. 23's just gone past us, yeah, so 22 it is.
Well, their misfortune just seems to continue. And that car falling down literally by, as every car flies by, coming up to the completion of the lap.
So they need to pit and try and keep it on the lead lap if they can. So up front, the Bentleys running together, absolutely nose to tail. Smith versus Wright. Remember, this is Le Mans winner Guy Smith. This is Guy Smith, who has been around the block a fair few times. Wolfgang Wright, one of the many drivers that came out of the Nissan PlayStation Academy, and there he is, right up with Guy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a bit of an irony. We saw that at Silverstone, where the Nissan and the Bentley were at one point very close company, and it is Wolfgang Wright in the Bentley now dishing it out to the Nissan. The Nissan has been very, very off its normal form, off its normal pace. They did get a little bit of relief overnight. They got a little bit more performance from the engine, but nevertheless they didn't get into the top 10 qualifying, which is where they need to be in these opening laps to try and consolidate a performance.
So Wolfgang Wright at the moment fractionally quicker than Guy Smith as he tries to get himself up onto the back, but the danger is if they squabble, then they're going to let Rob Bell get even closer, because in the first sector he was quicker.
Tyre in the middle of the track.
Oh yeah, and that's off the Nissan. Yeah, they said together, so we must agree. Yes, now that, is it going to get blown out of the way, bumped out of the way? Can a brave Marshall sprint across the track? The trouble is, of course, 57 cars, they'll start to stretch out around the circuit. Could even be a full course yellow to have to get that out of the way. And already they are scattered around the circuit. It's not one continuous line, so a Marshall being deployed from a long way off the track across to get that moved is not going to be easy. There's the culprit. The Nissan goes a lap down. It's in the pit lane, but it loses a lap. But I just wonder how that tyre is going to be retrieved, and it could possibly be in full course yellow.
It most likely will be, unless if you've got a 25 or 30 second gap, you might have a Marshall given the opportunity, who's a bit swift on his legs, to get out there, remove it. Remember, that tyre will be very, very hot because it's been running the best part of a lap completely flat, and all that's going to do is just superheat the rubber, so you need to wear a pair of gloves. But look, there's no tyre left. Yeah. That's the reason why we just got the bead on either side of the rim, looking inside to see if there's any residual damage from that tyre, which would have been flailing around brake lines, suspension, all the issues that could be something that would cause a problem later on being checked out now. They've gone a lap down, they've got the time for the rest of this lap to be complete before they need to get the car back out. But what a setback for the 22 Nissan at such an early phase in the race.
The teams will tell you that left rear punctures are a concern around here. That's a right rear, which does suggest there might have been contact that caused it. Also Matthew Simmons, the man at the wheel, another of the graduates from the PlayStation Academy, so having a pretty tough baptism on his first visit to Paul Ricard. You're on board with 74, the ISR Audi. Henri Acid at the wheel of it, currently 4th in Pro-Am, chasing it after number 100 Lamborghini in the hands of Jeroen Moore. Henri Acid, who's already been out in the Lamborghini race. Quite a few of them, in fact, have been out in that earlier on in the day. So the end of lap 3, the order was Smith from Wright from Bell, Piccini 4th, Marucelli 5th and Engel 6th, Berman 7th, 8th Meadows, 9th Lathoris, 10th Will Stevens, passing Lathoris, holding his own in 9th place.
I mean, I think it's just the stress, the pressure of being on pole position, opening lap. I mean, it's just there's a gang of 56 other cars that are going to try and take that position away. But now he's settled down, he's got his natural pace, he's running in the top 10, and I think that's what the team would like to see him do. He's done personal bests on his present lap 4, in first and second sectors. He's just settling in.
Yeah. And against the people he's fighting, I think 9th is no disgrace whatsoever. Here come the Bentleys. Guy Smith, last lap through, did the fastest lap of the race for what it's worth in the early stages. He comes up over the timing line. That, though, is a sight to warm the heart of Malcolm Wilson, isn't it? His 2 Bentleys, first and second, across the line. But, as they say, there's a long way to go.
Well, we did ask him on the grid what he is hoping for. I did say which of the drivers, which of the cars. You got Maxime Soulet, who did a stunning job at Silverstone. You got my go-to guy, Stephen Kane, and the number 7 Bentley. He doesn't care who's going to win, who's going to be first on the podium or whatever. He just wants to be a Bentley.
Absolutely right. And the race-leading cars then still chased by another British car, the McLaren in the hands of Rob Bell. They're in 3rd spot. 4th is Andrea Piccini. Going well, actually, in the Lamborghini. Andrea has been a bit anonymous on occasions, but he can still deliver. But he's coming under attack, isn't he? Marucelli right there behind him.
Yeah, the Ferrari has been a very quick car. We saw the front row of the grid locked out by the 2 488 Ferraris. And I asked Alessandro Pecchiti on the grid, I said, look, you've got a massive straight line speed advantage. He said, no, the Lamborghini is quicker than us. We're not that quick. And he said, actually, off camera, he said, we're not actually as quick on the straight as we were with the naturally aspirated 458. All part of the BOP to keep everything on a level playing field. Nevertheless, the advantage of being in pole position has been lost to that Ferrari. So down in 9th place, of course, the number 50, the yellow of the 2 Ferraris.
So the field working its way through senior. Let me just throw something else at you, just so we've got this out of the way before it becomes relevant. We might end up with safety car periods. Now, if we do, the race director will throw, first of all, a full course yellow, slow everybody down, send out the safety car, and with everybody else slowed down to the 80 kilometres an hour, even if it doesn't pick up the leader, it can then overtake and scoop up the field. So any safety car period, if we get to that, will start with a full course yellow, just to make you aware of that before it does become a factor, and it might be as people start squabbling and the 23 Nissan there gets elbowed out wide.
Yeah, and that was a surprise because the Nissan had made progress from its starting position, but just coming through the very long... Oh, and somebody popped off to the right-hand side.
It's like a Cameron.
Well, Cameron, I wasn't sure it was another car as well. But anyway, there we see the car that, well, the sister car to that finished Le Mans, Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, and his 3rd driver. So there is the 23 Nissan. Got it slightly elbowed out, very unusual to see that happen. 23...
So it's Takaboshi, isn't it?
Japanese driver. Down on 24th position. So it's Cameron got that position from 24th up to 23rd, and Takaboshi lost that position. Just a little bit of shuffling in the traffic. The pace at the front began to slow down a little bit as the benefit of a fresh or a new set of tyres. But the opening laps were really, really committed by the top 3, running in the high 1 minute 58. So when you consider a qualifying lap, empty of fuel and new rubber, was a 156.3. Very strong opening laps.
Absolutely right. And all of this still being done in high temperatures, although as John has explained, the wind has picked up and changed direction as well, and the Mistral Straight, all the other support categories here this weekend use the chicane, but these cars just keep on going, and that's where all the grunt and all the aero counts as they head down towards Signy through that right-hander. Now 4th and 5th, that battle's developing nicely, isn't it? Andrea Piccini in the green Lambo has now got Matteo Marucelli tucked up behind him and way wide there. Maro Engel in the blue Mercedes.
Yeah, he had to really pinch the car back to avoid those markers, those corner markers, which are there to prevent cars from running off using and abusing track limits, and if you do it 3 times you will get a drive-through penalty as a consequence. So the Mercedes, you could see just when he came to the exit of Seine corner, he had to really pull out hard, right hand down, and he got the car back inside those 3 marker cones. That could have been an issue if he had gone too far. But this battle now for 4th place is going to be the real battle, because the Ferrari is on the tail of the Lamborghini. We know from Alessandro Pierguidi, he thinks that the Lamborghini has got that slight advantage in straight line performance, but the performance of the 488 Ferraris overall in qualifying was mesmerizing. They were just so quick.
Michael Meadows, who's currently running in 8th place in number 2 Audi, is being given the driving standards flag for disrespecting the track limits. So early in the race, it's coming.
Yes, I mean, in some cases it's probably force majeure. In other cases, it just might be that, in the case of Michael Meadows, using a bit more of the racetrack than the race director thinks is appropriate. So getting that early signal, the black and white flag, to do not disrespect the track limits because we are on your case.
So there, you've got Matteo Malucelli in the Ferrari. Now let's see which is either the car with the more horsepower or the slipperier shape as they now come onto the Mistral straight.
Well, is it the prancing bull or the prancing horse? It looks right now that the bull has got the advantage in terms of marginal straight line speed, but the prancing horse, that famous badge, black, yellow, with the prancing horse of Ferrari, having to go slightly defensive. Gini in the Lamborghini, that's the natural line also coming up the hill into scene. In qualifying, if you're brave, you might just breathe the throttle, turn in and think, wow, did I do that almost flat? I think in the race it's a bigger lift, and then Mercedes again, right on the edge of the scene. Now that time he was even further off track, and he will probably, Ferrari goes up the inside into second place.
Through he goes, so Malucelli goes through, that puts him fourth overall. Up he goes then ahead of the Lamborghini. And Malucelli also, bear in mind, he's leading the Pro-Am category in all of this, the Pro-Am Cup, but as we saw at Monza, Malucelli, a very rapid driver indeed. Now, there's an incident under investigation. It is between number 25, which is the Marco Bononomi, Christian Kelder's Mark Rostan Audi, and 53 Ferrari. Now, that was the other car off the front of the grid, the Ishikawa Bontempelli Beretta Ferrari. So they've made contact and it's under investigation.
So the Ferrari has taken away that fourth spot, and Gini, there's the Nissan. Is that the 22 Nissan? I'm assuming that it is. So it is one lap, and the best part of what 200 meters, apart from going down for 2 laps. So it's a real difficult start. But we've got what, 5 3/4 hours. Oh God, that's a long way to go, isn't it? Particularly for the teams, because some of these drivers will be doing double stints. The professional drivers, for example, the Bentley drivers, I'm assuming, will be doing double stints, whereas in the AM category, or maybe in the case of some of the Pro-Ams, they'll do single stints. Reason is, they're just knackered after an hour. The heat, the ferocity of the pace, the mental stress, they need to go in, have a chamois down, you know, a bit of a massage, loosen up the old shoulders, the neck and shoulders get a bit tired, and then jump back in again.
Now the Nissans, for example, the Works Nissans are amongst the cars with a sort of air conditioning system, which is good because it obviously keeps the driver a bit fresher, but the downside is it adds to the weight of the car.
Well, every car has got to have some form of air conditioning because it's mandatory now that the cockpit temperature doesn't go above a certain number of Celsius degrees. I've often said, well, why not disconnect the air conditioning, because that'll mean you'll go quicker down the straight. And I'm sure that some teams have tried it and found there is a difference, because any extra power that is derived from a pump that's driving cool air into the cockpit could be used more productively. Let the drivers sweat. These are professional athletes. They're not little wimps out for a Sunday or Saturday evening drive down on the Côte d'Azur. If they're out for a Sunday evening or Saturday evening drive on the Côte d'Azur, I know where I would be. Be a glass of Bandol Rosé.
However, whether they are going to disconnect them, I doubt.
No, they can't. They're not allowed.
Yeah, quite. The pit stop, or there is a pit stop for number 66 under investigation. Now that, I think, was the Ferrari that we saw struggling to get off the grid, and it has made a pit stop, but is circulating. It was slow away, wasn't it, the 66?
Yeah, Dominic Schwager.
Ferrari, yeah. That's a shame, because Schwager's very, very good.
The gap between them at the Nissan, having made its pit stop, okay, it's closing, but not quite as rapidly as you would have thought. So let's look down and see last lap. Well, it was a 2 minutes and 0.949 of a second for Matthew Simmons, so against a 1:58.6. Okay, it was a second and a bit. But when considering the Nissan was on the wrong foot from the opening lap, not a bad effort to try and recover, and running in that sort of pace just on the 2 minutes is considerably quicker than about 20 or more cars that are directly ahead of him.
Beautiful fight we saw a moment ago. Number 1, Frederic Verviche versus 74, Henri Acid, overall versus Pro-Am. There you can see the top 20. Those with a white background to the race number, like the Bentleys, they're the overall cars. There's a Ferrari being brought back, I noticed there in the background. Those with white out of black are Pro-Am, and white out of red is the Am Cup. Now, which was that Ferrari? Oh, 333 has stopped out on the circuit on the first lap. So also Peter Cox, he didn't even get to the end of the first lap.
So well, that's a disappointment. One of the WRT Audis, Aidan Denner and Pierre Caffa, that was a car that certainly would have been a top 6 car, maybe not a winning car, but certainly a top 6 car.
So triple three Ferraris, the Renat Salikov-Pierre-Eric car, that stopped on the first lap. Number 4, as John has just said, is the WRT Audi. Now, if the car is brought back to the pit lane, you can go back out again if you can repair the car.
Very sensible regulation. This idea of when a car retires, particularly in a 24-hour race with 1.5 minutes of the race remaining and you don't get classified, I think that motorsport is for the public. The public look to be entertained, and if it's possible to get a car that has been brought back to the pits, maybe on the back of a flatbed truck, and can be repaired and can get back into the race, as long as it doesn't interfere with any other battle, then it's to the advantage of the competitors as well as to the viewers and the spectators. And there are a number of spectators here enjoying the early evening sunlight and the cooling temperatures with that lovely breeze coming from the west, which is wafting those on the pit lane and assisting those going down the Mistral Straight.
So we are on lap number 10 for the race leaders. There's 1 second between the top 2, and at the moment it is Bentley first and second as the cars work their way then down through this first sequence of corners, and the Bentleys looking strong up front at the moment. But how is Rob Bell doing in that 3rd place? And their 4th is Matteo Malucelli, who is getting into the mix as well. So Malucelli going great guns.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a good start. Malucelli up to 4th place, made a really strong pass in turn 11 in that double right-hand corner, which is always one of those corners you never know quite which part of the circuit you're going to take. No, sorry, I just missed something, David. You mentioned there was a message came through about I should try driving for 2 hours at 50C. Listen, in my day, air conditioning, that was something you got in Florida because of the humidity. You know, my generation of drivers, we were only 2 drivers for 24 hours, let alone 3 for 6 hours. Come on, guys.
Now, let me steer you back for a moment to number 66 Ferrari. Dominic Sfargo, we'd mentioned, that car did pit, but it's getting a drive-through penalty because it did not pit for long enough. We got this regulation pit stop time these days, and it didn't stop for that regulation time, so there's a drive-through going for number 66. Now, as far as 3rd place is concerned, it's almost like a Formula 1 line, isn't it, this, of years past, at least, McLaren versus Ferrari.
Yes, I mean, Rob Bell, we thought, was going to get really between the Bentleys, mix it up, but he hasn't been able to run at the pace after the opening 4 laps, and now the Ferrari Malucelli has closed up. Now, he was right on the tail of the McLaren coming through turn 10. He's dropped back marginally, and he's now got Puccini and the Lamborghini all over the back, or close to all over the back of the Ferrari, and also you've got the Mercedes, and is that the Jaguar up there as well? So there is the gap between the 2 Bentleys coming across start-finish line. It was 1.8 seconds. That's what it is at the end of lap 10. The gap between 1st and 3rd is now 3.1 seconds. In fact, it's 5 seconds 1st to 3rd, 3.1 seconds between 2nd and 3rd, but it's a half a second or so between 3rd and 4th, and that's going to be worrying for Rob Bell because the car, the McLaren, looked strong in that opening 3 or so laps, has not been able to maintain that pace.
Yuri Pisarik, who's one of the 2 other drivers of 34, watches his car closing up onto Rob Bell. The incident at turn 2 between the number 4 Audi and the 333 Ferrari is under investigation, so it's all starting to piece together as who did what to which and to whom. Now, while that fight's going on for 3rd place, it is allowing, of course, these 2 Bentleys to get away up the road up front, but you know, we've only just had 20 minutes. There is still a long, long way to go. And here's the move, possibly for 3rd place. Malucelli on the back of Rob Bell, who covers the inside line on the way now up towards the right-hander at Senior. They go past the chicane that's used in the support races. Malucelli pulls out of the draft. He's got the line. Has he got the place? Yes, he has.
Indeed, and that just illustrates the difference in terms of part of it is the BOP. McLaren, their lap time is very competitive, but when it comes to the main straight, the Mistral Straight, the Ferrari, even with the turbo configuration, the 488, still has that small advantage. There was no difference coming onto the straight through turn 7. The McLaren, every bit as quick as the Ferrari. That was just simply straight line performance and nothing Rob Bell could do about it other than becoming a mobile chicane himself and deliberately trying to block, and he wouldn't do that. He's a sportsman, he's a racing driver, and he knows that the car, the Ferrari, just has got that little bit of additional pace. Number 34 has taken that 3rd place away. Look, we've got 5 hours and 38 minutes to go. We're getting sort of overly excited a bit in the commentary booth. Let's calm down a bit, David.
He also knows, of course, that that is a Pro-Am class car. So over the course of 6 hours, when Yuri Pisarik and Stefan Cox, Peter Cox's daughter, gets into that car. Its pace will not be as quick as it is now. It'll slide back. So for now, he can afford to let it go.
Indeed, and that's where the team come into play. They will be advising Rob Bell, don't worry about the Ferrari. It's not on our race. We're racing in the Pro category. So the Pro-Am category is a different race. It's just a matter of pride. You wouldn't want a Pro-Am car. I wouldn't want a Pro-Am car, let alone an Am car. I mean, of all, an Am car ahead of me. There's only one thing worse than that, and I'm not going to say it on air.
Mauro Engel pressing on. He's the second of the Pro-Ams at the moment. He's very much the pro in a Pro-Am car. Miguel Torriel and Oliver Morley, the other two drivers. So they got the two blue Black Falcon Mercedes together. Engel ahead of Jelmer Berman. Good to have Jelmer Berman back on the grid. He's got Bert Schneider and Abdulaziz Al Faisal as co-drivers. So the Mercedes run down Mistral. That Lumirank number you see on the windscreen is their class position. So if you're thinking how come the car that's got 2 on it is way down the order, it's second in class.
Just looking at the field further down, but really what I want to see is where Malucelli is. He came across the line just 3.3 seconds behind Wolfgang Reip in the Bentley in second place, and that Ferrari 34 has been the one car near the front, aside from the Bentley's getting the lead, but sort of going past Passel Lotharos wasn't exactly stressing both driver or the product. So it is the Ferrari that is the car that is on the move. There is the second place Bentley coming through. There is the third place Ferrari. The gap between the Ferrari and the McLaren has already opened up to just over a second. So they come into this final turn 15. One of those frustrating corners. You just got to slow it down and then get your apex, get on the throttle and drive the car hard off turn 15. You'll make up a lot more time than trying to sort of dirt track the car into the apex, slide, scrub speed off. Gap now down to 2.7 seconds. Taken out, well, the best part of 0.4 of a second, half a second on that last lap. So the Ferrari 34 clearly on the move and is now within 0.6 of a second of the second place Bentley.
Now that Lamborghini is in danger of being caught, isn't it? Andrea Piccini fifth. He's got Mauro Engel bearing down on him in this new for this year Mercedes AMG GT3. In the meantime, Matteo Malucelli will rise to the occasion, of course. He won't get back into the car, I don't believe. So unless they only give a very short stint to Stefan Cox, he might get in for the last hour. They need to be careful how they divide this up. But it could well be that if this is Malucelli's only time behind the wheel, he intends to prove just how quick he is. He's going after those Bentleys. It'll be interesting to see now how he goes about it. He's on the same sort of pace as the leading car within that first sector. And there, look, Piccini being caught by the Mercedes behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong pace. We're now lapping in the 1 minute 59s, but Malucelli has been doing high 58, so he's running roughly half a second quicker than the two Bentleys ahead of him. So for Bentley, while they've led comfortably more or less from the second lap, they're now having to be aware, but it is a car that's not in their race. They can afford to let the Ferrari catch them and overtake them. The only factor that will, in my opinion, maybe not be what Bentley would like is they don't want a competitive brand to be leading the race. And again, referring to the Pro-Am category, but Malucelli, who is the pro in that Pro-Am category, that's acceptable, but you wouldn't want to see that car into the lead ahead of the two Pro Bentleys. Currently, Guy Smith with 4.9 seconds ahead of the Ferrari, but more tellingly, it's the Ferrari is only 2.7 seconds behind Wolfgang Reich in that second place Bentley.
Number 7, the leading car, incidentally. We mentioned these Lumirank displays to enable you at home and the trackside fans to see a car's class position. Number 7's Lumirank appears not to be functioning properly. They're having to check that at the next pit stop, according to the message line on the screen. So Smith, Wright, Malucelli, Bell, Piccini, Engel, Berman. In 8th place, though, now, a really good effort by Callum McLeod in the number 24 Team Parker Racing Bentley. 9th is number 2 Michael Meadows, and 10th is number 1 Frederick Verviche. There, turning through number 16, which is Jerome Blinkemolen. Now he's got Michal Broniewski up behind him. Broniewski, a very, very quick driver within Pro-Am, of course.
Absolutely, another car that on occasions we've been surprised, particularly when Pierre Caffer was in that car. So again, it's a mix of drivers, you know, a good, I don't call them AMs, I call them semi-professionals, rather than amateurs. Slightly derisory comment or derisory description. But again, a car that can do a lot of good work. It's just got to break free. But that number 1 Audi behind it, Frederick, that's the number 2 Audi behind. You know, you're being kept honest in this opening hour That's is that the 99 BMW Alexander Sims, Philippe Eng and Steph Dusseldorf. What is going on? That's around the exhaust system, I think.
Philippe Eng brought it in.
Yeah, the exhaust actually comes over the back of the bulkhead and drops vertically down, and then exhausts more or less behind the front wheel on either side of the car.
Trouble is that both of those Rover Racing BMWs are in strife, 51st and 52nd, and already a lap down.
Well, that's a car we've seen at Monza and at Silverstone. Was a really, really impressive car. In fact, even in the sprint event, it's been very impressive. They've just not shown the kind of performance and form. They've got Lucas Lohr here in one of those two cars. Again, one of those go-to guys. You stick him in your car, you know you're going to get a result.
Wolfgang Reip falling away, isn't he, now from Guy Smith, and being caught in the process by Matteo Malucelli.
Malucelli now 1.4 seconds behind the second place Bentley, and he's been taking roughly half a second a lap out of the second place Wolfgang Reip's position. So just every lap, methodically taking out 4, 5, 6 tenths of a second. So it is inevitable. We're just under half an hour into this race, and we've got another roughly 29 or so minutes to go before we'd expect to see the lead car, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. And then that again, Wolfgang Reip running very, very wide, coming out of turn 5, coming through then 6. We're watching Malucelli in the Ferrari, and this is where the Ferrari was very impressive in getting past the Lamborghini. Just had that little bit of additional straight line speed again with Rob Bell and the McLaren. So Malucelli has got really picking up the sniff of a draft from the Bentley. Remember, the Bentley, physically a large car, very light on its feet nevertheless, as you might say about a dancer or two.
I still remember that first race the car had at Monza when we looked at it and thought, gosh, that was big, but it was very agile there, wasn't it? And
yeah.
Andy Merrick, driving it at the time in that first stint, I remember had everybody stacked up behind him, and he was really good in the defence. So Smith leading the way, and who else is on the move? The WRT Audis are creeping into the mix. What's going on in the AM Cup? 24th is where the AM class leading car is to be found, and perhaps as normal, it's the 111 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Steve Earle, Bernard Delhez and David Perel. And it is David Perel at the wheel of the car at the moment. So that is in 24th spot, leading the AM Cup, as the race leader is on lap 15 here. Let's have another look back at the start of the race, because we've done the first 30 minutes. It was Pacin Lathoris in the yellow Ferrari who accelerated away, but just look at the Bentleys, because both Wolfgang Reip and Guy Smith meant business, didn't they? Either side of the road as this huge field, this multi-million euro grid descended on turn 1. Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron and Davide Rizzo's Ferrari diving up the inside as well in mid-pack. Through turn 1, they all just about got 1 or 2 being forced off the road and abusing track limits, but if it was discretion being the better part of valour and not risking an accident, perhaps it's understandable, at least at the first corner. This is the view from on board Bentley number 8, as Smith went round the outside and got clanged into by the Ferrari. That helped Wolfgang Reip come up round the outside as well, and the Bentleys worked their way absolutely together all the way down towards turn 3. Rob Bell slotted into 4th place as the cars sprinted their way along that little short run up towards turn 6. But then 3, then 4 wide on the run along the Mistral Straight. Rob Bell, 2 wheels over the curb on the very inside of the road, and that's just an amazing sight. They all managed to funnel into a line heading into senior. If you want a photograph that illustrates what is good about GT racing, that's the photograph. That is the other extreme, when early in the race your hopes are dashed. A punctured tyre for Matthew Simmons with the Nissan way wide as the cars work their way out of senior. Now goes Wolfgang Reip, and Malucelli, John, he's almost with him.
Yeah, he's within a couple of tenths of a second, and it's inevitable that the Ferrari is just going to find a way past. It may not be. The Bentley, we know, again, has got very good straight line speed. We know it is an extremely well balanced, aerodynamic, high speed car. But there's number 7 Bentley, comfortably by, well, just under 2.5 seconds ahead of the sister car. But this is going to be Wolfgang Reip's. Well, how defensive is he going to go? He knows that he is not in the same race in terms of the categories. This is a Pro-Am Ferrari in 3rd place. So rather than having to deal with an aggressive overtake, let him go, because we're only, just half an hour, 30-odd minutes into this race. The Ferrari now, you can barely see it behind the Bentley as they come up into turn 1. So Malucelli, who started on the third row of the grid, seemed to lose out marginally on the opening lap, but managed to recover, and bit by bit over the course, what we're on now, lap 17, is about to make a manoeuvre as they come down out of 3 into this complex, turns 3 and 4 into 5. Wolfgang Reip had run very wide on the exit. Ferrari doing a little bit of the same. You need to be careful because, well, that's not a corner that you normally get picked up on. If you do it a lot, it will be something that will be noted. Again, Wolfgang Reip looks like he's struggling for a little bit of grip through turn 6. He ran very, very wide. He got onto that off camber, and it's difficult to pull the car back onto the part of the racetrack you want to be.
Now the cars should be able to go within the 65 minutes to around the 32 lap mark, but depending on how the teams are going to play this with the relative speed of drivers, they might bring in a little window which would start at about lap 17, and we're on lap 17 now. There is Malucelli pressing on. Bear in mind that 2 years ago he was involved in that really big accident in the Daytona 24 Hours, but hugely experienced driver, Italian GT, FIA GT, Le Mans, the International GT Open Series, and all that experience put to good use up the inside of Wolfgang Reip. Through he goes, and now released from behind one Bentley. What can he do about the leading car?
Well, first of all, that was a relatively straightforward pass. Wolfgang Reip hung away out on the outside of the corner to make a very late apex. The Ferrari just had simply more bite, more grip coming into turn 11, and there we see Wolfgang Reip concedes the position. But as I say, it doesn't actually matter in terms of the positions in the pro category. Obviously, if you're in a pro car, you wouldn't want a pro-am car to pass you. We've gone through that little scenario a few minutes ago. And Rob Bell runs pretty wide coming out of turn 15 as well. So is he beginning to struggle with a little bit of loss of grip? Front end not being able to give him the bite. The Ferrari looks to me to be extremely well balanced and aerodynamically very efficient. It's got good straight line speed and it's got good mechanical grip.
So number 8, Wolfgang Reip, then down in 3rd place. Quick word about Pro-Am. We've been talking about Malucelli, who is leading the class. Maro Engel is 2nd, and Callum McLeod 3rd. Callum, who, of course, going back quite a few years, British Formula Ford champion. His main rival, and he beat him to the title that year, Nick Tandy. But Callum's had quite a few years in the wilderness, but he's been picked up this year as part of the Team Parker Racing privateer Bentley effort, Ian Loggie's car. And Tom Onslow Cole is the 3rd driver. It's good to have Callum back racing because, again, he's a talented driver that's never really had the breaks he deserves. Rob Bell, meanwhile, having a really torrid time.
Yeah, a lot of oversteer in the McLaren. You can see as they came through turn 7, the Jaguar in the pits, and that is not a scheduled pit stop, but they've all taken the opportunity to refuel, and I don't know if there's been a driver change or not, but certainly refueling, and I'm assuming a set of tyres. We don't know why the Jaguar might be in the pits at this early stage. We're only, 35 minutes or so into the race, not scheduled.
But we have done 17 laps, and the teams will, as I was saying a moment ago, think about from lap 17 to 32 as a kind of window for pit stops, depending on how you divide it up with the driver time, stints, and all of that.
Yeah, and the other thing is it gets you out of sync with
right.
everybody else around you. So you've got a clear pit lane. You can come in, drive into your pit box without encumbering or being encumbered by another car. So,
could be a shrewd move, that, on the part of Emile Frey Racing. Now, number 34 Ferrari, as we've been saying, is going great guns, 2nd place now. Malucelli behind the wheel, Jiri Pisarik in the pit lane with Dakota.
Yuri, you're in a Pro-Am car, but your car's really quick out there. You seem to be overtaking all the competition.
Actually, it's beginning of the race, so it's a 6-hour race. Changing everything.
It's always good to have a head start, though, no?
Yeah, I will go after Matteo in the car. So I hope I will be not under pressure if he will come as a first.
Well, how do you think the hot weather is going to affect that?
Yeah, it's getting cooler now, but in the car it's really hot. So for the Ferrari, it's not so good if it's so hot.
Well, I hope to see some more overtaking. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So Jiri Pisarik, the man that will go 2nd, then he'll do the next stint, but expect 65 minutes of pit stop, 65 minutes from Matteo Malucelli. The team's thinking in that one driver, one period in the car, but 2 stints. A stint is 65 minutes, but you can do double stints back to back, just come into the pit lane, do the tyres and the fuel. And there is the Pro-Am leading Ferrari. So do we get excited because it's a class leader or 2nd overall? Probably 2nd overall.
Oh yeah,
at the moment.
absolutely, because he's lapping approximately half a second a lap quicker than Guy Smith in the lead Bentley. The last lap, for example, of the Ferrari was 1:59.2 as opposed to the Bentley running in clear air. As Wolfgang Wright runs very wide of a 1:59.8, so that's 0.6 of a second by anybody's language. And the Ferrari, again, metronomic in the way it's just going about its pace. It's just got that little bit of extra pace over every other car in the field, and it's doing it because the car is working mechanically. Matteo Martuchelli can make all his apexes. He's not having the front washout, he's not having the back suddenly snap into an overstroke. We saw Rob Bell coming through turn 7 a lap ago, having a real handful to keep that McLaren, the tail of the McLaren, in control. Just an extremely well-balanced aerodynamic and mechanical car with, again, the new 488, the turbocharged Ferrari engine. It's all about horsepower. What that turbocharged engine provides you with is a shed load more torque, which has a dynamic on how the car handles, but if you handle it correctly, it's an asset and advantage.
The two Bentleys are being shown the driving standards flag for disrespecting the track limits. There's the BMW doing it. Bentley 7 has a go. And have a look in the background for Bentley 8. There it goes as well. So both the Bentleys being warned about track limits.
Yeah, I mean, that is nothing more than just that they've lost grip. They're trying to maintain the pace, carry the speed through scene, and they can't pinch the car, whereas the Ferrari just simply is seemingly being more gentle on its tyres, and therefore it's getting more performance. It's just lapping that little bit quicker. The gap between first and second down to 2.1 seconds. Again, that last lap, the Ferrari was half a second a lap quicker. And if you want an illustration of why, we'll just look at that replay of the two Bentleys coming through scene.
Absolutely right. And we've got another incident under investigation. Let's just quickly get this one out of the way before we look at the lead situation. It's 76, which is the Raymond Arak Porsche, and also 51 Ferrari. That's the Man Geddes Mastronardi car. Incident between them under investigation. Now, they've had the warning flag for disrespecting track limits. Now, the team manager of the two Bentleys to the race director immediately. Getting serious.
I tell you what, Malcolm Wilson's new titanium ankle, it'll be twitching as he walks up to the race director because he's going to get a spanking.
Sounds it, doesn't it? Yes, and there, look, Lamborghini losing out. Mauro Engel's up to 5th spot now, and in fact also through has gone Jelmer Berman, so that was Andrea Piccini dropping back a couple of places, and Callum McLeod really putting himself on the map here in 8th place. And don't forget, McLeod is 3rd in Pro-Am in that Bentley for Stuart Parker's team, going really well.
Well, that, I think the independently run Bentley is doing a brilliant job right now. Callum McLeod, as you mentioned, a driver that's been overlooked, able to use the racetrack more efficiently, coming through turn 14. Now he's going to get a good drive off 15. He will be right on the rear wing of the Lamborghini as they make their way up onto the main straight. So is this going to be a potential pass into turn 1? The Lamborghini may have to go defensive, but we know that it's got good straight line speed, is able to eke out a little bit of a gap, but McLeod is all being just about mullered by that number 1 Audi. So Fred Verviche, he's looking for a way past both the Bentley and the Lamborghini. But Callum McLeod doing a great job.
Absolutely.
I've been really a joy to see a private team down the inside into turn. Can he make the move stick? No, but that's going to give Frederick Verviche, he's going to just sit there and wait for something to happen. He will be the beneficiary of this little 3-car tango.
Callum McLeod looking for dance partners then. He's found one ahead, he's found one behind now. So it's Piccini, McLeod and Verviche as they work their way now towards the Mistral once again. Of course, while Piccini has been trying to defend, he's fallen back, hasn't he, from the Mercedes duo up the road. But Callum McLeod doing a really, really good job there in 8th spot. And now Frederick Verviche upholding Audi honour. He's 9th.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good sort of outside, just inside the top 10 battle. And to see the Bentley, I mean, a private team, I mean, you can't imagine the difference between the factory Bentleys and a private team, just the scale of the operation. And there it is running very, very successfully indeed. And that Bentley not running out anywhere near as wide on the exit of scene as the two factory cars are doing. The gap between first and second, by the way, down to 1.3 seconds. Yet again, on that last lap, almost 0.8 of a second was the Ferrari quicker than the lead Bentley.
So Manuchelli is getting there. And we had 4 abreast at the start of the race. What can we get out of this little battle? I don't think we're quite going to get 4, are we? Because even now the 3rd of them, Verviche is falling away, and they've not got anybody else behind to play catch-up. Will Stevens would be next in the queue, but having said that, they might tow themselves back onto the tail of Jelmer Berman, so more battles are in prospect. We've done 40 minutes of 6 hours. Although the event is promoted as 1,000 kilometres, it is very definitely a 6-hour race. Forget distance, it's about the time. There's Marucelli starting this lap. He was 7/10 back from Guy Smith. So is he going to be able to get the lead on merit rather than have to wait for pit stops?
I bet you a pound to a penny he'll pass the number 7 Bentley in precisely the same place he passed the number 8 Bentley, which will be in that long double right-hand corner down at turn 11. But Bentley, you can see the slide that Guy Smith had coming through turn 6, whereas the Ferrari very much more planted. There's a bit of a tow coming up from the BMW ahead. That will give the Bentley a little bit of momentary relief. But of course, the bigger the hole, the bigger the aerodynamic draft that the Ferrari is now in. And the only issue will be, can he maintain his position to the Bentley, the lead Bentley number 7, on the exit of scene to position himself to go down the inside in turn 11.
There's traffic ahead as well. The Rover Racing BMW back on track as they swoop through Senior now. So is it going to be at this next part of the circuit where Marucelli makes his move? Of course, the BMW is the real spoiler in the pack here. So Guy Smith can't necessarily commit to the line he wants. And Marucelli closing right up, goes even wider. Can't find a way by.
No, he didn't have the track position, and he let the car run much wider than he did when he was getting ahead of Wolfgang Wright. But, I mean, there's the gap. You could put about half a car's width between the lead and second place. This battle, and of course the BMW automatically should get out of the way. This is the battle for the lead. It is interfering with the battle for the lead. I would like to see the BMW being advised, obey the waved blue, yellow flags. They're there to tell you that you should get out of the way. This is a battle for the lead, okay, in different categories. You're serving no purpose and you're destroying a great battle for the viewers. Is that telepathy, or did you get a message from the pit lane?
As if by magic. So the BMW bails, leaders go through. Yes, the message gets through. So 0.456 of a second is the lead gap, and we are 15 minutes away from the end of the first hour. So a quarter of an hour or so, you can expect that pit lane to get very busy indeed. But Marucelli would like to be the race leader without having to wait for the Bentley to pit, and he's almost there. Now, Wolfgang Wright dropping back, isn't he, in third place? And Rob Bell barely in shot anymore. Bear in mind how well the McLaren went early on.
Again, you can see the Ferrari much better balanced, much more grip. Look how much track the Bentley uses coming through turn 6. Ferrari much more efficient through turn 6 and through turn 7. Once again, now with the BMW out of the way, Marucelli can now think about what he can do. He's got, again, a very good position coming down this long Mistral straight. Tailwind following them down the straight, helping both cars, maybe helping the Ferrari marginally more because it's got the draft of the Ferrari. I think it's going to be a pass in turn 11. We have to wait and see. Maybe Guy Smith a little bit more savvy in terms of track craft. Ferrari drops back fractionally as they come through turn 10, but can he make a move down the inside? Guy Smith he's going to try and hug. As Marucelli looks up the inside, and Guy Smith's going to say, no way. No way, but again, the tail of the Bentley under power slides. More torture for those rear tyres.
Marucelli may have done that to Wolfgang Wright, but Guy Smith says, I've won Le Mans, don't you know? So he sticks out his elbows and hangs on to the lead. But he's on borrowed time, isn't he? Look at the way that Marucelli is just stuck to the back of the Bentley now. And is he going to be able to dive up the inside? Let's just see. This is Virage du Lac. The last right-hander puts them onto the pit straight. Is there a gap on the inside? No, there isn't. But what there now is, John, is a long, fast drag past the pits.
Yes, and it's all about traction off turn 15. And the Ferrari clearly has got more balance, more grip overall, and more traction. And Guy Smith is using all that experience, all that reserve that he is. Oh, fire! Big burn at the back. Oh, what is that? One of the Audis. Can't quite see. It's the
Porsche.
Oh, no! No! Well, that doesn't come on when you buy the car. It doesn't say it's going to catch fire. That is, and it's not near a marshal's post.
No.
Oh,
and that's a big fire, isn't it? That's well
a massive fire at the
rear.
This will probably see a full course yellow, and that is horrible to see. Huge amount of damage being done to the bodywork. There is a marshal slowly making his way. He's got an extinguisher. He's going to dump all that in. Maybe he did get into a marshal's post, but marshal's in a dangerous position because they're trying to run around the wrong side of the car to get into position, and they haven't even yet been able.
There's the fire vehicle.
Fire vehicle has made a brave move.
We'll have a full course yellow for this.
The driver out of the car, but come on, guys, get a move on. Get those extinguishers activated.
So
Why
first time
are they
out for that
standing
chassis.
by and letting this thing burn? What am I missing?
I've no idea. Where have they gone?
Well, they've run back to. There's another marshal now coming forward. So they've got the hose out. In the meantime, the extinguishant, the canisters they had, they didn't bother using. Now we've got a proper mechanism. We've got a foam. So everybody making their way in. The Matt Griffin, Cameron, Ferrari's in. So opportune moment for what just 50 minutes or so of the race underway. So many teams will take this opportunity under a full course yellow to make their first of what's going to be 5-6 pit stops.
Yeah, we'll try and pit every hour, won't they? So 5 stops would be what they'll aim for. There's another fire vehicle being dispatched because, of course, still with a lot of fuel on board, that was a Porsche that's been well ablaze. The fire is virtually out, but I fear that's the end of that. It's going to have a lot of rear damage.
Yeah, I mean, when you pit burning like that, I mean, a lot of it will be, there'll be residual oil from, again, a little flick of flame coming from within the wheel arch, so somebody needs to get an extinguishant in that area.
The tyre just burst as well, but it dropped.
Well, it will do. But once a car has caught fire to that degree, the damage, fuel lines are melted, and of course then you've got neat fuel as well as all the other issues. You can hardly see the Ferrari in second place, right under the rear of the Bentley, the lead Bentley. Guy Smith will be delighted to give himself a chance to catch breath. He'll be thinking, well, I'm not a million miles away from making my pit stop, and I'll get a fresh set of Pirelli rubber, and that's just the answer. Bentley is ready, so maybe we're going to see the lead Bentley. Will it be the third place Bentley coming in? I suspect it's going to be Guy Smith.
Well, this is the ideal time to make the pit stops because with the pace of the race slower, 80 Ks being the maximum under a full course yellow, everybody has to slow right down, so you're losing less time making a pit stop, of course. And don't forget, you've got this pit window that you can't, this pit stop time window, you can't leave between 74 and 94 seconds if you change more than one tyre. If it's just a case, for example, of rip off a bit of flapping bodywork, then that's fine. But if you're doing fuel and you change more than one tyre, and there's no reason why you would only ever change one tyre,
correct,
it has got to be now over 94 seconds.
Yes, indeed.
So what that does is prevent, like WRT did at Silverstone, Adam Hardy's great genius of doing that really short pit stop, it prevents that
number
happening.
one Bentley and the number two, the Ferrari. So first and second, are we going to see, and first 3 cars are also coming in. Are we going to see driver changes in the Bentleys? I mean, have the conditions been that bad that the drivers are gasping and want relief? Or will it be your professional guys, we've got an air-conditioned car for you, stay in, continuity, very important.
I think those that are pitting are doing it for all the right reasons. It's a full course yellow, you're losing less time, it just makes sense to do it, doesn't it? And
Rob Bell getting out.
Yeah, so that's interesting, not double stinting, they'll perhaps do a driver change on each stop. So yeah, some saying they'll do double stints. Now that, of course, might be a plan that's gone out of the window given the temperatures. We'll see.
I mean, the temperatures are easing off. It's still, nevertheless, been very, very aggressive in terms of opening laps. The pace on the opening laps were, I think, outstanding, considering these cars are on tyres that are not one-lap wonders for qualifying. The cars are filled to the brim with fuel, and it's a 6-hour race. You've got a different chip in your brain when you go into a 6-hour race than that you have for qualifying. Or maybe it's the other way around in the case of some drivers.
Other drivers in the pit lane, I was watching getting ready. Oliver Morley ready for a stint. Abdulaziz bin Faisal ready for a stint. So we're anticipating Coleman Edgar, aren't we, to have taken over 58. And he can't go yet, partly because there's traffic and partly because, of course, he's got to sit there now for 94 seconds. There is Marucelli's car then that is in. Away goes Ledugar.
So this could see the McLaren regaining position on the Ferrari. The Ferrari's pit stop is not looking stunningly quick. It's off the jacks now. Where has that McLaren gone past the Ferrari? We're still okay, clear to go, get the car out. Where is the McLaren? Has it rejoined the track? The Bentley have regained position. The Ferrari comes out ahead of the McLaren. So Ferrari, of course, are lost one position to the number 8 Bentley.
Yeah, the Scuderia Praha car then drops to 3rd. So it's still Guy Smith in the lead. But yes, as you say, number 8 then now shown as Maxime Soulet, having taken over.
Ooh!
This is one to savour.
Ooh!
You become a real Soulet fan, haven't you?
Well, he did a stunning job in Silverstone. I know they saved a set of tyres, a brand new set of tyres, but did he ever use them to effect? Yeah. And that's what I appreciate. You see a driver given the equipment, going out and using it.
Now, we're still under a full course yellow. If you're wondering why everybody's going so slowly, not blasting out of the pits, this is the reason for the full course yellow. It is the Jürgen Hering Porsche that conflagrated coming down towards turn 3. In other words, it caught fire. It's thankfully had its blaze extinguished, but it now needs to be retrieved from harm's way, and the marshals need to be in a safe place as well.
Yeah, and then we've got the truck, the flatbed truck that will pick that car up, bring it back to the pits. It'll maybe even go into Parc Fermé. It is not going to take part in any further proceedings.
Now, 56, Maro Engel has not pitted, Jelmer Berman has not pitted, but they are due in this time because I'm looking at the replacement drivers. Maro Engel's car will be given to Oliver Morley, Jelmer Berman will give way to Abdulaziz Al Faisal. They're both on the pit wall with their crash helmets on, ready to dive into the cars this time. So that should give those Mercedes notionally the lead, but of course they'll lose it again at the end of this lap when they pit. But by pitting now, they run the risk of doing it so late in a full course yellow that the race might be going live pretty soon. They might actually have timed it a lap too late. We'll see how it pans out. 44's in, the Motorbase Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. Ahmad Al-Hafi staying behind the wheel. Fuel and tyres going through.
28th. That doesn't seem right, does it? I mean,
Early days.
it is 28th position.
Yeah.
But I mean, that combination of drivers, that car, again, it all relates so much to qualifying, and there are so many cars out of position from qualifying for a whole variety of reasons. A lot of it was just simply down to, I don't know how many drivers told me after qualifying, I couldn't get a clear lap. I get maybe 1 or 2 sectors of the circuit. Purple, well, not all purple, but green. Final sector, you just got nailed by somebody who was actually backing up. And one of the problems in qualifying was so many drivers, because they were being impeded on their potential qualifying laps, were backing up. And it just worked its way all the way through. I don't know how you can stop people backing up looking for track position. It's something that needs thought. It's unfair on those cars that are bona fide on a lap.
I'll throw you an alternative just as a discussion point while we have a full course yellow. Still have 3 bits of qualifying. Q1 is for the Pro, Q2 is for the Pro-Am cars, and Q3 is for the Am Cup cars.
The only reason I think that probably wouldn't go down is each session potentially has got slightly different climatic track conditions. And
yes.
I mean, frankly, whether it makes any difference or not, I don't know. Anything might be worth consideration, because it just, people get, it leaves a taste in people's mouths. They know that they've got the potential maybe to be in the top 20, maybe in the top 10, top 6, even pole position chance. And to have that opportunity spoiled because somebody who also might have felt very much the same has opted to back up, and then coming through the final sector slowly begins to pick up the pace, but you can't get past.
Takaboshi Nissan 23 under investigation for an incident with the IMSA Performance Porsche number 76. The 2 Mercedes of Engel and Berman are in, so is the Audi of Hasse. So more pit stop cycling through. We're still under this full course yellow. There is 74 in, so out gets Christopher Hasse, who is the start driver in that car.
Very impressive guy, Christopher Hasse.
Another of the many on Audi's books that just delivers no matter where and no matter when.
Yeah, you get the notification, go to Australia.
Yeah, and win.
Go to America.
And win.
Yeah.
And he does.
Christopher Hasse, Christopher Mies, not many other Audi guys, so that's...
So the Bentleys now get back the race lead because the Mercedes are still in the pit lane. So, as I said, the Mercedes will lead notionally. They'll lose it on the pit stop. That's exactly what's just happened. And the car blasting its way now back down the pit lane.
So we are within a few minutes of the first hour being complete.
Yeah. Those drivers that are nowhere near due to get in the car, I keep seeing run to the pit wall and back, still in the t-shirt and shorts, never mind overalls. It's far too hot for that.
I mean, Oliver Beretta, he used to live in Monte Carlo. I'm not sure where he lives these days. But I mean, it looked like he'd just simply come off the beach.
Yes.
And they may well have gone back to the beach. But I mean, a great driver, Olivier Beretta, both in Formula One and likewise in his GT career. We're seeing an awful lot of drivers who've had a career with Chevrolet Corvette. Olivier Beretta was one of those drivers. And Antonio Garcia, we've got Jan Magnussen this weekend in one of the WRT Audis. As we look back at what is, well, in fact, the lead Bentley, Guy Smith behind the wheel. He's got...
That's the Shimkovia Mercedes, I think. New tyres. Yeah. So we're flitting between cars in the pits and cars on track, but with this full course yellow that you've got to say actually is being dealt with absolutely right by the drivers. There's no silliness going on. There's nobody going too slowly, nobody going too quickly. They've all got the message, and it's all being dealt with very effectively. This is how it should be.
Indeed. I mean, when you consider what it used to be in the past, we have a safety car completely out of position looking for, there's the Porsche, and a lot of rear damage. You can see bodywork, that's a lot of carbon fibre that's been severely burnt. Hopefully the motor itself will have survived, but many of the ancillaries will have been. Remember, the Porsche, the engine hangs out behind the centerline rear wheels. Well, we're getting notification from the pit lane that might have actually been an engine failure. And it's only its third race. That would be costly apart from anything else.
Would it ever? Yes. HTP Motorsport congratulating themselves on a good swift stop, getting the car, or cars, cycle through. So it's quite a long full course yellow, but you can see why. That car's almost out of the way. And of course, here at Paul Ricard, there are lots of perimeter roads and internal roads, so it can swiftly now be taken away from the track and brought back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I would think that the safety car, or the full course yellow, I should say, will be lifted within the next 5 minutes. Once this pickup truck or flatbed truck removes the car behind the barriers and everything else is deemed to be in a safe condition for racing to continue, there are the marker cones. Those apparently, now, during this full course yellow, they have been replaced. I wonder which car or cars have been guilty for their removal. Guess. Guess.
Yes.
Guess.
Are they British
Guess.
and big and white and green?
Well.
Arguably. Allegedly. So the Bentley team, remember, was summoned to see the race director. And although Alain Adam is a very friendly chap, he normally has a purpose when he invites you to go and see him. So I suspect it was, oi, tell your drivers, or whatever the Belgian is for oi, tell your drivers not to exceed my track limit.
I mean, obviously based up in Cumbria, I suppose Malcolm Wilson might have taken in a nice piece of lardy cake. You know, with a bit of...
Kendall mint cake, yes.
Kendall, whatever, you know.
That's it. Bring some up here. So you're on board in 23 Nissan at the moment. Now, Takaboshi was your start driver in that car, and Alex Buncombe has been installed behind the wheel. It is down in 33rd place, and this was the winning car last year, John.
They got a little bit of a relief on the BOP overnight. Sort of they qualified, I think, with just inside the top 20 for the 23 car. But it's been a real struggle for Nissan all year. I don't know where the future of this particular GT3 Nissan lies, because it's just getting out-engineered, out-technologied by competitors. And I mean, it is a great race car, but it's just no longer at the critical part of a field. It can maybe give that one quick lap, but if you look under the bonnet of the Nissan, the engine sits up as you would imagine it would sit up in the road-going car. Open the bonnet on the BMW, you need a pair of step ladders to find the engine. It's so low, and that all contributes to a low centre of gravity. And there's the Porsche now being removed. So we just come up to the end of the first hour. So I would like to think that very shortly hereafter we will see this race getting underway. Fresh rubber on everybody, driver change for some. The two Bentley drivers, no, Soule has jumped in, I beg your pardon, number 8. So still Guy Smith and the number 7 Bentley, Maxime Soule. And I just wonder, will a fresh Maxime Soule try to pounce on a Guy Smith who's had a 1 hour stint behind the wheel with the pressure. And you can see just how close the Ferrari now is. So how close the Ferrari is to the tail of Maxime Soule.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag now.
That's the voice of Alain Adam, the race director, getting the race back underway. Look, some drivers just not responding at all. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini crawls away. Others absolutely on the money. They get the count as soon as it hits 0. Bang, foot nailed to the boards. That's the difference between the pros and the AMs, John.
Absolutely. So there are the two Bentleys in first and second place. The Ferrari actually looked like Maranelli might have been mugged slightly coming through turn 6, because he is being overtaken. Is that the McLaren? It is. Well, there's the McLaren. Good teamwork by Garage 59. Maranelli tries to stay on the inside but loses track position. And that's a disappointment. McLaren having to go aggressive and the Lamborghini following through as well.
But bear in mind also now, Manucelli has given way to Pisaric in that car, so you've got the less experienced driver. So in fairness,
Manucelli.
Pisaric being a proper pro-am against a real pro in Com Ledegaard now. So
forget car 34, it's not going to be in the race.
Not anymore. It'll still be relevant for its class position.
Indeed, to its class position, but in terms of challenging for overall lead, it's going to be Maxime Soule, the one that I'm going to be most interested in to see what he does. Also in the McLaren.
It showed us Rob Bell, but I thought we'd seen a driver change.
There was a driver change.
Yeah.
We think it was Com Ledegaard got into the car. Rob Bell did get out, we saw that. So there is the McLaren now in third place as they come across start-finish line. Ferrari in fourth, about to lose that to the Lamborghini.
So that Lamborghini still shown as being Andrea Piccini. We didn't see a stop from that car, so I can't confirm or deny, but it's up the inside. Thierry Pisaric still hanging on to his class lead.
Yes, he's got a comfortable-ish. Comfortable-ish.
Yeah, the opposition is Oliver Morley in the Mercedes. He's taken over from Maro Engel.
Well, we know what's going to happen there, don't we? The Duracell bunny is going to be on it right away.
Oliver Morley is a great character, great enthusiast. Started off in XR2 racing up at Alton Park in the Olsen Helens Ford XR Challenge, but is a very quick am and a great enthusiast.
Absolutely.
And he's a proper Mancunian, so he ticks every box.
He is what a lot of racing drivers aren't. The BMW being pushed back in the garage, the 98 car.
Not a good sign.
That's a bad sign. He's a character and a personality, and that's something that was really lacking in modern day racing. A lot of drivers much younger haven't had the life experience that an Oliver Morley has had.
We saw bad news for BMW. When it gets in the garage, you see really bad news because both cars are there. Number 51 Ferrari, which is the AM Cup car, is being given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Peter Mann, Francisco Guedes, Rino Mastronardi. So in the AM Cup, that was the car that hit the 23 Nissan, and it's being given a drive-through for its pains. Right, Smith versus Soule, first and second.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I think, over pretty quickly. I just see that Maxime Soule closing by the corner. Guy Smith seems to take slightly different lines to Soule. We noticed that with the Ferrari when they were battling just before we had this full course yellow. Whether that's just driver style, driver preference, but Soule working the tyres in a different way to Guy Smith, and it will be, I suspect, not very long before. Remember, Guy Smith has been in the cockpit since the start of this race, over an hour now, and undoubtedly, no matter how fit you are, it takes its toll.
Yeah.
So the two Bentleys come across the line, half a second between them. Guy Smith on the headlights telling the Ferrari ahead, get out of my way. But it's a 58 McLaren that's just set the fastest second and third sector times. And if that's Com Ledegaard, we have to wait and see. It's not been confirmed yet.
And it's the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yep.
So Ledegaard, we assume, even though the screen tells us different, but the McLaren very much getting back into the mix. It's stuck in traffic, frustratingly, on the next lap, but that car really is now tonking on again. Com Ledegaard, we think, behind the wheel. I'm pretty sure we saw a driver change. There it is, in traffic. So that's the AM Cup Mercedes 87 trying to get out of the way. Up the curb is Ledegaard. He's got to be absolutely flat out here, but that Mercedes not doing him any favours.
No, he had to be cautious. He wasn't quite sure whether the Mercedes, which is battling with the Lamborghini, had seen him. He didn't want to commit and then find the Mercedes was driving into the side of the McLaren. He's now got up alongside. But again, the Mercedes, McLaren probably fairly evenly matched here at Paul Ricard on the straight. And the Lamborghini, again, it pulls ahead. So we've got the Mercedes and the McLaren battling for track position as the number 8 finally gets ahead of the Ferrari. That's lost overall. It was half a second. The gap now is probably up to nearly 2.5 seconds, just simply because the Ferrari, I think it was an AM Ferrari, just wasn't getting out of the way. And the McLaren goes up the inside of the Bratislava Lamborghini, just simply experience.
But it shows, doesn't it, what a combination of a fresh driver, fresh tyres, and the temperatures starting to drop now after an hour and a bit of racing will all contribute to do. That's having its drive-through penalty, remember, 51 Ferrari. And down the pit lane it comes. Peter Mann is at the wheel of it. Ignore what the caption says, it's Peter Mann who is behind the wheel. And this is the shunt, bang into the back. Oh, and then got tapped by the Porsche as well.
Yes. Yeah. Turn 15, spun the 22 around, or just the 23, that's the Bunkum car. And, you know, you've got to drive way offline, and, I mean, an unnecessary, not malicious, but an unnecessary contact.
So that's number 8, Maxime Soule behind the wheel of it. and 1.8 seconds back. Here's from Guy Smith. He's dropped back there, he's fallen away.
Yeah, simply because the Ferrari, that was the car between the two Bentleys just in this part of the racetrack. Literally, Soulé couldn't find a way past, and there was no assist from that particular car. Which number is it? I can't quite see it. 42.
Yeah.
So that is the Romain Bradella, Christian Hammond, and Thomas Nicol. So they didn't really do much. But this the McLaren again. We believe Colin Ledegaard, the transponder has yet to be changed in that car, still indicating Rob Bell. I believe we saw a driver change. Certainly a driver got out of the cockpit, unless the driver was doing something to assist Rob Bell that we didn't quite pick up.
So that car in third spot, but having done the fastest lap of the race in this second stint effectively, and sector time suggesting it's going to be competitive all the way through this stint as well. Andrea Piccini, we think, stayed behind the wheel of number 19 Lamborghini, fourth. Fifth is Jiri Pisaric. Now, keep an eye on fifth and sixth. Pisaric versus Morley, Ferrari versus Mercedes, fifth and sixth overall, but the lead of Pro-Am as well now. So that's going to be worth watching. Seventh is now 28 Will Stevens. Eighth is 00 Mercedes Abdulaziz bin Faisal. Ninth is number 1 Dries Van Toor. 10th is number 2 Stuart Leonard.
Look how quickly the Bentley has recovered. That last time it was 1.8 seconds when they came across the line at the end of lap 29, coming up to the end of lap 30. That has come down to, what I would say, probably again about half a second, maybe 0.7 of a second. So Soulé right on the pace of the sister car of Guy Smith, comes across the start-finish line. Ledegaard is in car 58, being confirmed by the race director. We've got a message that's the transponder in the McLaren, and I've been 1:58.429, fastest lap of the race to Maxime Soulé on lap 30. And there is the lead car, Guy Smith. And that was 0.8 of a second quicker than Guy Smith's last lap. How wicked can you be?
So Soulé, fastest lap of the race, and he's on the back of his teammate. And while all that is going on, traffic allowing, Colin Ledegaard is getting up with them as well. So on board with Soulé. Now, is Bentley on the pit wall as a team prepared to let them squabble? I wouldn't say this is a fight yet, but squabble, or is there going to be a suggestion to let Soulé go because he's the quicker of the two?
Well, being an armchair quarterback as I am, I would say let Soulé go because he is right now the quicker of the two drivers in their cars, and I would like the quicker of the two drivers to get that advantage, because if you allow them to race, which is fair and understandable, but you may be harming your at the end of 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to watch now,
yes,
but when you look back on it tomorrow morning, when the race finishes,
the people, Malcolm Wilson, M Sport, they're not in motorsport to sit in the pit lane, swinging their legs and eating ice creams. They're here to win. And the way you win is to give your best combination of driver car that opportunity. There's no sentiment whatsoever. Get out there, get the job done. Motorsport sometimes is a little bit cruel because Guy Smith has done nothing wrong whatsoever. He's led this race from the lights going out, but he's been challenged. He's been challenged first by the Ferrari, now by the sister Bentley. My view is let the Bentley number 8 go.
Yeah, because it's the quicker. I really wish you'd not mentioned ice cream. So up they come towards the timing line. It's still incredibly hot here at Paul Ricard, but Maxime Soulé in his first stint behind the wheel. Guy Smith's already done an hour and a bit, so he's certainly feeling the heat inside that car, and more traffic up the road.
And that will be key. Guy Smith's got to be careful where he meets that traffic. So we look at the two Bentleys, and within 3 seconds or so they're going to catch up to the tail of a 4-car chain of cars who will be all focused on what's going on ahead of them, not really aware that the 2 cars behind are the lead 2 cars. They're in their own battle.
Now their lap times in the 58s, Ledegaard in the 59s last time. He's not up there with them.
Again, Guy Smith running much, much wider coming out of turn 5. Not much difference in turn 6. I don't know why, because maybe just, again, the choice of car set up between the 7 car and the 8 car. The 8 car currently, to me, looks like it's got more inherent grip. Soulé right under the rear wing of the sister Bentley. How much closer can he get before he pulls out? He's picked up the draft. Now, Guy Smith may just breathe at coming into scene, and, well, that was a tactical pass. I didn't give my position up. He just got the draft. Clever bit of driving by both drivers. No impedance whatsoever. The number 8 car takes the lead. Now Soulé can go about his task of beginning to build, trying to get as much of a gap, and it's the number 58 McLaren that he's got to be thinking about. That's the third place McLaren of Combe Ledegar.
So this is the view from Maxime Soulé's car. He's got the race lead, but he's got traffic up the road, but he was starting to edge away straight away from Guy Smith. So the initiative to switch the order around has been a good one for Bentley. There is Guy Smith in second spot. Interesting how they put the cars on different strategies in terms of a change of driver for one and keep a driver in the other.
Yes, I mean, I don't know why they would have done that. I had assumed that the teams like Bentley or WRT or HTP with Mercedes would double stint their drivers. Maybe they're going to give them, in the case of Soulé, he might double stint this stint and then sort of slightly stagger it. Then the final stint will be, in the case of the number 8 car, Stephen Kane, let him go out for a 1 hour blast, a 1 hour session of qualification laps, if that's what's required. But Soulé now having to contend with quick AM cars, those Ferraris, the 458s and the 488s, still quick cars in a straight line. And the advantage that Soulé had built up in the space of a lap and a bit has now just totally disappeared. And when is he going to find a way past? Well, those two Ferraris are going to be as quick, if not quicker, in a straight line than the Bentley. Guy Smith's back at the races.
Yes, absolutely. He's joined in, as you say, on the tail of the leader. So nose to tail they run. And if they get stuck there, of course, that McLaren's going to be up with them as well. We're on lap 33 then. We've done just over an hour and a bit. And it's game on between the two Bentleys. And Guy Smith very much is back in the hunt, isn't he? As he's on the tail then as they power their way along the Mistral Straight. So the back markers are battling, the leaders are battling each other, and they're battling to get through the traffic.
And the Ferraris, as I pointed out, coming onto the straight, hold a significant advantage over, I mean, the third place Bentley had a draft, now tries to get up the inside, but the Ferrari isn't aware, and he's not aware of the second Bentley, the number 7 car coming through as well. Both now have got the message, and both managed to get through cleanly in turn 11. Wow, you can hear the sighs of relief from the pit wall from M Sport. That was a little moment which you had lots of danger written all over it. All you needed was one little bit of contact, you cut a tyre down, and your whole programme could have been thrown up in the air.
Absolutely right. And if you think back over the history of Bentley in Blancpain GT racing, the M Sport cars, normally 8 has had the bad luck. But for now, anyway, 8 is looking good. Now, it looked like a strategic move. Was it team orders? Let's find out. Dakota has caught up with Vincent Abril.
Abril, was it team orders to let the Bentley pass?
I think the race is pretty early, so it seems like they've got a bit more pace than us at the moment. So for the traffic, I think it's a better situation that Max goes in front of the pack. So it's very early in the race, so we're not too worried.
Well, he seems to be right up his backside. So do you think that's going to?
Yeah, I mean, we're 1-2 in the end, so that's what matters for Bentley, is to be first and second. So whether it's the 8 or the 7, it's not an issue at this point in the race. We've got both cars pretty high in the grid, so I think it was a good decision.
And is there any issues, anything you're worried about, or is everything okay?
No, so far everything is good. It's still a long race, so we're not getting too ahead of ourselves, but it's still the best position to be in so far.
And are they doing double stints, do you know?
That's what we've been doing with Guy, and we'll see how the race goes, but on our car that was the plan.
Okay, well, good luck for the race.
Interesting that Vincent Abril gives a pretty broad brushstroke view of the situation, but that's just what a team's going to do. But what is interesting to me is actually the 4th place Lamborghini, number 19 Pacini, is actually the quickest car on the circuit by a margin. His last lap was 1:59.3. The last lap, okay, the lead Bentleys were getting through traffic, was a 2:01, but that Lamborghini is within 8 seconds or 8.5 seconds of the lead duo of Bentleys, and running down, or not running down, but within 5.5 seconds of the 3rd place Combe Ledegar McLaren. So that Lamborghini is not out of the equation.
Absolutely not. And there again, stuck in traffic, Maxime Soulé getting caught up behind the BMW Italia M6, which in turn is trying to find its way through the traffic. There's another BMW, the Gignon car there, which was briefly hidden behind the leaderboard graphic, that confirms that at the moment, look at 34 in 5th overall. Pisaric still leading in Pro-Am.
Yellow flag being shown in Sector 1.
Yes.
So this is going to prevent, I would have thought, any overtaking in the first sector, with Soulé trying to get past the boots on Gignon, and the second, and there is the reason, is the Parker Bentley.
It is.
And that's a shunt at the rear of the car. or has something shut it? Oh, he's on the barrier. How did he do that? And there's a bit of the barrier has been damaged. That's going to need to be, I would have thought, repaired, because that's strange to see the barrier torn in that manner.
I mean, it's gone in with some force, hasn't it, to sort of rip that apart. Ian Loggy, the driver, having taken over from Callum McLeod, the car was 13th and 3rd in Pro-Am, so it's a significant retirement, that, unless they can get it back. But has he done it?
I'm just trying to see where it buds.
Full course yellow, we hear from the race director, so that's...
It's coming out of turn 4. That's turn 1 and 2 in the background, 3, 4, coming into turn 5. Somehow he may have ridden a curb and just the back end's gone, we don't know. But I mean, or else there has been a contact with another car. But that's gone backwards heavily into the barrier. And is that damaged the barrier, or is there a two car? What's behind that? Another car behind? Or
I think it's just bits of Bentley and bits
no,
of...
it's not. It's one of the track cars.
Yeah, yes, with the lights on the top. But
yes,
I think
what's that?
All that is just mangled Bentley and mangled
but the
barrier.
damage, look at the barrier, it's actually smashed.
Yes.
You can see the barrier, so that's going to be a long full course yellow, because the car's going to have to be a lot of damage to the left rear corner. I mean, it's almost probably taken the entire rear quarter section away from the Bentley. The barrier is going to have to be rebuilt, replaced. Complete sections of barrier are going to have to be put into place. Okay, dinner time.
Yes.
Let's get our supper in now and we can have, well, we're talking about this.
And Ian Loggy, I think, after a fairly serious whack, is going to go to the medical centre. I've just seen the doctor's car be deployed, but it just makes sense. If any driver gets involved in an incident, large or small, the medical team will want to check him over.
It's rare to see damage to an Armco barrier where the barrier has physically been broken. I mean, that's a big impact. And okay, these cars are 1,100 kilograms, but it's the kinetic energy that's involved when they go out of control for whichever reason. We didn't get a view of the reason for the accident to that Parker team Bentley, but heavy impact, and the right rear corner of that car probably shredded along with the barrier. And we're now going to see, I hate to say this, but a prolonged period of full course yellow. This could be half an hour.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I'm fascinated to know how it got there. Like you were saying, was it, a tap from behind? Was it a mistake riding the curb? But it's gone off with some speed and therefore some force.
But where it's gone off is actually, it's not a part of the corner that you would imagine a car would go off. It most probably has been a contact with another car, but of course we don't have any shots currently. We may have something that the producer's going through on all the other options, the video options that we keep of all these incidents. So we may get a glimpse of it, but probably cameras were following something else.
But certainly Ian Loggy looked a little bit a groggy Loggy when he got out of the car.
Yeah, I know,
understandable.
that's a big impact. I mean, I think the shock, apart from anything else, let alone the physical impact that would have been sustained.
So he will go to the med centre to be checked over, and I'd like another look at where the car is, just to see if there are any tyre marks on the ground, because if it was a spin, you'd kind of think there might be some rubber marks down.
I looked to see where the car, it had come out of turn 4, that turn 3-4 complex, and then there's a short straight down into turn 5, and it was well off to the right, buried rear of the car into the barrier. So how it got there is something we will hopefully be able to bring you, maybe by going down and speaking to the team. They may have some insight. They may have had a chance to speak over the radio to Ian Loggy while he was still in the car, just out of concern for no other reason.
Well, great shame, because that's a proper privateer effort.
And it was going well.
Absolutely, and there it is. Now, okay, we're not seeing everything around it, but I can't see any time
There's
marks.
nothing there to indicate that the car, I suspect that it started much further towards the exit of turn 4, and it's gone either spinning or just simply rotating or just reversing, whatever. But I mean, to break a layer of Armco barrier like that.
And of course, they can't do anything about the barrier until the car is removed. So it's going to be, like John was suggesting, a fairly lengthy operation, this.
It's certainly going to take a moment or two to get the car removed. Then the maintenance, if you like to call it that, at the Paul Ricard circuit will have to go and dig out another maybe 1 or 2 layers of Armco, and whether those Armco posts to which the barriers are attached to have been damaged, or it's hard to tell. So it's going to be it's a relief for some of the drivers, there's no doubt about that. But on the other hand, it takes away from the spectacle of what was a really exciting opening hour bit between the two Bentleys, with the McLaren there, and the Lamborghini beginning to make moves and being particularly quick. I mean, lapping in the high 158s, low 59s.
Suggestion that Ian Logie looked a little bit wobbly when he got out of the car, being confirmed by the former GT racer Marcus Mai, who's watching at home. Marcus, I think, still has the award for having the biggest Blancpain accident that thankfully he was a survivor from at Spa going back a couple of seasons, and it was great to have him at Silverstone and Monza looking in great form, but avidly watching at home, and I think he would confirm that that was a fair old whack looking at the damage that's been done. But the car's then behind the leading Bentley at the moment, having to obey the 80 kilometres an hour speed limit effectively that happens when you have this full course yellow. And we were talking earlier about the fact that if you can get your car back, it is allowed to rejoin. But looking at the damage done to the Bentley and also the potential damage to Ian Logie, I'm not suggesting he's very badly injured, but he's certainly a little bit winded, a little bit bruised and a bit shaken by that. He may well not feel like going back out anyway, so we'll have to see what Team Parker Racing decides to do.
I think, David, to be truthful, it's academic, because the degree of damage that I can see at the rear, the left rear quarter of the Bentley, is not something that you're going to go back into the garage, put it up in the axle stands and replace parts. It'll be probably suspension mounts. Maybe it'll meet the chassis sending back to M Sport, going in to the jig, bits cutting out, bits being replaced. That was a big impact. You don't break Armco barrier that way and not do significant damage. I mean, all the rear suspension, where the differential, the transmission is supported, the subframes. Oh, you know, all I can see is a bill getting bigger every time I say it could be this, it could be that. You know, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching.
Yeah, the only person that's happy is Malcolm Wilson. No, that's a bit cynical.
Well,
but,
he's not happy, but I mean,
no,
obviously,
you know what I mean.
You know, this is a business for everybody. Every manufacturer has commercial support. Porsche, BMW, Audi, they all bring support. That in the need for a car getting a damage, a suspension or a corner, then it's there available to get your car back into the field.
So let's just recap the race order, because number 8 Bentley of Maxime Soulet leads, number 7 Bentley Guy Smith second, third Rob Bell's car, now with Conrad Edgar at the wheel, so it's McLaren in third, fourth it is Andrea Piccini, fifth heading Pro-Am Jiri Pisarik, sixth Will Stevens for Audi, seventh Abdulaziz Al Faisal in the Mercedes 00, eighth Oliver Morley in number 56 Mercedes, although the team manager of that car being summoned to the race director, as also is the team manager of 28 Will Stevens Audi. In 9th place, number 1 Dries Van Toor, and 10th is number 16 Jeroen Bleekemolen's Lamborghini.
Yes, race control's been pretty busy, even though we're an hour and 25 minutes or so into this race. And interesting that car 56 to race control immediately, whereas cars 90 and 28 to race control. Emphasis that car 56, get up here now. Yeah. You be prepared to get a spanking. And look at the barrier. I mean, that's just been ripped apart. So the Bentley is being gradually pulled away. You can see the damage, and that's bent around one of the supports. So I can't emphasize the degree of G-force and the distance that the car would have stopped in.
Now let's hear from Jelmer Berman next, because his 00 Mercedes is currently in 7th place. Jelmer having done the first stint, and the car in 7th spot overall. He's out of the car, he's down to the pit lane, ready to talk to Dakota.
Jelmer, so you are currently 7th right now. Do you think that you have the pace to catch up with the Bentley?
Well, the Bentley, I think, is a bit faster. We have a good car. The car's handling really well. High speed, sometimes a bit of oversteer, but it's actually a nice balance. And I think Maro and I, we both pushed the most we could. And it took a while to get past the Lambo. It was just the speed difference on the straight is quite big, so it's very difficult to overtake there. In the end, he got past. I could go a couple of corners later past the Lambo as well, so that was good. And I mean, after that, yeah, we pushed like hell. I think the Bentleys are still a bit quicker. Just before the weekend, we got a little bit smaller restrictor, and that's. I think we're a bit slower now, but anyway, still a good car, good balance. I think we can put up a good fight.
Do you think that any concerns in the race? You know, you just said you couldn't really get past the Lamborghini.
No, yeah, for sure it's a long race, so it's just keeping it together. We have good drivers on the car. Now it's Self-Isol in the car. Afterwards, Bernd will go in. And yeah, like I said, long race, so we just have to make sure we stay out of trouble and see where we end up after 3-4 hours, and then we can hopefully attack for the front.
Now tell me, what is it like driving when the sun is coming down?
It's actually nice because it's not as hot anymore, and it's better. I mean, in the end, with the high temperatures, it's very difficult to keep the tires, you know, not stress the tires too much. And with the track cooling down, the air temperature cooling down, the engines are running a bit faster, the tires are keeping a bit more grip, so it's more fun.
And I also wanted to thank you very much for helping us create that amazing film. You gave me quite a scare up the mountain, but you are a very impressive driver.
Thank you very much. That was fun. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That says it all, doesn't it?
There you go. So Jelmer Berman heads off to go and study the data. Second generation racer. And yes, Dakota, I understand they got a passenger ride in one of the road-going supercars earlier on in the week and was mightily impressed, as you would have just spotted.
Well, I could have come on my Jeep Renegade. I mean, what's the difference?
You smooth-talking devil, you. Right, we're on lap 37. We are under the full course yellow, and it's a Bentley 1-2, which I think somebody will probably tweet me if I'm wrong here, but this must be the most continuous laps Bentleys have dominated, mustn't it? They've done 36, being effectively the dominant brand, leading laps, and to have both cars up there is, I'm hedging my bets, unprecedented, because quite often we've seen one go well and the other one have dramas, but there they both are running together.
Yeah, I mean, they had great track position on the second row of the grid, and in the case of the pole position car, you start with your let's say your least strong driver. They're going to be mugged on the opening lap. There is the Bentley going back to the Team Parker Bentley, and let's try and zone in on that barrier. Now, once the car is cleared, there will be barrier already down in position, but it's the mounting post that I'm most concerned about, because you can see the way the barrier is very deformed. That's around the mounting post. So whether that is also, when the damaged 3 layers of barrier are removed and the 3 new bits of barrier are offered up, whether they'll fit or whether there's got to be a bit of a shipyard screwdriver applied to it, that's a hammer in anybody else's language, by the way, to ensure that the barrier hasn't been its integrity damaged. It's a slow process. And I know we're in France, and so they don't overexcite themselves when it comes to doing certain tasks, but I'd like to see a bit more urgency, a little bit more urgency. Look at that. Here we go. Shipyard screwdriver. He just takes the. I mean, that's the answer. That guy can't be a Frenchman. He wouldn't do it if he was a Frenchman.
So they run up the sleeves and get on with it here. Yeah, you were saying. So yeah, now
I mean, it's a difficult task, because the racetrack, you can see, is on the other side of the barrier. The return bit on the just coming out of turn 7.
So the barrier damage being attended to, and the end of the full course yellow is expected in another 10 to 15 minutes. So they're toiling away, and let's catch up on the highlights thus far. So a look back to the start of the race. Passin Lathoros, the pole position driver in the yellow Ferrari, blasting away, but he had Bentleys on one side, Bentleys on the other side, and Ferraris, and McLarens, and Lamborghinis, and Nissans, you name it, they all were behind him, diving down towards turn 1, but he managed to hang on to the advantage. Lathoros turned his way through turn 1 and 2 and 3, still ahead, and then the Bentleys started to gang up as they wriggled their way through turns 5 and 6, and it was on the Mistral straight where we got them 4 abreast, 2 Bentleys, plus a Ferrari, plus a McLaren, making their way up towards Signes. A great sight as the cars charged up towards the right-hander. Rob Bell getting the McLaren up into 3rd place as they worked their way through the corner. Early battles raging on right the way through the field. And the Audis getting themselves together with a hard-charging Frederic Verviche putting himself up ahead of the number 74 ISR car. Both Rover Racing BMWs, 98 and 99, had early woes and are in the pit lane, effectively out of the race. 51 Ferrari got involved with a number 23 Works Nissan, turned that around and got a tap in the tail from the IMSA Performance Porsche for its pains. A drive-through went the way of the Ferrari for causing the collision. Somebody else in a big hurry in number 25 was the Audi from the Santilot team. That turned Michael Brozniewski's Ferrari around, number 11. And then Jürgen Hering had a spectacular engine failure. Lots of fire out of the back. He managed to get the car off the road, thankfully not putting too much liquid down. But it then took a long time for the blaze to be extinguished, and we had our first of 2 full course yellows as the Porsche barbecued itself. Looking down from the drone, you can see the smoke spreading across the circuit, and it wasn't long before the marshals were there ready to get the blaze extinguished, and then the race back underway. And a great shot looking down onto Paul Ricard, the different layouts and the nature of the circuit. So under the full course yellow, approaching the end of the first hour, lots of people decided to make their pit stops, and Bentley, which had been first and third, came out first and second, having got themselves ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which fell back to third but maintained its Pro-Am class lead. A very full paddock here, and while the full course yellow period was going through, it was a very full pit lane. Black Falcon's Mercedes came down together. When the race got back underway, we had Bentley's first and second, with Maxime Soulet looking the quicker of the two. And looking down onto the circuit, the drivers continuing the battles. We've had a second full course yellow after Ian Loggie's Bentley went off the road, just before which Maxime Soulet took over the race lead. But some great shots of Paul Ricard and some great racing we've enjoyed as well.
Yeah, I think those drone shots. Oh, and there's what's that on the straight? Is that 2 cars contacting, and just in the background, it looked like a car was spun on, or maybe, no, I know they're doing
just aggressive weaving, yeah.
It was an extremely aggressive weaving. I don't like to see drivers weaving with that degree of aggression, because inevitably one day somebody's going to lose it completely. But some drivers feel that that's what they need to do to keep tyre temperature, not just the tread of the tyre, but the whole tyre carcass. Put energy into the whole sidewall of the tyre to get heat through the wheel, through the tyre, to have the grip when this race goes back to green. We were told, 5 minutes ago, it was going to be 10 to 15 minutes. We have yet to see whether any replacement Armco barrier has been offered up to the mounting posts for those barriers to be reattached to. So there, work in progress. And that's about the pace that's being done at.
Well, the car's out of the way, and the fact that the little Manitou vehicle has left the scene suggests that we're not long from getting the race back underway.
I mean, if they're going to leave the barriers like that, I would be extremely surprised, because their integrity has been completely compromised. You can't restart a race with barriers like that. You must be. Are you serious?
Well, if I were the race director, I wouldn't, but let's see what happens next. End of full course yellow in 10 minutes. That looks like now end of operation, not the beginning.
You've got jagged ends of barrier. I mean, that's just, I've never seen that before in my life.
But there's no replacement Armco there. There's an absence of people now as well.
Yeah, but maybe there's no replacement Armco, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, normally racetracks keep a supply of spare, certainly straight line Armco, and to see that, it's been bullied and beaten and whatever into some form of shape, but its whole integrity has been absolutely compromised.
Totally agree with you. So we'll see what happens next, but we are told end of full course yellow in 10 minutes. Do you put a tyre barrier in front of it as a stopgap?
I mean, I would certainly consider putting up tyre bail, or maybe a series of tyre bales.
Yeah.
At least the last thing you want. Remember Robert Kubica in a rally car when he broke the barrier. I mean, that's what barriers. I mean, if they are properly installed, properly conserved, that's fine. That's not good.
Now, how's number 1 Audi getting on? Let's just go to the pit lane, because Laurens Vanthoor in the 9th place car is with Dakota.
Laurens, you're currently P9 and you're 7th in class. How do you think the race is going for Audi?
Well, Fred did a really good job after the start. He gained a lot of position and his speed was good, so it's promising for the next part of the race. just a bit strange to see that some cars are losing or gaining 5 to 6 seconds on a full course yellow, where normally everybody should do 80 k's an hour. So let's see if Race Direction has a look on that. It's not really fair, but let's see. It's their job.
You look a bit concerned. What's going on in your mind?
No, just it's stupid to see such things. But yeah, like, again, it's not my job. It's Race Direction will have a look at it, I think. Obviously, I'm stressed when my teammates are driving. We want to do a good race. It's still long. I think we have a good car, especially to the end. But so many things are happening, so we need to keep on track and see where we are in the end.
Well, it's a long race, and when are you getting back in the car?
I'll do the last 2 hours, when it's dark and nice and cool.
So do you think you can pull off the steal from 9th to P1?
Well, I hope that my good teammates will give me the car a bit more in front than P9. I'll sure they do our best. And again, it's very difficult to say. I think we have a good car, but track conditions will change. It will get cooler, will get dark, so things will get different in the end. Things might change. Maybe some cars will gain some pace, some cars will lose some pace, so it's difficult to say.
And what is it like for you driving in the dark?
I pretty like driving in the dark. I'm still young, so I can see pretty good at night. It's special. It's more peaceful. You have more this tunnel view in front of you because you only see where your lights are going, and you don't see all the rest around the track. So I like it. I always enjoyed it. Let's see.
And you think this is good preparation for the upcoming Spa?
Yeah, sure. Spa is a big one. It's the one with the big points. It's the one everybody wants to win. And it's the one, if you win it, you're good in the championship. And this is a good preparation. It's the last one before that. So obviously, 24 hours is still a bit more than 6. But yeah, I think we're feeling quite confident for Spa this year. We won 2 years ago, and we want to repeat that this year. So let's see.
Okay, well, let's focus on this race right now, and we'll get to Spa later. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Interesting that WRT Audi are picking up that a number of driver, car, team combinations have actually gained some advantage in this full course yellow, which of course is totally contrary to the purpose. And of course, no doubt that it will be being pointed out to race director if he hasn't already. I'm sure he's picked it up, but nevertheless, it's one of those things that that one of the drivers in the team is expressing it, not just sort of letting it go by.
Yeah, number 41 Ferrari. I know it's one of the Pro-Am cars, but that is being warned that it must drive at 80 kilometres, and the team manager is being summoned to race control. But I'm sure there'll be others as well that will be offered up, because of course the 80 kilometres means that there's a delta time that can be given to each car, and the timekeeping system can flag up any transgressors. So I'm sure that will all come out in the wash once all that data is available at the end of this full course yellow period. So I suspect that Laurens Vanthoor need not worry too much. 4 hours and 20 minutes still to go, and we've just had number 34 Jiri Pisarik serving a pit stop, the Pro-Am leader. Also in there you can see number 50 Ferrari, the pole car. So that's the Patinathoras, Michele Rugolo, Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari, which was Lathoras, but he's given way now, so that car heads back into the race.
Yeah, I mean,
17th.
Probably a good opportunity to put one of the two, Rugolo, Michele Rugolo, or Alessandro Pierguidi, into that car. Still the 34. That's the lead. It is still the lead car in Pro-Am. It won't be now because of the pit stop, but it'll have a much fresher driver behind the wheel, and also on fresh rubber. So when this race goes green, it's a strategic and a clever move, I think, by the 34 Ferrari. This is the 51, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, this is 50. This just stopped, but 34 has pitted as well. Yeah.
So this car, this Michele Rugolo, it's all the way down in 17th place. I was looking at the lead car, but that's an interesting manoeuvre.
Yeah, but
as a full pro car.
But there's a part of me that thinks maybe you're wasting Michele Rugolo, because he can't do anything while we're under full course yellow. So why not use up all of your slower drivers' time in this situation where he can't make a difference, and keep a Rugolo or a Pierguidi for when it's absolutely flat chat green flag racing?
Well, I suppose the reason is they want to give themselves a margin of safety, in that we're being told it'll be another 5 minutes or maybe a 10. Well, no. Well, thank goodness somebody's had a bit of a second thought about it, and we're going to get a tyre bail placed in front of that damaged barrier. That's good news.
Yeah, so that was our suggestion, wasn't it?
Happy to see that being the case.
Good. Right, M Sport ready. So we're going to have a stop potentially at number 7. Vincent Abril to take over from Guy Smith, but not this time.
No, they went past. So again, probably Bentley following what Ferrari did and just anticipating that if they make their driver change while we're still under the full course yellow, all right, technically we could have stayed out another lap or 2 laps or maybe even 3 laps, but let's get it done now and be in position. We're not going to damage the tyres, and our driver will be fresh as a daisy and be able to get out and deliver immediately.
Just coming past our commentary booth window is the Bentley number 24, and we're now seeing the side of the car that we couldn't see before, where there's a lot of damage. Wheel ripped off, quite a lot of bodywork damage. So we saw the right-hand side of it from the camera shot.
Yeah.
It didn't look too bad. The left-hand side, very manual indeed.
It is. And that was a big impact. Yeah. And as I mentioned, that car's not going to be taken into the pits and oily ragged and sent back out again. So back to M Sport, I imagine.
But having just seen it, I wonder whether it was a failure that pitched it off the road.
Hard to tell. I suspect what's happened is the car has gone, the left front has taken the majority of the impact, and at the point of impact the car has rotated round. That's what I only can assume. Second guessing it from just seeing the car, as you quickly and cleverly observed, being brought back on one of the access roads. So we still have yet to find out what was the cause of that car's impact.
Now we're keeping Dakota busy out of this full course yellow, and she's managed to find Rob Bell, who bailed out of the 3rd placed McLaren.
Rob, you are currently P3 right now, and I believe you were just driving in the car. How was it?
Yeah, all good. Start was quite fraught as normal when you got 50 or 60 cars to get around the first lap. But you know, it was a 6-hour race, so everyone was quite fair and sensible, and the car was going really well. We're P3 at the minute, but I don't really know why. We seem to be losing time under the full course yellow. So we were 4 seconds behind the leader, and now we're 41. So a little bit of a mystery there. So we'll have to look at that after the race. But we're going great guns, and we're fingers crossed to go for a podium.
And is there anything you think you can do to catch up with the others? Because you looked quite fast in the beginning.
Yeah, thanks. We'll just keep going. You know, we've got a good car behind us. Good driver lineup, so we'll just keep pushing, and we're going to do a pit stop soon, and that might jump us a little bit. So we'll keep going, always fighting.
And when are you next back in the car?
That might change, so either in 5 minutes or an hour. Not sure yet.
Okay, well I'll keep an eye out for you. Good luck during this race.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
It's a fair point Rob Bell makes, because they were close and now 41 seconds behind. Where's that happened?
Fair point. I tell you what, you'd be hung, drawn and quartered for that in lesser areas. I mean, to lose 41 seconds when you were, within 5 seconds, that is outrageous.
But how's it happened is what I'm curious.
That's down to McLaren, to Garage 59, and no doubt Baz Linders will be on that, like the proverbial, to understand why. You don't lose the best part of 30 seconds or whatever it was when this full course yellow was instigated and to these 2 cars, and they will say we were running at 80 kilometers per hour, and that they will have evidence from their telemetry to back it up.
Is the McLaren stuck behind cars that aren't going quickly enough?
Well, that may well be part of the problem.
Yeah.
And everybody is mandated to run at that 80 kilometers per hour, but some drivers drift off.
So there you go. This is on board with the McLaren, and you've got the 2 BMWs. Now, if they're doing 75 rather than 80, it's all going to add up, isn't it?
Well, you know, what do you do? It's all that Garage 59 can do is you complain to race director that these cars are slowing down beyond what is mandated, and the consequence is it's having an potential outcome on the outcome of the event after 6 hours.
Yeah, the speed limit is 80 kilometers an hour, but I don't think the regulations say you have to drive at 80.
Well, I think there's an element of that everybody is required.
10 seconds before green flag.
Bentley's in.
5, 4, 3.
They've timed that badly.
2, 1. Green flag now.
Right, we're back racing. Alain Adam gives the countdown. The Bentleys have pitted. And so I think Bentley might have timed that a lap too late. Admittedly, they've got quite a big advantage now, that 40 seconds, but they're going to lose the lead on this pit stop.
Yes, and McLaren, there is going to be the lead car, having made their, well, they've been Con Ledegaard got in, some 15 laps ago. That car will take control. They're going to be out of sync with the Bentleys. The Bentleys are stopping at, well, it's 4 hours, 40 minutes to go. So that looks like they've been caught short.
Yeah, they've done it a lap too late, like I say, because now they're going to have to sit there for 94 seconds and everybody else is at racing pace, whereas if they'd... no, they're not going to sit there for 94 seconds because one of them has just gone. Now, I think 7 has gone back into the race. Now, if they didn't change tyres, they've been able to salvage that pit stop. 7 has just... One of the cars has just left the pit lane. Couldn't see the number because looking at the back of it from our window. But if you start changing tyres, then you have to adhere to that pit stop maximum time, and 8's just left as well. That wasn't 94 seconds. I think they've kept them on that same set of tyres, so they've just done fuel.
Well, I mean, it's a sort of that's a real throw-the-dice manoeuvre.
So there's 8, which will maintain track position over 7, but by not changing tyres and just refuelling, if they've kept the same driver, which I think they did, but I couldn't see, then
one would assume that Soulé is still behind the wheel.
Yeah, and Smith likewise. So what that has done is kind of do half a pit stop, and therefore they've not had to worry about that maximum time because they didn't change tyres. That's a bit of a save.
I don't know whether Guy Smith would have been replaced or not. Guy's been in the car for nearly 2 hours, an hour and 50 minutes. So I would have assumed that number 7 Bentley may well, in fact, they're saying Vincent Abril is into the car.
Right.
So Guy Smith, that was the difference in maybe the time of the pit stops. Refuel, driver change, get out before the 74 seconds is up.
Yeah. So that 74 seconds only kicks in once you start changing tyres. So by not changing tyres, then they should be okay on that. So just to reiterate, it was fuel and go for Soulé. It was fuel and a new driver for 7.
Yeah.
We've seen Vincent Abril getting ready, so that was the difference. But by not touching the rubber, that has saved them some time. So it wasn't quite the calamity we feared it might have been.
I mean, it might be the cleverest move we're going to see all day. It was a risk move, and I think they probably would have liked the safety car, or the full Courchevello not to have been withdrawn just at the point they came in. So it'll take a little bit of time for this all to unfold. But in the meantime, there is our lead car, the number 58, Garage 59 McLaren with Com Ledegaard behind the wheel, and we now have to wait to see who is second. It looks like the Mercedes, the 00 Mercedes.
Yeah, Alfa Isel.
Yeah.
There it is, and then third is Oliver Morley, there he is, and fourth there is Soulé. So Maxime Soulé is fourth, and the gap first to fourth is 14 seconds. So the Bentleys are still very, very much in the hunt here.
I think it's the number 7 Bentley that's got the advantage, because Guy Smith had been in for an hour, 50 minutes or so. Vincent Abril is going to get in fresh, so that's an advantage. There's slightly off sort of difference in Soulé staying in the car, Vincent Abril getting in. Interesting to see how all that will shade out.
But also interesting now to see how the tyres are going to cope with another stint in these hot temperatures. So it could be that towards the end of this next 65 minutes being the maximum time for a stint, that the Bentleys start to drop away if the tyres are going off.
I think the tyres were going off on the Bentleys towards the end of the first hour. Certainly in the case of number 7, it looked like Guy Smith had more of a struggle than the sister car, the number 8. And we also saw with the McLaren, they were getting oversteer coming towards the end of a stint. We saw Rob Bell coming through turn 7 and the back end of the car snapping aggressively. Never a comfortable way to drive a race car.
And a big spin, whoa, and contact and mayhem, and that is 00 Mercedes having to take evasive action. I think that was the number 10 Lamborghini that triggered it all, wasn't it? The Ombra racing car that got it well wrong.
Turn in, off brakes, and just unloaded the rear of the car. And around she went. Lucky didn't. I mean, the Mercedes took avoiding action, well read.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, could have been another full Courchevello for all we know.
Yeah, Stefano Costatini was the man behind the wheel of it, and 38 was another car involved in all of that. The Michele Cerruti, Raffaele Giannone, Alberto Di Falco Lamborghini. Let's have another look at it.
Well, the Mercedes way, way quicker. It moves up the inside, and then all of a sudden, well, I don't understand what that's all about.
Thankfully, could have been a lot worse. No contact ensued, but Costatini having a big spin just about gets away with it, so that frightens the race leader a little bit. As there, up the inside goes Soulé. That puts him ahead of Oliver Morley.
Yep. Well, Maxime Soulé is on his way. He's got more traffic ahead of him. We've seen how the Bentleys have had to struggle with the Ferraris in a straight line.
Yeah.
So again, two cars racing each other.
Whoa.
Collision in turn 4 now. That was completely and utterly pathetic.
And that's the same two that were doing silly things up at the top of the lap on the previous lap. So once again, you've got in the middle of all of that the 38 Lamborghini, the Stefano Costantini as well, getting in the mix. And that happening in front of the race leaders as well. So Raffaele Giannone is in 38, incidentally. Right, Bentley on Mistral straight. Still find it interesting how the tyres are going to cope. If they were struggling at the end of an hour, they're now being asked to do 2 stints here.
I think there's a difference in the setup of the two Bentleys, 7 and 8. The number 8 car to me looks like it's using its tyres more efficiently. The number 7 car looked like it was using them more aggressively. Now that's just a gut feeling from all those years behind the wheel.
So race order: Comme Ledegar leading for McLaren, second 0-0 Mercedes, Abdulaziz Al Faisal. Third is now number 8 Maxime Soulet, ahead of Oliver Morley's blue Mercedes in the background, that's still leading Pro-Am, so the Black Falcon car going very well here. Fifth should be number 19 now, which is the car in the hands of Beton. And in sixth, Jiri Pisarik, who is now second, I should say, in Pro-Am. And number 7 is slow, is it?
Well,
not too slow.
It's difficult to tell just in that shot. The light now getting lower and lower in the sky. Hard just sometimes to determine whether a car has actually maybe dropped off a little bit. Vincent Abril behind the wheel, currently in 10th place. Last lap was a 2:01, which is, considering Maxime Soulet did a 2:09, so the Bentley's not a million miles apart, but is that going into, there's Malcolm Wilson looking concerned.
And ready, guys, he said. It's coming in, isn't it?
So there is something going on with number
clear the garage.
7 Bentley.
Get the car in.
What is that? Has he picked up a puncture? Is it something that we can't quite see coming into the pitch? That left rear, difficult to tell whether it's mechanical or whether it's something as fundamental as a tyre that's been cut.
So what's that? 1 lap? Out and straight back in. He's not got over the timing line, has it?
I think he did 1 lap
over
the timing line.
Okay.
I think. I'm not sure. I mean, his last lap was a 2:01, so he was over the timing line at least once.
Okay, ignore the fact that it said Guy Smith on your graphic. It is Vincent Abril behind the wheel as it comes down the pit lane.
I mean, when you're leading the race 1-2 comfortably in the first hour, why does it not stay the same? Because it's motor racing.
Right, so...
If it was easy, it was easy.
Indeed. If it was easy, everyone could do it.
Going into the garage.
It will do, because we've seen them clear it. They're going to swing the car in first of all. Shouldn't need fuel, because it's only done a lap, possibly 2 at the most. And in it goes. But this, I'm afraid, is not good news for number 7.
No, it's not. There's nothing obvious that we can see on the right-hand side of the car. I don't think it's anything particularly obvious, and that's not a puncture, because obviously if it was, they would have replaced the tyre in the pit lane. So it is a mechanical or an electrical issue.
Yeah, the reason it goes into the garage is so that there's more space and more people can work on it as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, so it makes sense. But it also, therefore, says it is a big issue, and it's around the...
the front suspension.
Is it discs and pads? No.
Lead McLaren in. Comme Ledegar.
Okay, now Rob Bell said he might be getting in 5 minutes or an hour. There's no suggestion of a driver change this time around.
And that will put the number 8 Bentley in. Yes, it will. It will put the number 8 Bentley into the lead.
Or second
pace,
depending on whether it's got past the Mercedes
well,
double O yet.
Yes,
it's nearly done.
Yeah, nearly, yes, just under a second.
Yeah.
Ledegar stays on board, so just fuel taken from the McLaren.
Exactly, so no tyres, so you don't have to worry about this 74 to 94 second stop. Here's number 7.
Oh, that's that is. I just wonder, is that something like a power steering pump or something? You know, there's clearly it could be a brake issue. I mean, there was certainly some kind of fluid created that steam that we saw. They're all diving in and around the front of the car. That's not brakes they're working on.
No.
Was it a damaged radiator? Well, you know, the team are not going to offer up a reason why, because information is knowledge to your competitors. So it either was a radiator, maybe a power steering pump, maybe something to do with the brakes. I think it's more likely to be radiator, power steering pump related. And there are the principals, and they're not interested in telling Dakota, our pit lane reporter, what that issue is, or not at this stage.
Stephen Kane looking very disappointed as well. So for a change, it's 8 that carries the hopes, not 7. And an incident between number 7 Bentley and number 90 is under investigation. Now 90 is the Spirit of Race Ferrari, the compact Gianmaria Balzan car, So has contact started, whatever the problem is now with the Bentley? Is that a sort of residual problem after a contact with the Ferrari?
I think that's a fairly fair point of view, but there wasn't any apparent marks that would indicate contact with another car. The front of the Bentley, both sides look to me to be relatively, nothing more than just the general detritus that gets, stuck to the side of a car. Is the Mercedes, and that's the Oliver Morley car. Comes in the Bentley now, takes over the lead. So Maxime Soulet has taken the lead with the Mercedes coming in to the pits. There's the Bentley back out. So whatever the task that they had to do has been completed. Whatever caused that, whether it was fluid of one description, whether it was power steering pump fluid, water, oil, we don't know, but anyway, the car has been serviced, hopefully repaired for good, but obviously lost not just track position, but probably a lap at the boot.
Yeah, that's the killer, isn't it?
So he came in slowly as well, that didn't help.
Yeah, it's a slow in lap, you're right, and it's shown as being in 39th place. So there is Abdulaziz Al Faisal, who is in to... Does he give way?
It has given way, yes.
Now, the Bentley was an ABS problem, we understand.
We weren't a million miles wrong. It was sort of fluid related.
And it's fixed and the car's back in the race, is what we're being told from the pit lane. So, an ABS issue.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a hose attached to the brake system. May well have just suddenly, under pressure, has just given up the ghost. I mean, the team were on it very quickly. They probably had a very good idea from all the sensors around the car, the areas to look in. And at the front of the car, wheels off, heads in the wheel guard to see the offending item, addressed it, replaced it, bled it, which you've got to do with any ABS or any power fluid systems in the car, got it back out again. Being a rally-based team, which is what M Sport is fundamentally all about, they know how to service a car in ultra-quick time.
And the point you made about it being a slow in-lap, it was a long in-lap, wasn't it? Because the issue happened at
here.
turn one. It couldn't have been in a worse place.
Absolutely. Couldn't have been any worse. Had to do the best part of a full lap. And when you've got little braking or virtually no braking because your power brake system, your ABS system has malfunctioned, you just cannot afford to take a risk. So who's now behind the wheel? Like the Mercedes that was 0-0. We saw a driver change.
Well, I reckon it should be Ben Schneider, shouldn't it?
We've
had Al Faisal. It should be Ben Schneider.
Bring on, bring on Bernd.
It is Schneider. It's confirmed on the screen.
Wonderful. Masterclass in GT3 racing from Bernd Schneider.
Yeah. Like a fine wine. The older he gets, the better he gets.
Watch and learn.
Yeah. Metronomic lap times coming up. Won't stress the car and will deliver. 56 is in, so Oliver Morley gives way. Out he gets.
It is, yeah.
And
good job, Oliver Morley.
Yeah.
In high company has done a very good job. He's driving, outstandingly well, I think.
Agreed.
Considering the performance he had at Silverstone, and again being followed up here so far at Paul Ricard.
Miguel Torrio will take over.
Yep.
So, it's been a very dramatic first, what have we had,
2
couple of hours or so. Yeah.
Just about the 2 hour point.
Maxime Soulet leads now from Michele Beretta in number 19 Lamborghini.
Well, where's that graphic come from? Wolfgang Reib?
Well, it's the right car, but the wrong driver. Yes,
well,
all those drivers largely are wrong, I'm afraid to say. So ignore the drivers' names, but the car and the track position is correct. So it is Bentley still leading the way.
So we're just within seconds of the 2 hour mark coming up. And the race now beginning to settle in. The first 2 hours were at different points pretty frenetic. We had 2 safety car or full course yellow interventions. But now that we've gone through the first round of pit stops and we're getting people now coming in for their second round, with others having opportunistically stopped to try and take advantage, just to take on fuel, not tyres. In the case of the number 7 Bentley, they took the opportunity to get Guy Smith, give him some relief, having been in the car for an hour and 50 minutes. Vincent Abril took over that car. And the picture of the race is changing.
It is. And also, the light is changing. Paul Ricard looking a little bit different now because we are at 8 o'clock local time. And
ooh, I can smell a couple of Rouget on the barbecue.
Which I could.
Rouget the fish of the Mediterranean. Delicious.
The red wine hasn't arrived yet. I assume you ordered it, John.
I didn't order the red wine because we are professionals.
Oh, yes. I've forgotten that.
That'll be tomorrow in the garden in Oxford.
Some of us will still be here enjoying GT racing.
I'll be watching and listening.
I should hope so too. We've got 2 more races to come for GT cars tomorrow. The Blancpain GT Sports Cup, there's the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo, there's Formula V8 3.5, there's a whole day yet to enjoy it. Paul Ricard, there are 4 hours of this yet to enjoy. Now, Beretta held up in traffic. Number 16 there also you're looking at, getting through the traffic, is the second of the Lamborghinis. Now that's 5th, and that's Rolf Ineichen at the wheel. He was out in the earlier Lamborghini race today, and Ineichen is coming under pressure from Jasmin Jaffar. That is a genuine battle for position, and that's 5th and 6th, hitting the Mistral straight now.
Yeah, I mean, right now probably that is the closest battle of the top 10. Jaffar in 6th place, trying to do a bit of well. There's smoke coming from the back of that Lamborghini. Look at it. The bank, the left bank of the Lamborghini is about to deposit lots and lots of fluid over the windscreen of the Mercedes. And, well, that's a bit of a blow for the Lamborghini. Now the Mercedes, as it got past, I think it has hard to tell, coming up in light into the camera lens. Lamborghini pulls off, and realization that there is a problem.
So that battle for 5th has just gone by the board as Dries Vanthoor goes around the outside in the Audi. So that car's going to be in at the end of the lap, isn't it, with a problem?
Yep, and that's a problem, again, no doubt, a fluid problem. Whether it's a water line, an oil line, or a fluid line of one sort or another, as the number 1 Audi all over the back of one of the AM Ferraris, trying whatever to not trip over itself, and at the same time let young Dries Vanthoor slide up the inside, which he does successfully. There is the lead, or that was the lead McLaren. It is now down in 8th place with Rob Bell being shown, but that almost wrong. They never changed from Rob Bell to Tom Ledegaard, so it has still to be Tom Ledegaard.
Correct, yes. And so Ledegaard goes through. Now, Rolf Ineichen has stayed out, even though we were concerned and we saw that smoke. The car has stayed out there.
Very strange. I mean, he clearly slowed down because he was being advised by the pits that he has a problem. But yet he didn't come into the pits. Maybe the team are trying to work on the problem from the pit lane. Bit arm's length, you would say.
Absolutely. But stays out, doesn't lose too much time for the moment. The car's down in 8th place. Through the traffic goes Ledegaard as 42 Ferrari totters off the road and then comes back and squeezes Ledegaard up towards the curb.
I mean, what are these guys doing? I mean, I know they all think they're racing drivers, but when you've got a car that's way quicker than you, ahead of you on the road by 1,000,000 miles, why bother? Just do the sensible thing and let it go through, because the driver of the quicker car will appreciate it, and actually you're not going to lose any ground to anybody.
Now those pit stops, just having a look at the total time that has been taken, shows you that number 8, which is the leading car, has been in the pits for 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Number 19 chasing it, 2 minutes 40 being in the pits. Now number 75, which is Philippe Salaquada, has only made 1 pit stop thus far, and that's why it's only got 58 seconds against it, whereas over 3 minutes for number 1 Audi that's made 2 pit stops. So it's interesting, but it's slightly out of sequence in as much as number 75 has only pitted the once, and that's an interesting strategy because it's brought the car up into 4th place.
Correct. And whether that's good thinking on the hoof or just a bit of good circumstance, but I never use the word good luck. Luck you make. And it looks like the 75 Audi has made its own luck and drawn itself up into 4th place.
Philippe Salaquada at the wheel at the moment, and it's up into 3rd because Jiri Pisaric has lost a couple of places on that last lap. So it's Soule ahead of Michele Beretta, Salaquada is 3rd, Jasmin Jaffar is 4th, 5th is Pisaric, 6th is Dries Vanthoor. So number 1 Audi, 6th, 40 seconds away from the leader. It's not out of the question that it could come back into the mix. 7th now is Ledegaard, 8th is the Lamborghini you're looking at there, the green Lamborghini of Rolf Ineichen. In 9th place now is number 3 Audi with Rodrigo Baptista at the wheel, and in 10th place number 101 Lamborghini, Daniel Zampieri.
And the Lamborghini that we thought was a bunch of shredded engine into a zillion pieces on the Mistral straight back up to pace. Quickest car on the track still, Maxime Soule lapping in the high middle 159s. but it is Jasmine Jafar in the 4th place, number 84 Mercedes, who is another driver on the move, running on that last lap 0.8 of a second quicker than Philippe Salaquada. The gap was 1.6 seconds. So Jasmine Jafar potentially in the next 3 or 4 laps could find himself in the top 3.
I'd go along with that, as we're at 8:05 local time. At 8:30, night lighting must be used, according to the race director. Now, is number 19 Lamborghini doing anything about the race leader? No. At the moment, the Bentley in the lead is lapping sub 2 minutes. The only other car doing that is Dries Vanthoor within that leading group. Where is number 7 after its lengthy pit stop? It's in 42nd place, Vincent Abril. So effectively, it's 2 laps down, and that might not sound a lot, but it's huge. I mean, that effectively is game over.
Well, I mean, if you're at a 24-hour race and you're 2 laps down, you think, well, I might have a chance because of obviously full course yellows or a safety car intervention. Getting out of sync, you can actually draw back. But in a 6-hour race, or what is now just under a 4-hour race, all you can do is use the best you've got, drive the wheels off the car, and you never know. You might get into the top 20, you might get into the top 15, you might get into the top 10. But effectively, the number 7 Bentley's goose has been shot.
Yeah, and it goes back to the point people were making to you on the grid, that it's a 6-hour sprint. It's not a case anymore of drive round at 8/10, 9/10 and wait for other people to have problems and pick up the pieces. You have got to be fast, flat out, but reliable for 6 hours.
Yeah, and Jasmine Jafar is doing precisely that. He's now less than half a second behind Philippe Salaquada for that 3rd place slot. Just getting from the pit lane what we thought was actually a mechanical problem on the number 16 Lamborghini. Turns out to be a bit of bodywork, inner guard or whatever, and it was a tyre rub, not a tie rub, but a tyre rub, and it then discarded itself, and we're back at the races.
Yeah, Rolf Eichen, first year of racing at this level, doing a decent job, and that car then in 8th place, 47.4 seconds back. But, you know, with 3 hours and 51 minutes to go, a lot can yet shake out. So don't rule that car out of the equation. Your own Blancpain yet to get into it. Now there is the fight for 3rd. And Jafar at the inside of Salaquada, who fends him off. Remember the white Audi, having only made 1 pit stop, up in 3rd place. And Salaquada now being given a real workover by Jasmine Jafar, who relieved Dominic Baumann in that car.
Yeah, but Jafar has to be patient. This is a difficult part of the racetrack to find a clean way to get around somebody. I bet you he's going to have a pop down into turn 15, down the inside, you know, do a normal single-seater thing, lob it down the inside, see what you can get away with. No, he's stayed on the outside, he's going to get the undercut. Hopefully we'll get better traction and drive off the corner as the Audi runs wide over the curb, and that's the consequence of staying out for only 1 pit stop in a 2-hour slot. So the Mercedes has got better traction, but the straight line speed for Philippe Salaquada matches that of Jasmine Jafar. The only thing is Jasmine Jafar weighs less than a wet hanky, and the power to weight ratio is slightly more advantageous and gets into that successfully 3rd place.
But have a look behind, because there comes Dries Vanthoor. Now he doesn't weigh a lot either, going back to your wet hanky analogy. So Vanthoor in number 1, that car suddenly very much in contention.
And his last lap was 1:59.0. So the 17-year-old brother of megastar Laura has made a beautiful clean pass. Now that was probably not opportunism, that was well thought out, but assisted by Philippe Salaquada, who was probably on message that there's a charge coming from Dries Vanthoor, now in 4th place, and trying to hone down the gap between the Mercedes-Benz, which is just probably fractionally over a second. But it's the pace of these 2 young guns. Vanthoor, 17 years of age. Jasmine Jafar, probably early 20s, haven't got his vital statistics just at hand, as I normally do. And this is going to be another battle inside the top 6, which is going to be a great deal of fun to watch. 2 young Chargers, both out of single-seater racing, know where to go, have come into the Blancpain GTC Endurance and Sprint Series and are driving the wheels off their cars. There is 3rd place Mercedes. Directly behind it is the 4th place Audi. There will be excitement in both the HTP Mercedes-Benz garage and the WRT Audi garage as they see these 2 lions, young lions, go about their stints Oh, it's not like when it said stents. Stents are a different thing.
Absolutely altogether.
Stints.
Only 3 hours and 49 minutes to go, John. We'll be fine.
You might need a stent.
Yes,
for that.
absolutely. The end of it. Right, Vantor is becoming the gun to watch, isn't he? Up into 4th place. At equal lap times, how about that? Jafar and Vantor to the 1,000th. 2 minutes 0.227. Absolutely dead set. Match the lap time of one another to 1,000th of a second. So nobody gains, nobody loses. But Vantor now, perhaps with a point to prove, because remember that middle stint at Silverstone, he kind of got mugged in traffic, didn't he, by Jafar? Well, he'll have learned from that, and here he is taking the fight to the Mercedes as they wriggle their way down towards turn 5.
Now, we've heard from some of the Mercedes drivers that the main straight, the Mistral straight, doesn't play to the strength of the Mercedes. Again, it's all part of this magical system called balance of performance. The Audi has never been outstanding, we know that, here at Paul Ricard. Now, some people, conspiratorialists, say if they have a slightly sub-performance here at Paul Ricard, they may get something for Spa 24. What a load of cynics. Those people have no place whatsoever in motorsport. It doesn't work like that. Lecture over, move on. Look at this. Vantor, 17 years of age, gets up alongside, and he's managed to make the pass stick. Good job, Dries Vantor.
Absolutely right. And so, confidence increasing. Lap time's getting better and better. Off he sets now in pursuit of the top 2. Now, they're 20 seconds up the road, but it's not the end of the world, is it? Because we know that Dries is quick, and we know that he's got brother Lawrence to do the last 2 hours in that car. So, number 1, creeping back into the mix here. It's not that long ago that Dakota Jane in the pit lane was talking to Lawrence Vantor, and the car was in 7th. Well, now it's in the top 3 and looking pretty more optimistic.
You know, winning motor races is in part about, obviously the driver is the key, but that's a biased view. Motorsport is a team sport, especially endurance racing. And when you've got a team in the pits who match what you do on the track, it doesn't get any better than that. And that's a very strong driver lineup. Fred Verviers, the Vantor brothers. But I mean, Dries Vantor has really been, I think, outstanding in his stint. We're watching it. He's coming up to lap traffic. He's got to be careful. He's got a Bentley, I believe. Is that the number 7 Bentley ahead of him? Coming through turns 1 and 2. He doesn't want to lose momentum. In fact, one of the Team Parker Bentleys, he doesn't need to lose momentum because he knows that if he does, Jasmine Jafar is going to be all over him like the proverbial rash, as he is now coming into turns 3 and 4. And the Mercedes will stick his nose down the inside as the Bentley stays way offline and lets. But again, look, McLaren right up at the show as well. So we've got 1st, 2nd, and what was it? Sorry, it's not 3rd,
3rd, 4th, 5th.
3rd, 4th, 5th. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
All now covered by what, a 2nd. We sort of didn't quite catch that one. The McLaren Com Ledegar has done good work looking on board the McLaren as it creeps closer to the tail of the Mercedes. Goes one way, has to go the long way around. Coming up into scene, he'll have the racing line. He'll be able to hold the throttle open that little bit longer. And again, Jasmine Jafar just doesn't have the straight line performance to counter the speed of the McLaren.
Just also to mention, 75 Salaquadra has made his 2nd pit stop now, or that car has, as way wide they run. Backmarker Bentley over the curb. Ledegar then up into 4th at the expense of Jasmine Jafar. So the BOP around here potentially not as kind to Mercedes as they would have liked. Ledegar is on a mission. It's going to be interesting now, isn't it, to see Dries Vantor versus Com Ledegar, because they're absolutely nose to tail for 3rd place.
And Dries Vantor had to go ultra defensive, stayed on the inside of the line coming into turn 11. Turn 12, and consequently would have lost a little bit of momentum off through this next sequence of corners. Needs to be careful because he's going to have to find a way to get past the Bentley cleanly. Will want to do it on drive off the final turn, turn 15, as Com Ledegar will be looking to try and wrong foot the young Belgian driver. On board with the McLaren, looking to see can he run down the Audi on the run up into turn 1. The Bentley just pulls away.
Yeah.
And Dries Vantor can't do anything about it, can't even get close enough to get alongside.
That last lap was nearly 2 seconds slower by Vantor than it was of Ledegar because of the traffic. Again, he has a look at the inside, but even though that's a back marker, he's still got to race to get past, such as the BOP. It's just not easy. He doesn't breeze on by. Through he goes now. Ledegar follows him, Jafar follows him, so 3 of them absolutely tied together.
Wow, up the inside. Oh, Jasmine Jafar had a look up the inside and come Ledegar almost wrong-footed by the pace of the young Thai driver in the Mercedes number 84. So great little battle going on here for this third, fourth and fifth positions. And the McLaren has got good straight line speed.
But while they're squabbling like this, of course, they're in real terms falling back from the top two. Soulé and Beretta lapping at 2 minutes, whereas 2:03 for Vantor, 2:03 for Jafar. Ledegar was 2 minutes, but now he's got stuck in traffic. The lap times will be slower.
Yeah, well, the traffic is going to be the critical thing for these cars, these battling cars in third, fourth and fifth. So Vantor gets up the inside of the Bratislava Lamborghini. Com Ledegar gets through also on the inside going into turn 11. And Jasmine Jafar is the one that's been sort of hung out to dry. He needs to make a move up on the inside, but he isn't close enough to do it. So he will have to wait again, because through turns 12, 13 and 14, just this is the nature of the Paul Ricard circuit. You can't build up enough momentum to go the long way around. Look, even the Mercedes of Jafar couldn't do anything with the Lamborghini being held up now. Goes to dive down the inside, but the Lamborghini again. I mean, when you get a Lamborghini, you get 2 wing mirrors. Why do you not use them? Things.
So over the timing line they come, and again the traffic affecting the situation up front. Leaders go through. Now Soulé has got 22, nearly 23 seconds in hand over Beretta. Beretta has got nearly 23 seconds in hand over Vantor, but then you're talking tenths.
So the McLaren coming closer to the tail of the Audi, and Com Ledegar is going to hope he's not going to make a pass here, because one of those slower cars up front, he's going to wait until he gets onto the straight, because that's where the McLaren appears to have a marginal advantage, as the slow AM Ferrari is putting itself in all the wrong bits of the track. Ledegar gets up alongside and has made the squeeze on the inside going into turn 6. And Dries Van Thor goes onto the dirty bit of the track. Jasmine Jafar also trying to get through, but Van Thor recovers.
Or does he? Because he's off the road again, and up the inside goes Jafar. So through he goes. Dries Van Thor does get roughed up in the end. He's back on track, but more lessons learned, I'm afraid. Having said he was doing a really good job to begin with, he's ended up gaining ground and then losing ground.
And the Bentley's going to pass him again.
Yeah.
So he's lost momentum onto the straight, and all that frustration of trying to get through the slow traffic has just unravelled itself.
And look at the way now that Ledegar has just gone storming away into the distance up the road. So there is Jafar, now running in 4th place, turning his way through Signe, but once released, if you like, from through the traffic. So Ledegar just goes storming away again. He's up into 3rd place, but that McLaren, with Shane van Gisbergen yet to have his go behind the wheel.
Grizzly.
Absolutely. Grizzly van Giz, he will take over before the end, of course, and then it's going to fly. And it's gone very rapidly thus far as well. So there's...
What's that? Somebody went way, way wide coming into turn 12.
So we're looking at Cam.
Well, we've missed that. So there is the McLaren, again stuck behind 53, which is the Bonnetempi car, and can't be all over Beretta, sure. A different Beretta. So there is Van Thor, who has lost out massively in that little battle of traffic, and again McLaren struggling to get up alongside the 53 Ferrari coming into turns 1. And that will again hold the progress, the pace that the 58 McLaren had been able to display. So down into turn 3 and 4. Again, nothing. Why do the drivers in these cars that are being lapped not understand that they're just destroying the pace of the race? Look, he sticks his nose up and he's about to get it cut off. Fortunately, Ledegar had the presence of mind. The tail of the Ferrari swings. Now, what's that all about? I've never seen anybody do that in my life. Com Ledegar, what were you doing?
Well, it gets him out of the traffic. It gets ahead of the back markers.
That's not the racetrack. He gained advantage. He's got to give that back up again.
Let's see what the race director says.
He's got to give it back up. You can't cut a corner to pass somebody.
I think he just did.
Yeah, but he's going to have to give it back up again. The race director's probably got steam coming out of every part of him. You're going, what happened? What happened there? I mean, I've never ever in my life seen a driver do that.
Well, for now, it has worked, but for how much longer will it have worked? Of course, it's going to be rather hard to give that place back because more and more people have gone through the traffic, so maybe Ledegar could just have that one as a buy.
Well, he might get a time penalty.
He might do. Yeah. And a spin in the background. Yes. The Parker Bentley goes around, so having been lapped and unlapped and lapped again, he's now had a spin. Right, so we're almost at the halfway point. We're approaching half distance, and a different dynamic of the race now shaping out.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know what Baz Linders has got to say about that. I mean, that is, I have never, to my knowledge, seen a driver make a decision, a conscious decision to shortcut a corner by such a margin. I mean, I understand the frustration, and I was banging on, as I normally do, about back markers.
You bang on, Tom.
Banging on,
no,
back
I
markers.
won't hear it.
Get out of the way. It's got nothing to do with you.
Meanwhile, Comme Ledegar is third. He may not stay third for much longer, but at the moment he's third. Jafar is fourth, and what's happened to Vantor? He has pitted. So number one has pitted and fallen out of the equation, therefore.
And car 52. Our good friends David Cameron, Matt Griffin and Davin Rizzo.
Do you want to have another go at that?
No, I didn't see that, did I?
You mean Duncan Cameron?
Duncan Cameron, what did I call him?
David
Cameron.
Yes.
Oh, I wonder where that came from. Oh my goodness me. I wonder why that name subliminally came to mind.
Yes. The Cameron Griffin Rizzo coalition is being warned about track limits. Right, let's have a quick run of the order. Soule's Bentley leads, second Michele Beretta's Lamborghini, third Comme Ledegar's McLaren, fourth Jasmine Jafar Mercedes. Then there's been some shuffling. Fifth Daniel Zampieri Lamborghini, sixth Michele Rugolo Ferrari, seventh heading Pro-Am is Jiri Pisarik, but he's only 0.7 of a second ahead now of Marco Mappelli in the Barwell Lamborghini that started from the pit lane and is up into 8th overall, second in Pro-Am. In 9th is 23 Lucas Ordóñez in the Nissan that's come out of nowhere, and 10th is number 3 with
Team
Baptiste at the
managers
wheel.
of car 25 and 58, true race control. Team manager of the lead car, Baz Linders, and the 25, which is that, I think the Ferrari that was not being helpful, have been advised, I think the best way to put it.
25 is the Santalock Audi, so that's
great.
nothing to do with the McLaren's incident. And 58 still third, not yet leading. But yes, the team managers are going to race control for reasons that we will elicit. And there's the leading car, Bentley number 8, still going strongly.
Yep, and lapping in the low 2 minutes and half a second. The 19 Lamborghini running, waiting to see it come across the finish line, 22 seconds behind. Pretty much matching the pace of the Bentley. Maybe the odd lap or two slightly quicker, roughly the same pace. But that's the battle for the lead. You've got the 58 McLaren in third place. That's a further 23 seconds behind race leader, but 23 seconds also behind second place. So there is the situation that we saw. And now watch what happens. Comme Ledegar has gone AWOL. I mean,
could he not say that he did that to take evasive action from a Ferrari that was sideways ahead of him?
In my view, no.
Okay. Well, that's one excuse that he might try and use.
I mean, he went from here, just cut across. If a car is about to lose its control, you don't suddenly anticipate something that may or may not happen. You have to react to what has happened.
Now, we've had the change of lead in Pro-Am. So Marco Mappelli's Barwell Lamborghini has gone through now ahead of Jiri Pisarik. We've been watching the overall situation, but we've had that change. This is 23, which is Lucas Ordóñez now trying to work his way through the traffic. The car is in 9th place overall, and it's had 2 pit stops like everybody else it's battling with, so it's on the right kind of strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's a case of slowly catch the monkey, and it's doing that right now on the straight, catching up to the Bentley and just going to try and get the job done before they get into scene. So Lucas Ordóñez, and we've got, yes, he does. He gets cleanly through into the very quick, challenging, but ultimately most satisfying scene corner. Then into the more frustrating, this long, never-ending, tire-loading, torturing turn 11. Where if you get your car balanced properly, you can nip up the inside. We've seen a number of guys doing that. Well,
so there's 23, up towards the completion of it, lap number 60. The lead gap, 23 seconds. It's just creeping up, isn't it, lap after lap? But Ledegar now is continuing to bring the gap down against number 19. But really, 58 needs a safety car, not a full course yellow, a safety car to bunch them all up and reduce those gaps.
Well, that's assuming he doesn't get a penalty for that re-evaluation of turn 7.
If he does, he'll need another one anyway to get him back in the mix, because the penalty will drop him further away.
I just wait to see. I mean, Baz Linders has got to go up there and absolutely defend his team within an inch of his life to justify such a, I mean, okay, it was an instant thought. It wasn't premeditated, but just really that shows you the degree of frustration that exists with lap traffic at critical points in the circuit, and in particular where your momentum needlessly has been stalled.
So number 8, still with this healthy advantage, working its way up towards the Virage du Lac, turning its way toward the end of lap number 61. We are with 3 hours and 33 minutes just over, still to run. And the number 7 car, after its long pit stop, is now in 37th. Now remember I told you that number 1, Dries Van Tor, had pitted. It was more than just a routine stop, that, because the car is in 41st place, so there was something definitely wrong with number 1 that we'll try and get to the bottom of here.
I'm just trying to think, was there a moment we saw Dries Van Tor coming through turn 7, through 6 the car suddenly got slightly out of shape because he ran very, very wide. Then through 7 he went way, way off, almost into the pit lane at turn 7, which is a million miles from where you should be. And I wonder, was that the beginning of the issue that has led that car to be in the pits? Something strange. It wasn't a driver issue. We didn't understand it. We couldn't understand it. Maybe that was a hint that something wasn't quite right with that number 1 ID.
Well, effectively, it's cost it 4 laps, so it's out of the it's out of the game. As we've been talking about it creeping into the mix, it was running in 3rd place briefly. Now it's out of contention completely, number 1. But we need to try and get to the bottom of that. Verviche has been installed behind the wheel, but it's a forlorn hope now for number 1. So just as you find a car that's making progress in this snakes and ladders type of race, then it slips down the order again.
Yeah, and also that was a car was part of a 3-way battle that was extremely entertaining, and everybody was pinning their hopes that the number 1 Audi, the WRT Audi of the Van Tor brothers and Frederick Verviche, might well put itself into contention, certainly as a podium finisher. And up the inside, the number 7 Bentley slides and passes one of the Mercedes. So we go back now to turns 3 and 4. And once again, we see the very pretty Bratislava Lamborghini. Is it staying out of the way? It's being a frustration as the 23 Nissan makes its way. Lucas Ordóñez. Again, the straight line speed of the Nissan will hopefully match that. Maybe, in fact, it's pulling out alongside the Ferrari. So Lucas Ordóñez has got that little comfort zone that he knows whatever he can do around a lap, he's always got that little bit extra in straight line performance. Makes your life an awful lot easier.
So race leaders working lap 63, and we wait to see the gap between Bentley and Lamborghini at the front of the field. 62 laps now done by the leading Bentley. You can see that shot of the Mistral straight coming up towards, seeing how the light is now starting to fade. Night lighting from 8:30, and we're 2 minutes away from that. So, of course, they're going to finish in the dark, and that's an extra dimension to the race. They're absolutely together on track, 16 and 1, 16 being 11th, number 1 being 42nd. So a car that was in contention a quarter of an hour ago, now 42nd and well and truly out of the hunt.
Yeah, but it's still a highly competitive car, and it will do everything that it possibly can, because even if you can scratch only 1 point in the pro category, that 1 point can make a difference when you get to the end of the championship, bearing in mind that both the sprint and the endurance count for the championship overall at the end of the season.
Yeah, so keep out there, try and score points if you can.
Absolutely.
The Pro-Am lead has just changed back as well, because 78 Marco Mappelli has brought the Barwell car into the pit lane, so Jiri Pisarik for Scuderia Praha takes back the class lead, and in fact up to second in that class has gone 11 now, Alessandro Bonaccini. What has happened though to 56? Because since Miguel Toril took over in the Black Falcon car, that's fallen off the radar rather.
It's difficult to tell from the comedy position, isn't it?
But both that car's fallen down, and Ben Schneider
in the double O car
has just picked up 16th, but only because a car has pitted. So neither of the two blue liveried Black Falcon run Mercedes continuing the progress that they were making earlier on.
Well, Bernd Schneider's last lap, 2:01.1. Not what you would expect from that 00 car from Bernd Schneider behind the wheel, when you consider that Jasmine Jafar is doing 2:00.6, best part of a second a lap quicker than the 00 Mercedes, with the greatest Mercedes-Benz saloon GT driver ever. Anybody care to contradict that out in Twitterland?
I'll wait and see.
No doubt our favourite will come back. There is our race leader, Maxime Soulet, who's had a pretty uneventful run since he took over the wheel, again lapping in that metronomic way in just 2 minutes flat, 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap overall for this car, 158.4. And just coming up behind an Audi, which he would like to dispatch before he gets into scene and make his life a lot easier.
So these are the highlights of the race thus far, and there have been many. This dramatic start in the sunshine. Passinathoras blasting away from pole position in the yellow Ferrari to hang on to the advantage down towards turn 1, fending off the challenge of the Bentleys as they wriggle their way through the first sequence of corners. And in fairness to Nathoras, he was able to keep the two Bentleys side by side as they ran behind him all the way down through turns 4 and 5, and everybody managed to get through the first lap safely, even when they were 4 abreast. Wonderful sight that, of this whole grid of cars storming up towards Signa and Rob Bell in the McLaren, getting up the inside, taking third away from the Ferrari of Passinathoras as the cars continued to run through the first hour. It was a very dramatic first hour with battles all the way up and down the field. 1 or 2 drivers getting themselves in stride, and mechanically the Rover Racing BMWs in the wars as well, as the cars then accelerated their way up towards the completion of the lap, where 23 Nissan got a tag from the 51 Ferrari and spun around. The 51 Ferrari, the Peter Mann car, ended up with a drive-through penalty for its part in the collision, and as the race continued, another one in strife was number 11. Now that car has recovered for second in class, but we had 2 full course yellows early on. The first caused by this, Jürgen Herring's Porsche having an engine failure. It caught a light, out came the full course yellow situation. Everybody had to slow down to 80 kilometers an hour, and the enterprising teams decided to pit a little bit earlier. Black Falcon cycled its cars through, but a bit later in that full course yellow period. So as we got back into race trim, it was 7 from 8. Bentley 1, 2. 8 was a bit quicker, and that was allowed through into the lead of the race. The next round of pit stops came, and as the cars were refueled, driver changes took place, and we had drama out on track. A spin for the number 10 Lamborghini for Stefano Costatini. Round it went, and then having bounced off number 38, did it again half a lap later, and 38 in the hands of Raffaele Giannone, a little bit out of the way. Then this ABS issue for the number 7 Bentley, and it happened at turn 1. It couldn't have been in a worse place as it had to limp around the lap. Malcolm Wilson got the Bentley guys ready to receive the car into the pit box to try to do some work, but it was a very lengthy pit stop indeed. We were concerned about number 16 as well. Smoke from the back of the car, but it survived. Others weren't quite so fortunate, spinning CMR Ferraris, 42 being one of them. And then, to try and take evasive action, we believe, Côme Ledegar shortcutting the circuit, going off behind the traffic.
That highlight shot actually illustrates it more graphically than we saw in real time, because the Ferrari did get well out of shape, and it would not therefore be unreasonable for Côme Ledegar to say, I took evasive action, nothing premeditated. Okay, I went off track by a considerable margin, but I just needed to be sure I wasn't going to involve somebody else.
Had no choice.
But as you pointed out, David, a second ago, what is more critical is a message to the team manager of car number 7 and number 8 to race director immediately. What does that all mean? Interpret.
It is the 2 Bentleys, first of all, just to make the point about 7 and 8. Now, is that for pit stops? It must be something that is common to both cars. It's not, therefore, I wouldn't have, unless it's track limits again.
Well, I normally would say track limits.
Yeah.
The only thing that we can see, and was brought up by, I think, Rob Bell, that when they were in 3rd place, they went from being about 7 or 8 seconds behind the 2 Bentleys. They ended up 41 seconds. Now, whether, I mean, there could be other factors we're not aware of, we only can talk about what we have on screen. Nevertheless, you know, team manager, race director, immediately, poor old Malcolm has been up and down and up and down into race director, second time.
Now
that means when you get immediately, that's not just a request, that is whatever.
That's trouble. That's
trouble at Mill.
There may be trouble ahead.
Maybe that Lardy King didn't go down too well.
So there's another story to shake out of Bentley land. 50 you're looking at, is Michele Rugolo, 5th this car. going strongly, pole position car as well, and it's stayed in the mix, hasn't it?
Yep, and that's a car I think we should keep an eye on, because now that we've got Michele Rugolo and then we've got Alessandro Pierguidi in for certainly the fourth, probably the fifth stint, this car is going to come back into contention. Currently, just looking to see what lap times it is doing. Rugolo last lap 1:59.8. Quickest car, no, second quickest car, because Com Ledegar was about half a second. But the third place McLaren, the fifth place Ferrari, right now, as of lap 65, two fastest cars on track. And the Ferrari, pole position Ferrari, coming back. Its position behind the race leader, just waiting for that to be updated. It's 4.7 seconds behind Jasmine Jafar and closing.
So we're on board with 58 at the moment. This is Com Ledegar, who is closing as best he can on number 19. So he's chipping away for second place, coming up to the last corner.
Yep, depending on where you are on the racetrack, the light, we're going straight into the sunshine as the sun begins to set on the mountains, or the hills certainly that surround this Paul Ricard circuit. What do you do as a driver? Do you wear a tear-off? Do you wear a visor? First of all, not all drivers use a visor. Do you have a tinted visor? Do you have a tinted tear-off? Critical moments. Ledegar, you don't need to be running wide like that again. We're in a new world right now where track abuse is being acknowledged and reacted to. Last lap time for the McLaren, 2 seconds, and that may just be simply traffic, 2 seconds quicker than the second place McLaren. The gap between the two at the end of lap 66 was 12.8 seconds. So let's have a look and see. We're midway through the lap, turn 7, coming onto Mistral straight.
He's taken half a second out of the Lamborghini, hasn't he, in the first sector alone? And everybody now being told they must have the lights on, because we are effectively into the night. Now, it might not look it at certain parts of the track, but the light is fading fast, and once it starts to go, it goes pretty quickly here, so it won't be long before the teams have to really think about proper nighttime mileage. And all of this, part and parcel of what they will experience at Spa, the Blue Ribbon event, last weekend of July. It is always a mega event. If you've not been to the Spa 24 Hours, I would commend it to you. Not only is it a great race, but there's some fabulous local beer.
Well, that's your opinion, but anyway, for the beer lovers of Great Britain, they would say, we make beer, we make ale. What they do in Belgium is what they make in Belgium. Nevertheless, it is a task and a test, because you're going from daylight into dusk into darkness. Nobody has run here this year in darkness. This is virgin territory for everyone.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
And, you know, the transition, this is the worst time of night, because it's not dark, it's not light, and you know, colours, particularly tarmac and backgrounds, begin to blend into one, and being able to be accurate about your clipping points, your braking points. At night time, it's much easier because your headlights take over and they pick up all this.
Is this the equivalent of when a driver says, I don't like it being greasy, wet or dry, is, you know, I'd rather have one or the other. This is the equivalent in terms of light.
Yeah, pretty much so. It's the most difficult period in a transitional phase from daylight into darkness. And I mean, you can't read what's on the racetrack. You could come to a corner, it could be covered in fluids of one description or another. And because the shades of grey are almost like a monotone rather than shades, you miss so many things. It's much better to have the light switch to go from light to dark. This twilight zone that we're in now, it's lovely. I mean, it makes great photography, it makes great, look at the light in the Ferrari as it's now heading due east.
But it's hell for the drivers, isn't it?
Difficult for the drivers.
Yeah.
I mean, again, being able to identify cars, come down the Mistral straight, that car 84 is not, headlights are on, or there are no lights on that car at the minute. Look. Why not? It's past the bewitching hour. Contact.
Pro-Am leader.
Dear me.
That's Jiri Pisaric, who's had a drama down at turn 5.
That's 5, yeah.
Yeah. Gets going again. I was also about to say that the team manager of number 78, which is the Barwell Lamborghini also to race control immediately, and this will tell us number 2 getting into the back of the Ferrari potentially. It's Stuart Leonard at the wheel of the Audi who goes up the inside and thump again and thump again.
Well, that was unnecessary because he wasn't far enough up alongside the Ferrari. And fluid on those tyre. A tyre rub from the number 2 car. Leonard's car has got damage in that left front, and that's the consequence and the penalty of the contact. So, as they say, what comes around goes around, or goes around comes around, whichever they say. Probably say both. So the contact, unnecessary contact in my view, because the pass wasn't really on, has led to damage. That car will be going straight. I'd like to think going straight into the pit lane. The tyre rub has now stopped, so whatever the bodywork contact to the side of the car, that was the left front. So will he make his way into the pits? Yes, he is. So that'll be stationary for a moment or two until they can either get the old gaffer tape out, bandage it all up, or remove it altogether. Depends whether it's an aerodynamic part or whether it's just a part of the internals of the body. Let's go back to the number 3 Audi, WRT Audi.
It's been a lousy race for WRT, hasn't it?
It's not been the best. You've got Jan Magnus, the famous Dane, the original, not quite the original. John Nielsen was the original Dane. And of course, the famous Dane is Tom Christensen. Jan Magnussen is somewhere in the middle of those two, I would say. Pit lane, number 2 being pushed back into the garage, so clearly the amount of damage to that left front of the car is sufficient that it needs to be attended to by more than the mandatory 4 people that are allowed on the pit lane to execute a normal pit stop. So Maxime Soulet continues on his merry way, again lapping 2 minutes 00.5. Lamborghini in second place, lapping a second slower. The McLaren lapping actually quicker, so waiting to see where Home Ledegar is in terms of seconds. He should be coming across the start-finish line shortly, and he's 8.5 seconds behind the second place Lamborghini.
It's coming down markedly, isn't it? He was 22 seconds at one point.
And Rugolo, waiting to see, he's drawn himself right up to the back of and he's within a second of, there they are.
Down towards turn 1.
Battle for 4th place.
Absolutely, Jafar versus Rugolo.
I mean, you don't have to be a scientist to work it out, but if the Ferrari number 50 can continue the progress it's making, that's a podium finish for that car.
Yes, as long as, do they need to put Pascal Lathoris back in, or has he done his driver's stint? Can they maximise Rugolo and Pierre Guidi without needing to put Lathoris back into the car?
That is the question.
It is, and I need to go and study some data. So in a moment, I might leave you to your own devices.
Don't leave me on my own. I'm expecting dinner any minute.
Oh, right, OK. I'll have to number crunch and talk then. But I think they can probably do this now without needing to put Pascal Lathoris back in the car.
Lathoris was in the car for a fair time. So one would assume that there's a number cruncher in the air, of course, of pit lane, garage. And, I mean, look at the speed the Ferrari's got. Comes up, easy overtake. I mean, that's what you really want on your side. To have to know that every time you come onto the straight, you're going to be dropped is frustrating. So Jasmine Jafar, we know that the current AMG GT3R Mercedes-Benz mega race car, but its position here with the very long, the kilometre-long Mistral straight is not playing to the car's strength. Ferrari has got that little bit more straight-line speed, and Miguel Rugolo made it look so easy. You know, motor racing is difficult, but you get that little bit of assist from a good straight-line performance. So Ferrari on its way up into 3rd place, and the second place Lamborghini now into the pit lane. So that's going to see the McLaren elevated to 2nd place, Rugolo into 3rd place. What did I say about a podium?
Absolutely right.
I mean, in the blink of an eye, a pit stop transformed them.
So there, the Lamborghini serves what will be now a 3rd pit stop.
Who will get in? Stoltz? Must be Stoltz, surely.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him yet have a go, have we, number 19? So that car, which was started by Piccini, Beretta has done his bit, that Lukas Stolz is certainly due a turn behind the wheel of that car. 14 minutes away from being up to the halfway point. Last warning now for number 42 Ferrari for disrespecting the track limits. So the race director's patience is wearing thin if it's last warning.
Well, who is the culprit? Looking down 42.
Well, I think everybody that's driven it's had a go at the track limits, haven't they?
Whereabouts is a position looking down at the bottom of the field?
31st place it is at the moment. So they can see all the rubber that's junked onto the road as the cars head up towards Sealy.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues you get in endurance racing, where you get large chunks of rubber that builds up under the car, and at some point it all then drops off. And this shot looking from the corner at Seine back down the Mistral straight indicates just how much rubber has been shred, and some of those chunks are considerable. I mean, you wouldn't want one of those hit your windscreen, because that would probably do a bit of damage that even the best low-flying Turkey wouldn't do. Busy pit lane right now. We got the Bentley number 8, the lead car into the pit lane. So Maxime Soule, who's had a totally seamless stint behind the wheel, lead car in. We never found out what Malcolm Wilson was commanded to get up and see race director was all about. That would be an interesting story if they're prepared to share it with us. And look at that tear-off. Good work by the M Sport team, giving the driver the best vision possible. Whoever gets into that car, the number 8 car, who will most likely take over? It's got to be Andy Soucek. Did we see a driver change or not? Have they changed drivers in that number 8 Bentley? Did we miss something, or did just I missed it?
I don't remember seeing another driver change.
I mean, Andy Soucek is the only driver that hasn't yet driven that number 8 Bentley. And I just wonder if Maxime Soule, on a new set of rubbers, going to stay in and do another stint. I mean, he's had a relatively easy stint. He's not been physically challenged. He don't have to fight, battle, squeeze, punch, whatever, his way through the field. So he would be, in relative terms, as Michele Rigo, who runs a bit wide coming through turn 6. So, quick view of Thierry Tassin, former driver with part of the WRT Belgium outfit. Rugolo, lights flashing. Get out of my way. I am now in 2nd place. Marshall running. Why is he running up the barrier on the left-hand side of the straight? Is there something that has caught his attention? Is there something that's on the track? Is there debris? Are we going to have a full course yellow to maybe clear some of that rubber debris that's all around the track? Now, again, Rugolo is having to battle with one of the Ferraris to wait until he is completely capable of cleaning passing. As we look at the number 7 Bentley, which is still all the way down to 27th place, but that's an improvement. Vincent Abril, I mean, that's car lapping again in the 2:01s. So Vincent Abril has not given up the task of trying to get points for this team. I mean, we've still got 3 hours and 11 minutes to go. We haven't yet reached the halfway point. So that car could find itself, assuming it runs trouble-free for the remaining part of this event, as the number 3 Audi is in for its service. But that number 7 Bentley could sneak a few points.
If only it could get back on the lead lap, it would be something, wouldn't it? Rodrigo Baptista, shown as being the man behind the wheel of number 3. There's the Motorbase Aston Martin in the pit lane, the Oman Racing Team car. Motorbase also the overnight leaders with the other half of the team, the touring car team, in the British Touring Car Shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. That'll be that Andrew Jordan bloke then that's done that, presumably, as we've got now 3 hours and 10 minutes of the race still to run, and through the last sequence of corners, and you can see now the effect that the headlights have and how the light changes all the time. So 8 Bentley, leading car, has made that pit stop. Wolfgang Wright back behind the wheel of it. So what they're doing is keeping Andy Soucek for the very end and give him the 2 hours in the cooler air, in the dark. So you've got one driver who can concentrate on that section of the race and expect that car to absolutely fly late in the race, as the cars then currently work lap number 73. So it is Côme Ledegaard back into the lead after that last round of pit stops. Ledegaard in the lead. Second would have been Michele Rugolo, but that car is pitted as well now. So that's going to give number 11, Alessandro Bonaccini, the Pro-Am lead. and second place overall. So it continues to shuffle. And I'll tell you another car that's creeping into the mix in Pro-Am, 52. Matt Griffin has been unleashed.
Excellent.
And so now 7th overall, and will get better because he's going to gain another place on pit stops and 2nd in class.
And proudly wearing his Irish Racing Drivers Club badge. Oh, big blowout on the right rear. And where about is that coming up? That is coming up Mistral straight into scene. And that is a big,
it's a puncture, isn't it?
There's the tyres, whether it's been cut down or whatever. But as you can see, it's done a lot of damage to the right rear corner of the bodywork.
Raffaele Giannone at the wheel of that car. Remember, we've seen it bouncing off others earlier in the race. In has come Ledegar to give way. So, driver change at 58. This is the car that had briefly got its lead back. And that's going to give Michele Rugolo in number 50 Ferrari the lead of the race now, is it not? So that's the Mistral straight view. You can see how different it looks now as the light starts to fade.
Was that Shane van Gisbergen that got into the McLaren? Or did they put back into the car Rob Bell?
From what Rob was saying, I would suspect it was Rob, but I didn't look closely enough. I'm trying to
tell by the
helmets.
helmet.
Yeah. So the door closes, we'll see in a moment for confirmation, as there goes after a penalty, the number 78 Barwell Lamborghini. So work done for now at garage 59. So for a car that was ruining its chances a little while ago, it's very much back into the equation here.
Oh yes, and we're not even at half distance yet.
So down the pit lane goes the McLaren. You can see it now rejoin the road. And as the light fades, so the headlights have to do an awful lot more work here. Now, where's the next battle going to come from? 78, by the way, I just mentioned a penalty, drive-through penalty for its pit stop time after being investigated. So big shame that, because the car had done so well from its pit lane start to get into the lead of the category. Right, 7 is ahead of 58, not in real terms, but on track. And this might, of course, just help number 8, mightn't it? Because if number 7 Bentley were to get in the way, it just compromised the McLaren a bit. It wouldn't have helped the sister car, number 8.
But Vincent Abril does the decent thing, stays well to the left, lets the McLaren go through. He could have been awkward about it, but he did the right thing.
He does indeed, so lets it go. This is the replay of Ledegar's evasive action. Yeah, when I first suggested evasive action, you did poo-poo me a little bit, but the more you look at that replay, you can kind of understand it from Ledegar's point of view.
Yeah, I think to some degree he also over-egged the pudding. He didn't need to take such a chunk of the inside of the corner.
Yeah.
But that then becomes a dispute about, well, was it egging the pudding or was he doing something just purely reactive? Oh, by the way, I managed to knock a couple of seconds a lap off my lap time.
So we're almost at the halfway point and looking to see where other cars that we've been talking about have fallen to and what they might be able to do to fight back. 56th, 3rd in Pro-Am, 11th overall. Jasmine Jafar down in 10th. Rugolo 9th after his pit stop. And the Pro-Am leading car of Bonaccini has just pitted, so that's going to give the Pro-Am lead to that car, 52. It is Matt Griffin at the wheel as he works his way now up towards the Virage du Lac. And what about the Lamborghinis after the recent pit stops? Where did 19 fall to? 6th place, Michele Beretta.
Who's in 3rd place?
At the moment, Carmen Edgar.
Showing Ben Schneider.
No, he's 2nd because the car ahead is in the pit lane.
Okay.
So Ben Schneider, Ben Schneider's 2nd. And Wolfgang Reip, the race leader, has just done the absolute best in the first sector. So number 8 Bentley is pounding on. Ben Schneider, who a little while ago was way down, because I'm still convinced those Black Falcon Mercedes are running a bit out of sequence in terms of pit stops against everybody else. Schneider will inherit 2nd place next time he crosses the line because of 11 having pitted, and he is, what, 14, 15 seconds behind the leading car.
So Wolfgang Reip, fastest first sector overall. Nothing brilliant in the middle sector again. Probably traffic there is. The run again, runs very wide. Needs to be careful on the exit of Scene. Down into turn 11 again. Takes a bit that very high. It's almost like a parabolic corner, a semi-bank corner. And some people think stay high, and it's an easier corner to take, then if you dive down low, you load up the left front of the car very much more. So Wolfgang Reip on his way, indicating, well, he's got the indicator going, now why that is. Well, he's trying to attract the attention of the Aston Martin directly in front of him, but the indicator isn't going to get it done in these situations. So, comes up to complete lap 75. Wait to see what he's doing. I think he's forgotten the indicator was out, that's the trouble. Comes across start-finish line. Last lap 158.9. This lap 158.1. I think that's the fastest lap of the race. No, the 57.4 is the theoretical best, but certainly a very quick lap at half distance from Wolfgang Reip. Clock ticking down towards half distance. Certainly Wolfgang Reip is not sparing the Bentley. The number 8 Bentley's run flawlessly all the way through since the lights went out at 6 o'clock this evening. Oh, the back end starts to feel a little bit wayward. Number 2, this is the pass which I said never ever was on. Damaged the left front and then damaged the left rear, plus some of the aero on the 34 Ferrari.
And gets a drive through for causing that collision.
Well, I think that's fair. I mean, at the time I called it, that was an unnecessary collision. He damaged the 34 Ferrari, and in doing so, he's now paid the penalty. And that's what penalties are there to do.
The bite a bit, because the car also had some damage of its own, didn't it? Rob Bell, by the way, did stay behind the wheel of 58. That car's got transponder issues, as we've been talking about over the course of the race. So what they're doing is keeping the gears for a 2-hour stint at the end. 15's in strife. The BMW tries to get going again. That car does get back on track. Stefano Colombo at the wheel of it, down in 23rd place. Rejoins the road. So we've got a drive-through for number 2 Audi, as we've seen. Right leads. Now, Schneider is 12.8 seconds back. There he is. John's going to get excited again in a minute, because Ben Schneider is hunting down Wolfgang Reip, relative rookie Wolfgang Reip compared to Ben Schneider.
Not when I'm trying to eat a chicken wing, I'm not.
I thought it might be quite spectacular to talk about Schneider at the same time as eating. Schneider is just charging.
Half an hour ago when Ben took over, we thought, well, where are these Mercedes? Why are they not performing? Jasmine Jafar has been doing a brilliant job, but there is the answer.
Yeah, they're out of sequence, aren't they, the Black Falcon cars, against pretty much everybody else in terms of pit stops. And so now that car is into second spot. And where's 56? Second in Pro-Am, Miguel Toril at the wheel, 10th overall. So Reip to Schneider. It was 12 seconds and change. It's now 13.5, but some of that might well be traffic dependent. But number 8 still looking very strong indeed. Vincent Abril in number 7 is in 25th spot, still pushing on. And about to gain a place as well against 78. Phil Keane has just pitted. Straight on goes the Bratislava.
It's on its way to Bratislava.
Yeah, exactly. The scenic route, John, that.
Number 7 Bentley into the pit lane, so that's out of sequence, obviously, because of that stop to repair the ABS, I suppose, the fluid pipes. Vincent Abril completes the job. Rob Bell back in behind the wheel of the McLaren. Let's see whether the McLaren's straight line speed matches that of the Lamborghini. We know that the McLaren was able to handle some of the manufacturers in a straight line, but look, nothing. The V10 engine, the Lamborghini Audi-based V10 engine, able to keep the McLaren V8 twin turbocharged 3.4 litre. In fact, the McLaren is dropping back. The Lamborghini's pulled up alongside, got ahead of the Audi, and the McLaren stuck behind and seen. Not what Rob Bell would have wanted, not ideal. So he's got to deal with the Audi. Coming into turn 11, realizes that it's not going to be an easy pass. The Lamborghini really didn't sort of sprint away from the Audi. Looks up the inside. Rob Bell not anywhere near close enough to make that a move that would be realistic. So wait. Get on to pit straight, make your exit cleanly, and then you've got an opportunity. Goes the long way around, coming through 13 into 14. Again, that's the difficulty. Now looks down the end. Fluid coming from the back of the McLaren. Something was pouring from the right rear of the car as it came through turn 14. Don't know what it was. Can't have been an overfill of fuel, but certainly fluid as it came through 14 coming from the right-hand side of the car.
Ben Schneider out. Abdulaziz Al-Fazal in to 0-0. So there's a team that has already had one 24-hour race win this year and wants another. I think 00 is when the clock hits 0. It's a kind of recognition of 24-hour success and hopes, isn't it, that number? So that car in the pits. Ripe, therefore, extends the advantage over Michele Beretta. And Beretta versus versus Bell again. This is it, 0.8 of a second between them. So what you're now looking at is the second place Lamborghini. You're riding third in the McLaren and now working onto the Mistral straight. Wide over the curb, speed building. And remember now, foot to the boards all the way up towards senior.
Still don't understand what that fluid coming from the rear quarter of the McLaren was coming from. I mean, there are overflow pipes on these cars, but that was certainly something which would worry me.
Al-Fazal leaving the pit lane you've just seen. There is Rob Bell dropping back again. He was a bit closer heading onto the Mistral straight and is ever so scenic here at Paul Ricard now, as certain parts of the circuit look brighter than others, don't they? But this is up towards the end of the lap. 58 McLaren is third.
Nothing this time from the rear of the McLaren.
No. So curiouser and curiouser that. But one almost doesn't want to talk about number 8 Bentley for fear of jinxing it, because so far, so good for that car. 19 Lamborghini, intriguing because it didn't really sparkle in qualifying, but there it is, doing a solid job, the Grasser Racing Team car come the race.
They're doing a very good job.
Absolutely right, keeping the McLaren at bay. Ben Schneider drops back, having served that most recent pit stop, well, the car does, and off the road completely goes number 2. That's to try and get past the McLaren. And who was that, Stuart Leonard? Or has it had another driver change? No, Michael Meadows.
That was the sister car to the car that's in third place.
Yeah. So Michael Meadows off the road as he gets past the McLaren.
There we go again. Rob Bell right on the tail of the Lamborghini. Don't look down the inside, Rob. You're not, oh, he was given the position.
Well, that could be quite sensible from Beretta because he's nowhere near as experienced a GT racer as Rob Bell. Drove in Formula 3 last year and didn't really sparkle. He had quite a lot of accidents, Michele Beretta. So he lets the McLaren by, keeps out of strife, and can carry on driving his own race. So now Rob Bell up to second, pushing on. But remember when Dakota interviewed him, he was talking about the car having lost 40-odd seconds. Well, the gap is now 40-odd seconds. So back where they were a little while ago. We've tripped past the halfway mark. We're into the second half of the race. Way wide there. Coming out of senior goes the other garage, 59 McLaren. That is 59. That's the Watson Moore Fontana car. 56 is in. Miguel Toril to hand the car back, I suspect, to Mauro Engel. No, to Oliver Morley, because I can see Mauro Engel standing on the pit wall in civvies at the moment. So Oliver Morley's going to have another go, and then they'll presumably put Mauro Engel back in at the end of the race.
Apart from putting the commentator's curse, the number 8 Bentley has had absolutely the race perfect race as we just dip under the 3-hour mark. Both going right, laps in the middle, 59s, low 59s, occasionally a high 158.
But so far so good, isn't it, for that car? Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Wolfgang Wright then now clear by 42 seconds. So Wolfgang Ripe, race leader, and working his way up now through turn 11 there, 0-0. That's got Abdulaziz Al-Fazal back at the wheel of it, but of course after that pit stop, so it falls back down to 15th place. So because it's out of sequence, trying to get a handle on whether that car is genuinely in the fight. I think it is, given the way that Black Falcon operate, and they're doing something clever, but it's only going to be towards the very end that you can really put that car in context.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody stopped on the same lap during the pit stop windows, then it's very easy to read the race. Oh, Mercedes having to get out of shape as the Audi ahead of it did the very same thing. That was almost like off the throttle hard on the brakes, and the back end swung around. So the double Mercedes, again, trying to get a little bit of speed. The Audi goes defensive, coming down into turn 1. Bentley behind, it's going to be up amongst them. So was that contact just coming out of turn 2? Looked like they got awfully close together. The Bentley gets through cleanly. That's the number 8 car, the race lead. Wolfgang Reib, now he's got to contend with these two battling cars, the Audi and the Mercedes, as they come into and through turn 4, up into the slow turn 5. Just got to be neat, tidy, get the job done. And then, more critically, a good exit out of turn 6 will have a bearing on what you can do as you then turn left, let the car run wide, but don't go too far off track onto turn 7. So the Bentley number 8 leads, and 4 minutes in the pits. The McLaren in second place, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Lamborghini in third, 4:21. Ferrari, 5:23. Now they've been having a lunch break or something.
Well, they've had one more pit stop, haven't they? They've done 4 to the 3 of most around them.
Yeah.
And only 2 stops again for number 75. Remember, we picked up on that first time around when we looked at the stop times. 75 has now got Marlon Stockinger at the wheel and has just bagged 6th place, in fact. So I still think that that car could well be there or thereabouts at the end if they're a pit stop shorter of everybody else. So that's going to buy them some time, isn't it? That said, the car is under investigation for stint time. Remember, a stint is 65 minutes, so 70 if there's a safety car or a full course yellow. But if you go over the maximum allotted time per driver or the maximum for a stint, then you're going to get a penalty. So 75 now is under investigation. Having just given you some good news about it, it might well be bad news in a minute.
Yeah, well, the sun's about to set over Paul Ricard, but maybe just when we had those safety car or the full course yellows, maybe teams didn't quite follow that. They were on a program, but because the program was running at a much slower pace, they actually, and that is where they got their calculations incorrect. Only supposition, you never know.
It was down to reason, yes, I'd buy that as a theory. There's also been an incident now. We've not seen the Barwell Lamborghini, but it's having a lot going on in its race. Class lead, penalties. Now it's had an incident with number 15, but no further action is being taken. But that car, having started in the pit lane, has had a busy old time. That's the leader, working its way up then from turn 4 to 5 into 6. And ahead, the Black Falcon Mercedes. Now, if that's 00, is that 56? If it's 0-0 and it goes another lap down, that's going to put it out of the game. It's lost effectively a lap on its recent pit stop, but if it gets lapped on track, then it really is in the water.
Let's have a look and see. Oh, we can't actually read the number on that car. It's difficult to see now. This is the most difficult light for the drivers, and it's not much easier to try and identify a car coming onto the straight. The power of the modern headlights, which are now, I think, is it laser headlights they're using? Something, I mean, they're just unbelievable. They burn the paint off the back of a car that you're following. Wolfgang Reib, just again, as we saw from Maxime Soulet in the previous stint, into that rhythm. Everything's flowing comfortably, lapping consistently now at 2 minutes 0-0. The last lap, 17,000th of a second. Well, a bit wide coming out of turn 13. Or into turn 13 it is down, then into 14. When you're in these situations, what you try to do is not run up to the back of the car that you're about to either overtake or lap, but try and modulate it so as that you get the best opportunity off the corner to get a run at that car. And often you might see a driver think it's quicker by running up the back of the car and, you know, ducking and diving one side and the other. No, all you're going to do is run at the pace of the car you've caught. You need to hold back a little bit and use where your strengths are, and right now the number 8 Bentley's strengths pretty much all around the racetrack. So a little bit of break up on screen to turn 4. Oh, this is turn 3 and 4, I should say. Just having to delay at the throttle then the change back to turn 5, don't run too far off, then you sort of blend the exit of 5 into your apex for 6. Car again runs out, there's a lot of off camber on the exit of turn 6. 7's a lovely corner because it's all about accelerating through the corner, straightening the car up as much as possible to get again that maximum drive off the corner. So Wolfgang Reib has got the Mercedes directly ahead of him, and ahead of that is the Audi, and these are not going to be the 2 easiest cars to pass again. It's just a matter of thinking about it, being patient, not trying to be aggressive, something that you can't control, because you don't know what a driver in a car might do. You might feel, well, it's my corner, I'm going to take it, and then you get compromised by being in no man's land. That's usually the reason why many of the collisions that we see are caused. People stick the nose of the car down the inside thinking, oh, well, I'm up alongside the door handle, I can take the corner, it's my corner. The driver in that other car says, no, you're not, you weren't beside my door handle, you're only beside the rear wheel. That's where the difference of opinion comes, and sometimes it's got to be resolved by the race director. Wolfgang Reib's lap, this lap 83, is going to be slower. It's going to be over 2 minutes, I'm assuming. No, it's not, 59.5. So the pace of the Mercedes and the Audi ahead of him are sufficient that Wolfgang didn't lose very much, maybe 0.4, 0.3 of a second at the end of lap 83. We need to see where the second place McLaren is. Still has yet to cross the start-finish line. Rob Bell behind, then the 19 Lamborghini again further behind. It was about 2 seconds behind the McLaren in that third place battle. Still no sign of the second place McLaren. The gap, the advantage that the number 8 Bentley has now on the rest of the field is considerable.
I was just trying to find more news, John, about the number 1 Vantour Verviers Audi, and the only information we have is that there was some contact between it and the Ledegar McLaren, so it was a legacy of some damage that brought it into the pit lane. Apparently now it's all going fine, but it's 33rd, so clearly it's kind of big dramas and it's out of contention altogether.
Anyway, I'm just waiting for the second place McLaren to come through, which is just down there is the number 1 Audi that we were talking about. And Rob Bell is 45 seconds behind the lead Bentley, and that's not going to be music to the ears of Garage 59.
No, it's not. It's falling away, isn't it? It's gone up. The last lap was at 2 minutes. Another car that's creeping into the mix now is 75, because that ISR car is in 7th place, just having pitted, but remember, having made 1 stop less compared to others. Marlon Stockinger has just brought it in. You've got Philip Salaquada having done a stint, and Frank Stippler still to go in that. So there's more potential, I think, for another 75 before the end of the race. So 2 hours and 46 minutes still to run. There is 101. Now that's Daniel Zampieri. He's done quite a long stint, it feels, and is currently running in 9th place. That's the Attempto Racing Lamborghini. Attempto, a team for quite a while that really specialised in Porsches, then had a go with the McLaren last year, not very successfully. Remember the big damage done to it at Monza, but now with the Lamborghini, things looking pretty good. Team owner Alkin Acker also racing this weekend in the Lamborghini Blancpain Super Trofeo races, and Daniel Zampieri we've seen racing Ferraris, we've seen him racing Lamborghinis in the One Make Championship, International GT Open title winner in the past, and he's about to blast his way onto the Mistral Straight.
Yeah, the McLaren that Attempto ran last year, it's a very sophisticated car, very narrow performance window. If you find the sweet spot, magic. But if you haven't got the experience either in your engineering side, although McLaren supported all these teams, or in the information coming back from the drivers, it's very hard to get to that position. So the Garage 59 team is in effect a quasi-factory McLaren team.
Yeah, that's right.
As opposed to, the other example probably would be Caramogé when he had a McLaren 2 years ago. Just simply, the car was too tricky for a very capable AM driver to get the best out of it.
I think we've said, though, haven't we, how the current generation McLaren is a little bit easier for the AMs than the old MP412C that was a real handful, but your point is well made. I agree with it, absolutely. Andy Soucek, I've just seen walking across the pit lane, now got his overalls on, so he's thinking about getting into the car. Stephen Kane, likewise, although he's got the rather unenviable task of hauling number 7 up the order. Right, how is Duncan Cameron getting on? He's just taken over again from Matt Griffin, so he's down to 3rd in Pro-Am. 50 Ferrari's got Michele Rugolo at the wheel still, and he's pounding on.
Well, that's the car I sort of predicted would be on the podium, and back up to 4th place, Michele Rugolo. Again, a very good stint behind the wheel.
So the cars turning their way up now through Senior for the 86th time on this lap for Wolfgang Wright. Minor suspension damage is what WRT is fessing up to as the reason for the big delay for the Vantor Audi.
Well, immediately a driver feels a bit of damage right at the front of the car. Usually it's in the Rugolo very wide in that entry into turn 11. If the steering wheel goes from being, you know, precise, in other words, it's neither up or down, then you think, oh, I've damaged the suspension, a toe arm or whatever. The driver immediately wants to make a pit stop to see what it is. If it's something at the rear, then the car will probably be slightly wayward one way and a lot more stable the other way. So whichever way around it is, it works in the driver's mind. And if that's the case, if it's not something that you can see that's obvious, then unfortunately it's going to be a quick pit stop to sort it out.
So there, heading up towards the timing line is Rugolo. And a great variety. BMW back on track, which is good to see. Lamborghini, McLaren, BMW, Lamborghini, Ferrari. And then they come streaming through behind. So Rugolo goes through, and the lead gap now, right to Bell, 45 seconds.
I've seen something I haven't seen all weekend.
Go on.
Jan Magnussen's name on timing and scoring. He's up in 7th place.
Wow.
The young, oh, the not so young Dane, the father of Kevin Magnussen, is in an Audi. That's new to me. Normally we see him in Corvettes in America and in selected European WEC rounds.
Yes, he's in Blancpain, which is new as well.
Well, yes. Yeah. I mean, all I know is, I think maybe you mentioned it, is that he and the boss of WRT, Vincent Voss, sort of rubbed wheels when they were doing Formula 4 together in the UK, somewhere probably in the early 90s. And they've always said,
yes.
And the invitation was there to come and drive, and the opportunity here. So drivers, even though they're in a team like Chevrolet, in their own domestic championships plus whatever else they do around the world, and Rugolo, that was not necessary. The opportunity to race. These guys are racing drivers. That's what it says in the tin. I mean, if you get an offer to drive in a 6-hour race here at Paul Ricard for a team like WRT, you're not going to say, I'm going to stay at home and do a barbecue with the wife and kids, are you? Well, I mean, you might, but you're not going to be taken seriously if you do.
Now, as a good Belgian racing driver, where did Vincent Voss have his first race?
Luxembourg.
Alton Park.
Are you joking?
While he was racing for Andy Welch Racing, a good Cheshire team, Jan Magnussen was in the same Formula Ford race. It was a British Championship round, and he was scored a victory. So we've got 50 heading up towards the timing line. It's done a pit stop more than everybody else, but one of those was done under the full course yellow, so it was, in real terms, a quicker pit stop because it lost less time relative to doing it under full green flag conditions. Through turn 1 it goes, and Rugolo currently 50 seconds back from the race leader and lapping quicker than the 3 ahead.
Well, I'm not really surprised, because I knew once they'd gone through the whole process of getting, with respect, getting past the Taurus out of the way, Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi, a driver combination that knows their way around a Ferrari, like the back of their hand. Good car setup, quick car here. Paul Ricard, the 488, is proving to be a very effective race car. Alessandro Pierguidi did point out that it's not as quick in the straight as the 458, but then there are other factors that have an influence in that, but it's still a pretty effective car all around the lap, and it is still pretty quick down the straight. Maybe not to those extremes of the 458 in its heyday, but overall a good handling car, a good car for the AMs, the Pro-Ams and the Pros. And it's a Ferrari.
And it's a very quick one at that. So Rugolo in the first sector, quicker than anybody ahead of him. And it's only going to get quicker, isn't it, when Pierre Guidi gets in. I'm still trying to do the numbers as to whether Passin Lathoris will need to get back into that car. But
there's something that we don't need. The BMW, the Butch and Gignon car. The Ferrari was up the inside, the BMW was high up, and then it just dropped down on top of the Ferrari. Not on the same race, don't need to be there. Now the message has gotten through. So Michele Rugolo had a little bit of a heart-stopping moment momentarily in turn 11, but has made it through. Let's have a look and see what his lap time was. Last lap was 2 minutes 00, and in fact, believe it or not, it was about, if not any marginally quicker, but that's for other factors. So the number 50 Ferrari continues on its way, 51 seconds behind the leader, but more importantly 2.7 seconds behind the third place Lamborghini, which should be moving into sight very quickly as the cars come to the furthest end of the circuit. There is the Lamborghini. In fact, there's two of them. Which one of those two it is that's in current third place, difficult to tell at this point. We did get a look at the numbers. So Rugolo lasering in, and I think it's the first of the two Lamborghinis will be the number 19. Running a little bit wide again on the exit of turn 6. I don't know how long he's been behind the wheel of the Ferrari. Maybe coming up towards the end. We've got just over 2.5 hours of this race remaining. There is the Lamborghini, there is the Ferrari. Gap going across the start-finish line at the end of the last lap was 2.7 seconds, and it looks to be a little bit around this 2.7 to 3 second gap into scene. The Ferrari well balanced, gives the driver an easy ride. You can make the commitment, you can turn the wheel, you can run way off track, and I don't think you should be doing that. That again is going to be in the troublesome zone. If you keep doing it, you will be getting a notification on timing and scoring from the race director to say stop abusing track limits. Hey, what do you mean? I don't do that. And there it is. So this is a battle now for the current podium positions. There is the fourth place Lamborghini, Michele Rugolo number 50, and the Lamborghini ahead of it is the number 19. The gap was 2.4 seconds when they came across the line the last time. I suspect it's dropped just below that 2 second barrier as they make their way across. Oh, it's not, it's gone up. Oh, it's not, 1.6 seconds. So we go on to lap 89. There is the 19 and there is the 50. Lovely when you're chasing a car down. It's lovely to turn the screw, apply the pain to the car that you're giving a hard time to. That's what part of what being a racing driver, the satisfaction of doing your job, and you know you're doing it well.
Now the battle for seconds has come alive again, hasn't it? Because Beretta has caught Bell in the traffic. I'm still trying to work out whether or not this car can get through without putting Passin Lathoris back in. If he's done an hour and 40 minutes, they can just about get away with not putting him back in, but I'm not sure he did quite enough.
I don't know whether you can roll the dice on another full course yellow, which may be a part of, you have to assume that you're going to have more than the two that we've had so far. So another one in the remaining 2.5 hours is not inconceivable.
But that doesn't affect the driver's stint time, so because you're still behind the wheel, whether
he's still behind the wheel,
or not, yeah, and that's the issue for them.
It's not distance this time.
50, I still think you are right. A good podium finish is on the cards, and Alessandro Pierre Guidi might be able to answer the question for us as to whether or not Lathoris has to get back in. He is in the pit lane with Dakota.
All right, so you're currently in fourth right now, and your teammate is chasing down the third and second place.
Yes, we are in a good shape, and I'm preparing for a double stint to close the race, and we have to do maximum attack to try to be... for sure, P2 is quite possible. P1 is difficult because we are quite big gap, but for the podium, I think we can fight, and the car is running well. We are quick, and so we can do that.
Okay, well, good luck. You seem to have a pit stop at hand as well, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, we try our best.
So Alessandro Pierre Guidi yet to get aboard that car, which now is right on the tail of Michele Beretta for third place. So here you've got Lamborghini versus Ferrari. It's a proper Auto Italia battle. Ferrari up the inside. There's traffic as well. The number 22 Nissan. Lamborghini gets by, and up the inside and committed all over the curb goes Ruglo. Great move up the inside line.
Wow. Well, that is commitment.
Fantastic effort.
And I thought the Nissan might have been potentially compromising that opportunity for the 50 Ferrari of Michele Ruglo to get through. He was determined he was going to make that pass. He saw an opportunity, and the best thing is all three gave each other room. They had enough respect to not pinch, not to compromise, but Ruglo was the one that came out on top of that little deal.
And so now that he's got through into third place, only 3 seconds and change up the road is the McLaren of Rob Bell. So P2 is the suggestion from Alessandro Pierguidi. Here's the move again, dives up the inside, uses the curb, but full commitment there. In fairness, Ruglo is quicker than Beretta anyway, so you'd kind of anticipate it, but you've got to factor in the BOP as well.
Yeah, that was a well calculated. Took a bit of the track on the inside to get the job done, but a clean overtake, and that was the main thing.
So through turn 11 goes the now third placed Ferrari. So Michele Ruglo pushes on in pursuit now of Rob Bell. The gap was 3.2 seconds. He lost out a bit in the first sector because of being in the traffic and overtaking. But now, let's see how he fares. There is the McLaren. There, absolutely flying, is the yellow Ferrari. It's kind of Equipe Nationale Belge colours, but whether you agree with yellow Ferraris instead of red is up to you. But what it is quite gratifying is that the Ferraris are all different liveries this year and easily identifiable.
And not only Michele Ruglo flying, last lap 1:59.5. I mean, that's mega pace. I mean, at this stage in the race, almost 2.5 hours remaining with the traffic, having to deal with the traffic. That is a mega pace.
Absolutely right. And it's only going to get quicker, isn't it? Because you've got a fresh driver to come, and it's going to get cooler towards the end. Now, granted, it's going to get darker as well. In the AM class, 49, there is the leader. Now, Alexander Moiseev, regular driver of that Kaspersky Ferrari, loses his regular 2 co-drivers, but gains Stéphane Lemeret. It's only 2 drivers to do 6 hours, but Stéphane Lemeret, very quick driver, Belgian journalist, and there aren't many things in GT racing that Stéphane Lemeret has not driven. He's the man behind the wheel, and he's got that car into a very comfortable class lead now.
I mean, it's a tough deal. I mean, 2 drivers, 6 hours, especially in the heat that we had here, the early part of the 6-hour event. But if you've got, again, it's all about getting a car that works with you, not against you. And the 458 or the 488, depending, I think it's a 458, is such a well-proven, it's the best car in GT3 racing right now for gentlemen or amateurs or semi-amateurs or even journalists. It just does everything so much more comfortably.
And that car, with all due deference to its regular drivers, going better than ever. Gary Kondakov, who is the man behind Kaspersky, who brought this team together, in effect, he's decided to move sideways and go and race in the Blancpain GT Sports Car Club, which is really aimed for the gentlemen, the bronze drivers,
yes.
And he'll probably have a far happier weekend there.
Absolutely. I think one of the changes that has occurred in the Blancpain GT Endurance Series is over the last 2 or 3 years, but particularly the last 2 years, that we're getting many, many more young drivers coming through. And for those drivers that were racing, especially in the AM categories, they enjoyed the endurance events because they get settled in and drive a race. They weren't in that sort of hotbed of sprint racing. But really, these endurance events have been transformed from a 3-hour endurance to a 3-hour sprint, a 6-hour endurance to a 6-hour sprint, and we're going to go to Spa-Francorchamps at the end of July, and that's going to be a 24-hour sprint. So people like Gary Kondakov, the pleasure that he might have enjoyed maybe 3 or 4 years ago has been diminished because he's just not enjoying that level of competition and having to be always looking in your mirrors, being aware of the traffic around you, getting caught out, and then if you do something that compromises a lead car, getting criticized for it. These guys are doing this because they enjoy driving racing cars as opposed to being what I would call a racing driver, a difference of emphasis.
Yes, I get your point. So Lemeret, class leader in that Kaspersky Ferrari, and second in the AMs at the moment is David Perel in the Kessel Ferrari, and the third of the AMs, Gilles Vanelay, who we heard from pre-race in the ASP Mercedes. Now, of course, leaving the pit lane, now as it becomes darker, you're heading out into the the traffic, suddenly you've got headlights all around you in the mirrors, and you're trying to assess who is where and what the real situation is. And the race leading car, Wolfgang Reip, has just gone through. He's on to lap number 93 now. 2.5 hours to go. And there, number 11, Andrea Rizzoli, who is the man currently leading in Pro-Am. So number 11 Ferrari through into the class lead ahead of Ahmad Al-Hafi, the Motorbase Aston Martin now up into second spot, and then third in the class, Henri Hassid in the 74 Audi, the ISR car.
Yeah, Frank Pereira's in that car. Frank Pereira put it in pole at Silverstone. Having again somebody we haven't seen an awful lot of. I mean, a man who was outstanding, in my opinion, at the opening stint at Silverstone. So, where are you, Frank?
Well, I would anticipate they'll do with him what they're doing with others. They'll keep him for a double stint to the end.
Yeah,
that's when you need your fastest driver.
We're what, half an hour away from that, so it's going to be the next 29 minutes before we get to the bottom of the 4th hour of this race. And still Wolfgang Reip with that 42-second advantage over Rob Bell and Michele Rugolo 2.8 seconds behind.
And effectively, we're half an hour into a normal Endurance Cup race, aren't we? Normal 3-hour one.
Oh, yeah.
Just done half an hour, so we've got 2.5 to go. As you look at the Pro-Am leading car, the Ferrari, a very strong car this, and a very strong team and driver combination. It's one of the Kessel racing cars, Bonaccini, Rizzoli and Brozniewski. Now, having talked about the Blancpain GT Sports Club Championship, Broniszewski races in that as well, so he's got 2 races to look forward to tomorrow, and he's probably the man to beat in that, because he can race very comfortably at this level and then wipe the floor with them in that.
Yeah, that's a bit like pot hunting to me. But, you know, he pays his money, he goes motor racing, and, you know, somebody's got to win the race.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Somebody's got to win it. There's the McLaren under threat, currently in second place. Michele Rugolo is, where is he? There, he just, that's the Lamborghini just coming inside there.
2.8 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap, but there's more traffic up the road, isn't there, for Rob Bell? So the Giz is the man they're going to give the dark duty to. 2 hours in the darkness. Temperatures are, thankfully, starting to drop, which is good news for everybody.
You say that, but just I saw the temperature gauge, which is on the bridge, on pit straight, 24.6 Celsius.
Still warm, then?
Still warm. There's 58, second place, Rob Bell. Where is that yellow peril?
Somewhere.
Still haven't seen it coming onto pit straight. So has the gap increased? Has Rugolo been held up with traffic?
Yes, he has been held up. 3.8, he's lost a second.
I thought it lost him. So there it is there in the background. Lights flashing as he tries to find a way around the Lamborghini. Almost 3 abreast coming down into turn 1.
Now this is where it becomes hard for a driver, doesn't it? Because you've got less idea of what's around you.
Well, you rely a lot on information from the team.
So battle continues here at Paul Ricard. Let's have another look at how we got to this point. Highlights of the race thus far, with just under 2.5 hours remaining. It started in the glorious sunshine and very hot temperatures, with the race leader being Passin Lathoris from pole position, and he was able to fend off the challenge of the 2 Bentleys, working their way down through turn 5 with, in 4th spot, early doors, Rob Bell. Bell came up alongside the Ferrari that in turn was alongside both Bentleys, and 4 wide they ran up towards Sydney for the first time. Bell got 3rd, Guy Smith was the leader, and he had number 8 of Wolfgang Reip tucked up behind him. Lathoris started to lose touch a little bit over the opening laps. The Bentleys ran 1 and 2, and there were some good fights going on all the way through the order. The Rover Racing BMWs, though, both in the pit lane before the race was much older. Peter Mann got into the back of Lucas Ordonez, tapped the Nissan around, got a whack in the back as well from the 76 Porsche for his pains, and he got a drive-through as well for turning the Nissan into the wrong direction. Number 11, currently leading Pro-Am, also found itself in strife thanks to a rather robust Audi. The Santalop car turned it around, and then we had our first of 2 full-course yellows when Jürgen Hering's Porsche caught fire heading down towards turn 4. So the blaze had to be extinguished. Out came a full course yellow. Everybody had to do 80 kilometres an hour, and the clever teams decided to pit so they didn't lose too much time. Black Falcon pitted towards the end of that full course yellow. It's yet to be proved whether that was a masterstroke or a mistake. The 2 Bentleys ran together, but with Maxime Soulet looking quicker than Guy Smith, he was allowed by. The next round of pit stops came under a second full course yellow after we'd had Ian Loggie's Bentley charge the barrier. There was a spin for Stefano Costatini. That caused cars to scatter in avoidance. And about half a lap later, he had another go at Raffaele Giannone, and this time put both of them off the road. They both got back on, but there was a punctured tyre before long for Giannone. 7 Bentley had an ABS problem at the end of the pit straight, and a concerned Malcolm Wilson cleared the pit garage, ready to receive the car. Also charging on was 26, Christopher Hasser, working his way through the traffic, and that car just at the moment within the top 10. We thought Rolf Iken's Lamborghini was about to go bang, but it didn't turn out to be a huge problem. Got 42 after repeated warnings about exceeding track limits, overstepped them and had a spin. Another errant Ferrari got in the way of Colm Ledegaard, who took very evasive action to get through. Number 3 Audi, with now Jan Magnussen at the wheel, worked its way up into contention. 7th place for the WRT car, whereas number 2, the Leonard and Meadows and Frins car, cannoned off the Pro-Am leader 34 Jiri Pisarik, and that not only left damage on number 2, but also a drive-through penalty for causing the collision. Michele Rugolo became the real star as he charged his way up the order in the yellow Ferrari. 16-year-old Bleekemolen went down the pit lane and back into the race. Number 7 after the enforced pit stop way back now in 25th. Maxim Soule gave way to Wolfgang Ripe, with Andy Soucek being kept until the last 2 hours of the race. More drama to come. This was the punctured tyre for Raffaele Giannone as he brought the Lamborghini back round to the pit lane. All the way around the lap, traffic an issue. Spinning BMWs getting in the way of some of the quicker cars. And not only the traffic, there's also the light that is fading and fading all the time. Great for the photographers, not good for the drivers in the cars. Michael Meadows decided to have a different line to get through the traffic heading round turn 2. That's after the car had to serve its drive-through penalty, and a brave move putting the McLaren up on the inside to get past Michele Beretta. Rob Bell back up into 2nd position. And so, with Michele Rugolo charging on, that is 3rd. AM category leader there, Stefan Lemeray, in the Kaspersky-backed Ferrari. And still, we've got over 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race still to go here at Paul Ricard. And it is, John, getting darker all the time. We're heading towards proper nighttime racing now.
Yes, and for many a driver, that'll be a relief, because now they'll get the benefit of these laser headlights that they have got on all the cars. They'll be able to pick up parts of the racetrack, which for the last half hour have been that sort of horrible period between light and darkness, and headlights, like you made the analogy of a slick track as opposed to a dry or a wet track. Headlights like darkness, that's when they work at the best. So these lights, very, very powerful indeed. So as we look at them coming down the Mistral Straight from this camera, I mean, well, all you see are headlights, the flare off the camera lenses, but there it is, the number 50. Ferrari, Michele Rugolo is 4.4 seconds behind Rob Bell, probably more to do with having to negotiate, navigate, get it all out. The traffic, Rob Bell would have had to do that as well, so his pace will be back up to the more normal we expect. In fact, Rob Bell's last lap was a 1:59.9. Rugolo has been running in the 59s, but last lap 2 minutes 0.008.
Now, a word about Nissan. Last year's winners, Bob Neville's team, with a rather less advantageous balanced performance this year. After the spin for number 23 that we saw just a moment ago again in the highlights package, it was 31st. Takaboshi has hauled that car, kicking and screaming, up into 6th place.
You're joking.
I'm not. It's there.
Well, why have we not been following it? I mean, if a car is up to 6th place, how have we missed it?
So Takaboshi, the man behind the wheel, Alex Buncombe still to go. I think that car's chances are better than we might have dared hope.
I mean,
I'm not saying a win necessarily.
No, but you know, there are things that are maybe slightly out of sequence. I mean, if they can get that car as a top 10 finisher, I would say that's a great result. If they can beat top 6 or better,
it'll be a party.
Well, I tell you what, I'll walk on water.
Yeah, Bob Neville, who owns the team, wasn't convinced that top 10 was on. But yes, for the moment, that's looking a lot more optimistic, and it's been a good recovery. I know there are other cars that have pitted, and therefore things will shuffle back a little bit before the very end. Over the timing line goes then the Nissan. So 38.5 seconds is right to Bell at the moment. Rugolo is 3rd. 4th is Michele Beretta. And Jasmine Jafar's Mercedes is 5th, and Takaboshi is 6th. 7th is now Magnussen. 8th is Russoli. 9th is Zampieri. And 10th is Greg Gilbert. That's the order at the moment. So we've got 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race remaining, and you're riding on board then as the cars, this is 23 Nissan, wriggle their way up now towards turn 6 and then swing their way onto the Mistral straight, speed building all the time, through the left, up towards the curb, way wide, one or two of them, maintaining that momentum, and then this long, long, long straight all the way up towards Senior.
But look at the way it just catches, and you're sitting there, you're just a sitting duck, nothing you can do about it. What a lovely feeling to be in this car.
Just a great sound.
Well, the sound, we're getting a nice sound, but just to know that you've got that straight line speed, a big lift coming into scene. Are those hazard lights flashing in the car ahead of us? Or is that just because somebody's hit the button by mistake? Probably hit both.
So Takaboshi at the wheel now. Lucas Ordoniev was the man that did the bulk of the hard work, dragging that car up the order. Ordoniev, another of the graduates of the Nissan GT PlayStation Academy, proving its worth. So the Spanish driver, a very, very good stint to get that car into 6th place. Takaboshi racing here for the first time now, the man behind the wheel of it, carrying on the good work. And then Alex Buncombe is the man that gets the night shift.
Yes, and there we got the Cameron. I'm not going to call him Dave anymore, Duncan. And of course Matt Griffin, the Ferrari works driver, who has worked with Duncan Cameron, raced at Le Mans last weekend, here this weekend. 24 hours isn't enough for these guys. Have to do another endurance race within less than a week of getting out of the car.
Yeah, there's no peace for the wicked, as they say. So race leaders then work lap 98. 49, that's the AM class leading car in. Stéphane Lamoureux staying behind the wheel, I suspect. Alexander Moiseev will do the last stint in that car.
Yeah, just getting a notification that car 75 again, driver's stint too long, drive-through penalty. Somebody's not working it out. Strange.
Yeah.
That's a good team.
Yeah, ISR is, as you say, a good team, a burgeoning team. Yeah. And they've yet to use Frank Stippler, keeping him in reserve for the night shift, as it were, the last 2 hours on the darkness, but he's already been compromised.
Well, exactly, that's the point. I mean, Frank, you put him into a car, there are what I would call go-to guys to get the job done, and there are go-to guys that you can rely upon to bring it home. And Frank can be either or both at different times, depending just where he is in a race. But, to know that your car is now going to have another drive-through penalty because of a miscommunication or misunderstanding or whatever of the regulations, it's sort of a bit soul-destroying.
Yeah, exactly. I still recall Frank Stippler's amazing drive that year to win the Spa 24 Hours, and he drove just about to the second as much as he was allowed under the regulations. And when he got there to the end of the race, he had to unfold himself, and he was very dehydrated. He was really tired, wasn't he? But it'd been an amazing effort.
Yes, I mean, and those sort of superhuman efforts are what are sometimes called upon to win the race, or to certainly get yourself into a position. As we look at the Nissan, still in 6th place, Takaboshi, you're looking to see just how far he is behind the Mercedes. Jasmine Jafar up the road. I'm still waiting for, in fact, Jafar to come across the line, so still going to be, there is 16 seconds behind the 5th place Mercedes.
The driver, I think, that did too long behind the wheel was Marlon Stockinger. He has done another stint now and is coming through to serve the drive-through. There is 23. So after the great work done by Lucas Ordoniev, Takaboshi rising to the challenge, rising over the curb as well, but he's on it.
Yeah, but that was a sweet pass. I mean, he worked it out, saw where he has got some advantage and used it, positioned the car, got up the inside, hard on the throttle. The Ferrari was bouncing and bobbling around in the exit of turn 2. And that's the difference. I'm talking about people who drive race cars and people who are racing drivers. And there's a clear example of a person who drives and a person who races.
We talked already about this regulation pit stop time. If you start changing tyres, then you can't
minimum
leave the
94
pit lane,
seconds,
within 94 seconds. Now, you are allowed a 1 second tolerance of that, but number 23 Nissan is being told you've used one of your tolerances. So they haven't got the calculations 100% right on the pit stops, but one of them, at least, one of the pit stops has just been slightly wayward, and they are just being reminded about that tolerance.
Well, I'm sure that the Nissan team, who studiously operate within the regulations, will be mortified to know that they've been noticed for doing something which was a fairly minor, it might have only been a second, nevertheless, that will be corrected. It'll not happen again.
No, indeed. You're on board with 23. So this is the overall car. Don't forget 22 that had its early puncture right at the very start of the race, and that's in 46th with Matthew Simmons at the wheel of the Pro-Am car. But you're riding then in 23 with Mitsunori Takaboshi.
So Alex Buncombe will be in the garage doing a few little stretching exercises, getting his eyes accustomed to the darkness, maybe not wanting to be in the garage in the light of the garage, because then you jump in a car and you go out on a racetrack which is substantially darker. So maybe spending a little bit more time at the back of the garage where the light is more akin to what the ambient light is right now.
Yeah, Alex, third generation racer. Dad Jonathan, a very good super saloon and saloon car racer. His dad John, very successful racer generation before, and Alex's young son Austin, I think set to make it the fourth generation in due course. But he has yet to get in the car. Alex, he will do so, I'm guessing, within the next 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be around about the 2 hours to go period. But Takaboshi has done a good job. I mean, sometimes Japanese drivers don't adapt to coming into European racing, you know, the lifestyle, the time change, even just simply the food. Just have a little look and see, this is...
Contact here, the Lamborghini of Michele Beretta, dive bombing 42 Ferrari. That's under investigation.
Yeah, I mean, there was enough warning that the Ferrari had decided it was committed to the corner, and you just can't take risks like that, because apart from any penalty that you might be, it's under investigation. Again, it was, I would have said the Ferrari driver should have been more aware of a quicker car, but having said that, once he committed to the corner, it was a closing gap, usual story, a closing gap, you're going to be in trouble.
Takaboshi pressing on. Now, is he catching the car ahead, Jasmine Jaffar's Mercedes? He's not. It's going to be interesting, though, when we get through the next round of pit stops, fresh drivers in, to see how that changes the pattern of the race. I've got a feeling that number 19 Lamborghini might well be one that comes back into the mix if they put Andrea Piccini in again.
We're going to get Maximilian Buch
in 84.
Yeah. So that's not going to be any walk in the park. So Alex Buncombe's going to have his work cut out to try and cut any inroads into that 84 Mercedes.
So you're going to get Soucek in the leading car, you're going to get Van Gisbergen in the McLaren in second place, you're going to get Pierre Guidi in the third place Ferrari, Alex Buncombe, Maxi Buch, presumably Piccini, because everyone's had a go in number 19, and he'll go back into it, I suspect, but I think 19 might drop down the order. It's all building up nicely, that.
It sounds like a real cracker to me. We've got the top guys in each of those respective cars, and they are going to be going for broke. It is now getting to the stage where if you've got anything, if you've been holding anything back at all, any strategy, you're going to start thinking, now I need to use all I have got. And Wolfgang Reib still comfortably 38 seconds. It was over 40 seconds. It's come down marginally. Rob Bell has managed to eke out a few tenths here, a few tenths there. The reality will be when who's getting into number? Andy Soucek gets into number 8.
Yeah, that's right.
Then you're going to get, Wunderkind from New Zealand, Shane Van Gisbergen, who has just really had a golden career in GT racing and in particular in the McLarens, both in Bathurst and in Europe. So cracking end to a race that's really gone very quickly indeed.
Indeed so. My brain has stopped working. I think it's the lack of food. Alex Buncombe did do the second stint in number 23. I'd overlooked that by getting all excited about Lucas Ordonez. So credit where credit's due. Alex has had a go in the car, but he's going to get more time behind the wheel at the end. Somebody has just gone past with smoke and or liquid coming out of the back of it. I couldn't see in the darkness who it was, but it's heading down towards turn 1. And it wasn't just that they were offline and kicking up the dirt. There was somebody with a problem that's just gone past the timing line. So we'll keep an eye to that. We might get a report of a car in trouble pretty soon. Now, Lucas Ordonez, we have been talking about the car up into 6th place now. Great job done by Lucas. It's time we heard from him, isn't it? Dakota is with him in the pit lane.
Lucas, how have you come from nowhere? Where did that come from?
Yeah, well, it was a great stint, good fun. From P31st, I think we came back in P6, so yeah, the car felt great. With the cooler conditions, the balance of the car improved a lot. And yeah, I think
I don't know how many cars I passed out there, but it was the most fun ever seen in my life. It was like, playing on PlayStation. So many cars to pass, a lot of traffic, but once I got clear laps, the pace was great. And yeah, let's keep pushing. Mitsunori now is in P6, so doing a great job, and let's hope for a top 10, top 5 finish. It will be amazing, coming from nowhere. So Nissan has done a great job with the car balance, and yeah, let's hope for a good fun in the night.
Well, it was absolutely incredible to watch you race and pass all those drivers. Do you think you can keep this pace to the end of the race?
Yeah, I think the night will help us. We have a turbo engine, so the fresh air will help all the turbo engines. And I think the car balance for us is much better in the night. So yeah, let's hope for that, and let's be confident and push, because we have nothing to lose. So yeah, pushing for that.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's the AM class leading Ferrari. Stefan Lemray stopped on the inside of Senior.
Yeah, it is, and that's just into the third sector. So that car pulled off to the right-hand part of the racetrack. Driver still in the car talking to one of the marshals, whether there's a problem that can self-rectify or whether that's kaput. Hard to tell. The marshal's jumping back over the wall. So maybe there is something that can be done, maybe a reset.
Oh, is that going to be a sort of complete reset like you did to your computer? Control-Alt-Delete and off you go.
That's the only thing I can suggest it might be. There's no indication of anything mechanical. There's no fluids coming from the car. There doesn't look to be any damage around the car. Looks like it just pulled over for its own accord. So still a yellow flag in that Sector 3, the last sector of this Paul Ricard circuit. Marshall puts the yellow flag down, runs back to jump across the wall. He's coming across again, and
they've lost the class lead.
Yep.
I'm afraid to say.
Back into the Nissan garage, and Takboshi 5th place.
Yes, because they just got ahead of
the 19 Lamborghini.
Yeah, and so number 111, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, now leads the AM Cup, and Stefan Lemray, having dominated in the last hour or two, stranded by the side of the road, is the South African David Perel at the wheel of the Kessel Ferrari. As I say, that's now become the class leader there. And Lemray is in danger of losing more places. Gilles Vanelay will get up past him soon as well. The lead gap, 36.6 seconds as we get towards the end of the next hour. And the next wave of pit stops is going to be imminent.
Interesting that Lucas Ordóñez pointing out that the lower track temperatures have helped the balance of the Nissan. And to a lesser degree, the turbo engine, the drop in temperature doesn't affect it because it's just creating its own induction by force feeding it. The aspirated engines normally pick up a little bit more in the cooler, heavier air conditions that we're now coming into. But it's to do with track temperature dropping and usage of your tyre. There's a Bentley number.
That's the leader.
8 it is.
Yeah, and that's going to put Andy Soucek in the car, isn't it?
So 2 minutes and 7 remaining.
That's okay. 65 and 65, 2 hours and 10. They're fine. It's just
They've done the calculation.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah.
Excellent.
2 65-minute stints, 2 hours and 10 minutes. He gets in at 2 hours and 7 minutes. Wallet Mrs. Cox, your mother's won a duck. That's fine. You can go to the end on that.
Going like a Boeing.
Absolutely. No problem. So, all they've got to do now is make sure it's reliable.
Well, couldn't have been more reliable, put it this way. They've had a charmed race from the minute the lights went out, and some great stints from that number 8 Bentley.
Had that been a normal Blancpain Endurance Cup round at 3 hours, they'd be laughing. But now, this is the bonus 2 hours that they've got to get through. They've done 4, 2 more to go.
Well, they've done the hard yards, but it's not a cruise home by any means.
No.
So there's a lot can take place. I mean, there's so many things that are beyond your control. So the Bentley is rolling, and this should be Spanish driver Andy Soucek behind the wheel, and he will double stint until the end, we believe. Now, there's no reason. I mean, the other two drivers, Wolfgang Reif and Maxime Soulet, have they both, do you believe, completed their maximum driving times, or would there be a situation, let's say Andy Soucek doesn't perform? Could they put one of the other two drivers in, or would they run out of time? Not that Andy Soucek's going to underperform, I hasten to add.
They would have...
They'd be close to the limits.
Yeah, they'd only have about 10 or 15 minutes, so it's almost not worth doing it. For the time you'd lose for the pit stop, I don't think it'd be worth doing. That's Duncan Cameron, who's brought the car in.
Yep.
And they are currently third in Pro-Am. So we've not seen much of this car. Matt Griffin was working his normal heroics a little while ago. The Irishman, Davide Rizzo, has had a go, the Italian based in Asian GT racing. And so that car set to rejoin.
Yep, came in 17th, so, yes, came in 17th. So is this going to be Matt Griffin back in behind the wheel, or is he going to have to wait for the final hour before he will then take the car to the checkered flag?
They've been chopping and changing a bit more than other teams in that car,
yeah, I think
keeping people fresh.
I think the AMs tend to do an hour stint, and then whether they put Matt Griffin in for a 2-hour stint, or whether they just rotate it depending on the decisions. But it is going to be a little bit easier. Lead of 50. Michele Rugolo in, Alessandro Pierguidi getting in.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, I wouldn't say fireworks, but it's certainly going to be worth watching. Rugolo did a really, really impressive job in my view. I mean, drove that car superbly.
Stefan Lemaire, still stranded out on the circuit, is trying to do one thing and the marshals want him to do another. And the team being told that its driver has to respect the instruction of the marshals. So whatever Lemaire is trying to do, the marshals want him to do something different, possibly get out, let us tow the car away. Lemaire is trying to restart it potentially. This is the pit stop for what had become the leading car. It had inherited the lead after the Bentley stopped.
Look at the brake dust coming out from those Ferrari. I mean, I saw it on the rear. That is a massive amount of brake dust coming out from those. Heavy use of braking here. I mean, normally Paul Ricard isn't what I would describe as a big brake circuit. There's lots of corners where you brake, but you don't have to brake really, really heavily.
Now the McLaren has gone through in the pit lane, so Van Gisbergen potentially has got his place back again, and second position switches over. Down the pit lane is going 58, Shane Van Gisbergen at the wheel. So now Alessandro Pierguidi has got to charge on and try and get back onto terms with and get back ahead of the McLaren.
I think that the Ferrari is the car that's following the McLaren out of the pit lane, but of course in the meantime there's been another 4 or 5 cars that have come onto start finish straight, so that's going to be a big ask for Alessandro Pierguidi. He was very confident about the car. He really enjoys the car. I think they've got a super package and a good driver lineup too.
Yeah, former A1GP racer Alessandro Pierguidi. He was one of the people that drove in the Maserati MC12s back in the halcyon days of those cars in FIA GT racing. So the order shuffles around going into this final 2 hours. We're almost at that last 2 hour mark, just a couple of minutes shy of it. But it's going to be, in real terms, number 8, Andy Soucek up front as the McLaren heads off down the Mistral straight, the floodlights on, so there's more visibility there than you might anticipate.
Oh yeah, I mean the headlights of these cars just amazing, and they're now doing what they're designed to do, work in darkness. The visibility, not as good as daylight, but certainly pretty good.
But the replay we had a while ago of the number 19 Lamborghini getting into the Ferrari, it's being given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. The car had fallen into 9th place anyway, but Michele Beretta is going to have to serve a drive-through.
That was a strange one because the Ferrari really cut down very, very late and didn't give Beretta an awful lot of chance. I mean, he thought there was a clear overtaking opportunity, and then they just dropped down on the Lamborghini, and the penalty goes to number 19.
So it's going to fall even further. It's got another pit stop due as well, so that car is going to tumble. Now, 0-0 Mercedes is 5th, and it has just rejoined, and it's got Bernd Schneider behind the wheel. So the Black Falcon car could be another one that's got a part to play in this before the end. There is Alessandro Pierguidi. So Pasinathorus started. We've had the long middle stint being done. It felt like a long middle stint from Michele Rugolo. And now, to bring the car home, Alessandro Pierguidi comes over the timing line. So 5th over the timing line. He's going to become 3rd because he'll gain 2 places with other cars in the pit lane, and he's 49 seconds away from the Bentley. It's a big ask, that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's not going to worry about the Bentley. Maybe they're looking at the McLaren as being the realistic position change. That would be for 2nd place. So the gap between the McLaren and the Ferrari is, what's it? It's about just about 9 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they're only going to really get into the mix if there's a safety car to bunch everybody up, or the Bentley has a problem.
And there is the Lamborghini. Well, that's the 19 Lamborghini, beg your pardon. That's gone in 8th place, but
yeah, that's
I'd be interested to see the first flying laps of Van Gisbergen and of Alessandro Pierguidi to see where they are. They've gone out on either brand new tires or the most fresh of the best of the rest. So to get an indication when the tyre is in its opening lap or laps, is when you're going to get the best from it. Traffic, of course, is the one factor that you cannot control.
I thought I saw a car rejoining there, having gone the wrong way down at turn 4, way off the escape road. Anyway, there is the Black Falcon car of Ben Schneider. Blast out of the pit lane. 19 Lamborghini set to serve this drive-through penalty, and we did have a car going off the road, and it was 25, which was the Santalot car of Kelders, Bononomi and Mark Rostan, which was a fair way down the order anyway, but 25 has just rejoined the race after an off.
Good spot, Dave. Good spot.
I have my moments. So, as I say, it's a long way down the order in 31st place. Right, we're into the last 2 hours, and it is Bentley continuing to lead the way. Andy Soucek then in number 8, and that car then trying to work its way further clear of the opposition. Number 19 has got Lukas Stolz into it for this next stint, in fact, so Stolz back behind the wheel of number 19, and he's also displaced Maxi Bouk, but it's kind of irrelevant because of this drive-through penalty that's there hanging over them.
The number 8 Bentley is indicating that Maxime Soulé is back behind the wheel, which I don't quite understand. We assumed it would be Andy Soucek.
No, it is Soucek. Soulé's identification is MSO, and the SOU is for Soucek. Soucek, Soulé, same first 3 letters. So that's Soucek's short code, and Maxime Soulé is MSO or something. Yes. So no, it is Soucek. Yeah, no, we're okay with that. So there, down the pit lane for the drive-through, comes the Lamborghini. Having just sorted out the Mercedes, he has to give up the places. So down the pit lane he comes. So it was good while it lasted for that car, but that was for causing the collision. And doesn't lose that much by that drive-through. Lukas Stolz then, he was a Bentley driver last year for HTP in the ADAC GT Masters Championship. HTP going back to Mercedes this year, and Lukas Stolz switching to Lamborghini. So it's all changed, and he's back on track now, but that will have cost him some places, one of which will have gone the way potentially of Alex Buncombe in 23 Nissan. We need to try and do some headlight spotting. There is the Nissan, which has gained track position and booms its way now onto the Mistral straight.
Yeah, but Alex Buncombe, somebody slowing down. So coming onto the Mistral straight, somebody, is that the...
I was going to say, is that Mercedes shaped?
I don't know, is that Lamborghini Bratislava, or hard to tell? Can't really tell. All these headlights, hard to tell. Look and see. It is Aston Martin.
It's the motor-based car.
Is that a flat tyre, the way it's hobbling down? Strange.
So 44, Johnny Adam at the wheel of it, trying to keep out of harm's way. But what is it that's the problem? The reason it's bouncing around is he's finding curves.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah. So Johnny's doing the right thing. He's keeping out of everybody's way, but then he's got to contend with the curbs and the runoff area there. But he's got to limp it back. Do we know why? So Johnny Adam limps round to the pit road, and it was up to second in Pro-Am. So the Motorbase Oman Racing Team car heading for the pits. Now that team is based just beneath us, and I'm peering down to see if the team is ready with anything. Yes, they are, and they've got the little trolley jacks there, so they're going to whisk the car into the garage when it gets back to them.
Yeah, so there's a problem. There doesn't appear to be a tyre puncture. Looks like it's a more serious problem, so the Aston Martin trying to limp up the hill as the number 7 Bentley. So 7 Bentley still, has it made it onto page 1 yet or not? It is. It actually is up to 15th place, but it will lose time, obviously. So that's been a great stint by the number 7. Stephen Kane is going to get into the car for the final hour and 56 minutes. So amazing that a car that was out of contention for so much for the first 4 hours. So there's the Aston Martin making its way back, staying way off the racetrack. And is he pulling off? What's he done? Has he found a shortcut?
Yes.
He has found a shortcut, which is going to bring him back into turn 12. What a clever thinking there.
Well done, Johnny Adam.
Well, indeed, absolutely. Yeah. And just to know that that isn't a blind alley, he's actually found a shortcut, which is going to save him time and keep the car out of the way of those that are on the racetrack.
And of course he can use all of those very wide expanses of runoff to keep out of everybody's way.
Indeed.
And just make his way back to the pit lane. So 44, that car had got itself up to second in Pro-Am. Sad to say it's tumbling down the order again now. But if they can get it back, they might be able to get that car back into the race, as the lead gap is now 40.6 seconds between Soulé and Rob Bell. Now they're still going strongly in Pro-Am. That's the class-leading Ferrari. Broniszewski at the wheel of that car. That's had a spin, of course, early on. And he's battled back.
Yes, it did.
So they've done a good job in that car, the Kessel Racing team, which is sort of a Pro-Am plus, isn't it? Sometimes you get the feeling it really ought to be in the Pro class. It does well.
Broniszewski is the driver that sort of, you think, is he good enough to be classified as a silver or gold driver? Does he qualify as an AM driver? And there are a number of drivers who are just very close to the cusp of being considered more than just sort of a gifted amateur driver, which I think Broniszewski is one of those drivers. Oh, what's that? Is that a Porsche? There were only two in the race, and it's still running. Number 76, 23rd place. Well, what a delight for me. That's the IMSA Performance Porsche. Thierry Cromac, Raymond Narak, Maxime José. Still running, albeit a long way down on 23rd. It's actually dropped positions. Maybe that's due to being in and out of the pit lane, but it's still running. Unlike its sister car, which spilt its guts
spectacularly,
yes. And then ignited just to compound the situation.
So it looked good, that car. And there, it's a broken suspension. The wheels all loose on the front left corner. That's the Motorbase Aston.
Yeah, the top suspension arm. And that's, again, I mean, no indication of any contact with any other car.
No.
So they've got to dive in, take the wheel off, get that whole assembly. Whether they've got a complete assembly available to bolt in place, or whether they're going to have to do it that didn't part by part. Assuming it's the suspension and not the mounting, that has actually failed.
I was going to say, it's not happened on an outlap, has it? It's a loose wheel, but no, it's something more fundamental. You can see it's all askew in there.
Get in there with a camera. Don't worry about the mechanics. They're in here to do a job. So
hard work.
Yeah, it is, and it's hot. Those discs are mighty, mighty hot. They will have been cooled down because Johnny Adam came back slowly, so the air going into the brake system would have cooled them down considerably, but nevertheless, not something you'd want to pick up with bare hands.
Now there is, we found it, the Barwell Lamborghini that's had a very busy race, and at the moment this car with Marco Mappelli at the wheel is second in Pro-Am, 16th overall. Bear in mind that it had to start from the pit lane because of an engine change. It's had a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement, and the Mark Lemmer run Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini is back up to second in Pro-Am. I'm not convinced necessarily it's going to catch the leading Ferrari, but it's been a great effort this by Leo Machitsky, Phil Keane and Marco Mappelli.
Yeah, but I mean, to get onto the podium after all those setbacks, I mean, starting in the pit lane, actually, I don't think is a big disadvantage if you're not at the front, front 4 or 5 rows.
In 10 seconds to remove debris in turn 7.
So we're getting a full course yellow for debris to be removed.
3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
So we go full course yellow, the third full course yellow of the race. The voice you heard in the background again was Alain Adam, the race director, and this time it's for debris to be removed, because the last thing you need on the road in the darkness, bits of debris that you can't see.
Well, who's the debris from? Is there a culprit, or is it just an accumulate?
Misc. Misc. Lots of people. Accumulation, I think.
Yeah.
Number 12's gone slowly. That's the BMW of Karim-Moget, but of course it's going slowly because of this full course yellow. So the car's got the message, it slows down. Everybody has to adhere to the maximum speed is 80 kilometres an hour. Now, if you're behind somebody who is doing 75, as we saw in the case of the McLaren earlier, potentially, then you're going to be affected if somebody isn't going quickly enough.
Well, we actually had this scenario, sort of similar scenario. I think it was at Monza. Where some drivers didn't run, and the race directors instructed drivers, if somebody's not doing 80, you're allowed to overtake them, even under a yellow flag. I don't know if that applies here or not.
2, 1, green flag now.
Green flag now, says Alain Adam. We're back racing. I do like these full course yellows, virtual safety cars, because they can be deployed, instigated much quicker. You can go racing much quicker without all the faffage of safety cars and having to try and get the right car and then have the lights off and everybody bunching up. You just go racing wherever you are around the lap. So the incident sorted out very quickly and you're back racing, and all that was done within, what, 20 seconds?
Yeah, I would still like to know what the debris that they were so concerned about, that we had to have a full course yellow to have that piece of debris removed. I mean, we don't think it came from Johnny Adams' Aston Martin, because it looked like it was pretty much intact, but maybe there was another bit of bodywork that was in a hazardous position. can't have been build-up of rubber. I mean, that's not going to be enough for a full course yellow.
Now, what is that down to the lead gap? Well, it's still Andy Soucek pushing on, looking for a first Bentley win in the Endurance Cup, and leading the way then over the Shane van Gisbergen McLaren. The transponder's still not doing what it should in that car, but it is the Giz that's got the night shift in it. An hour and 50 minutes then of the race remain. Got Christian Hernadl just pitting out of 5th place for HTP in the Mercedes. And that's the last corner view. This, meantime, is the Nissan.
Infrared shot. On board, as we come down the straight. Normally you see this in sort of spring watch or summer watch or winter watch. Oh dear me, what a mess, what a mess. Dear me, could you make it any more spectacular?
That was the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini up the curb and up the curb and up the curb, wasn't it?
Oh, good. I mean, how can call yourself a racing driver?
So the car getting out of the way, and confirmation on the screen of the order, as you've got Andy Soucek then ahead of Shane van Gisbergen. Now, lap times of Alessandro Pierguidi are going to be worth watching relative to the two ahead once we get back into a proper full green flag lap. So not this one, but the next one is that's where the fascination's going to start, to see what Pierguidi can do about van Gisbergen.
I've got a feeling, in whatever I've got left to have a feeling in, that the Ferrari has just got that little bit of edge of performance over the McLaren. But of course, you've got the best of each of these respective teams behind the wheel. And it's not about just simply lap speed. It's about the use of traffic. It's about where you get caught, who you're catching. It's just about racecraft. So you may not have the quickest car, but the difference between the two cars may not be in your favour, but it may work for your favour because you can't control where you're going to catch people or where they're going to get on your part of the racetrack. So the Ferrari, I think, is going to be the slightly quicker of the two cars in overall lap time in clear air. That does not mean that Alessandro Pierguidi, who has just set fastest sector time of anybody so far in the race. Do you think the Italian driver's on it?
Yes. Is he ever anything other?
Do you think Shane van Gisbergen is going to respond? He ought to.
He needs to, just to be on the safe side, because it's only 7.7 seconds between them. So the gap coming down, second to third. And while all that's going on, so Andy Soucek leads the way by 41.7 seconds. Number 44, Aston Martin, we fear, has got too much suspension arm damage. Whether it can be fixed, it's not looking very likely. I'm not sure we're going to see that car again, but the Motorbase engineers will do their best.
Well, I mean, if it's a suspension arm, I don't know why it can't be replaced. If it's something more substantial, maybe a locating point for a suspension component. Therefore, you have to get the old welding torch out and get in like your sort of local DIY would do. Maybe it's not feasible, maybe it has to go back and be rejigged. And in fact, the whole assembly, the sub-assembly that would probably hold the suspension itself, may be something that's just too far gone.
You asked the question about is Pierguidi on it. He has taken nearly a full second out of the Giz in Sector 2. He took a second and a half out in Sector 1. He's very definitely on it, and the Motorbase engineers are still on it as well. They are determined to get the car back into the race if they can. It's tumbling down the order. Sadly, it was second in class in the top 20. It's now 36th overall. Is this a problem? It is. It's slowed right down. Who are we on board with? Is that a McLaren?
It's difficult to tell.
It's a Mercedes. It's Maxi Book. It's 84. It's the Max Book car.
Well, that's a shame, because that's a car that was definitely going to be another contender. Maximilian Book, HTP Mercedes AMG GT3. Is this the R model, or is that just exclusively for Lewis Hamilton?
I think that's a Lewis special. That is not going to necessarily even get back to the pit lane, is it? Maxi Book is on the Mistral straight and has slowed right down. He was telling us at lunchtime that the car had understeer and oversteer. In qualifying was a real pig to handle. But it slowly limps its way off the track, round to the pit lane. Can it get there?
I don't think it's going to get there. I think that he's too far. He's only in the middle of the straight in reality. He's looking for, I assume, somewhere he can pull the car. Dominic Baumann looks at that, and that's concern on the face of HTP. Their best chance of getting a podium with that number 84 car was in 6th place. Now it's going nowhere. Dominic Baumann, who has done the early hard yards, realises, well, it's time to pack and head off back to the hotel, I think.
Can I get you excited about something? 23 Nissan is up to 4th overall now.
I mean, amazing. I mean, a great effort by Bob Neville and the guys. I mean, this is not by any means the quickest guy or quickest car combination, but they've got there by stealth and just by good teamwork.
Dominique, do you know what the problem is?
Not really. Something with the gearbox. So I don't know more.
Do you think it's going to come back in, be fixed?
Hopefully, but he's standing now at the moment on the track, so I don't think he can come back to the pits.
I'm very sorry about that. Well, hopefully it gets fixed and it comes back all right.
Yeah, sure, but it's a pity. But car was good. Now with the problem, yeah, that's how it is.
That's how it is. That's racing.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time that the GT3 AMG Mercedes-Benz this year has had a gearbox or transmission problem. They thought they had a handle on it. You don't win it 24 hours at Nürburgring with a fragile gearbox transmission assembly. But Dominic Barman didn't say it was definitely, but I think he was transfixed by the question, and he just had to sort of blurt it out, didn't he?
Well, big shame for HTP. So another one bites the dust. And number 23 then, the Nissan, up into 4th place. And Alex Buncombe at the wheel of it. This is the car, remember, that won last year. Well, last year it was a win after a great battle with 7 Bentley. Stephen Kane at the wheel. Kane had a spin, and it was the first outright win for the Nissan, which went on to win the Pro Cup in the Championship. It's a rather different look to the race this year.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Buncombe has got the Nissan lapping under that 2-minute barrier, but what's really getting my attention is that number 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, last lap won 58.9 as against a 159.3 for Shane van Gisbergen in the McLaren. The gap when they came across the line the last time was 4.5 seconds, and there's going to be less than that within, what, another 2 laps, maybe by the time we get to the end of lap 2.
Yeah, I mean,
all over the back.
4.5.
Yeah, that's a big gain by Alessandro Pierguidi, and I mean, the Ferrari, I think, is the quicker of the 2 cars. I think it's been established.
Yeah.
By what we've been watching on
Indeed.
timing and scoring, it's difficult to see it at night time, but certainly timing and scoring is telling us the story.
But up the road, still with this healthy margin, and the car, he looks for wood, going like clockwork, is number 8 Bentley. There's the Ferrari. Now, through the traffic up the road is the McLaren. It was 4.5 seconds. Over the timing line goes the Gears. Over the timing line goes Pierguidi. 4.5 seconds. It's 2.5 seconds. It's game on.
There's one car between the McLaren and the Ferrari. The Ferrari is going to make it no cars between 2nd and 3rd position. And the Ferrari on a charge. The last lap yet again, 158.6. That's against the 2-minute 00.6 from Van Gisbergen in the McLaren. Ferrari has its dander up, it sniffs McLaren. You know, this is a war that's existed between these two companies since the instigation of the McLaren company down the inside. Where is the McLaren? That was one of the back markers. So looking to see, is the next car up the McLaren, or has Van Gisbergen managed to use the traffic? I think he's got, again, a car between himself and the McLaren, and the ebb and flow, sometimes slightly artificial because of the traffic management that is so important. But that car, that yellow Ferrari, right now, by a country mile, is the quickest car on this racetrack.
So, sector 1, let's see how it pans out. The McLaren has yet to offer up a sector 1 or a sector 2 time. It does have a transponder glitch, though we know that because of the fact that the driver names aren't being offered up. So it's hard to see the relative pace around the lap. But Pierguidi doing sector times slower than the Bentley, in fairness. That still has everything going its way, but through the traffic they work. There is the Kiwi. So Shane van Gisbergen in 2nd spot. There's traffic to contend with as well, but Pierguidi is chasing.
Yeah, one car between the McLaren and the Ferrari. And that's going to be a relatively short problem for Pierguidi in the Ferrari. I mean, it is just absolutely eating up this racetrack. We're now coming up to 20 past 10 in the evening. Still an hour and 41 minutes to go. There is the McLaren. It's the 2nd car ahead of the Ferrari, the fly yellow Ferrari. Of course, the car, and an outstanding stint from Michele Rugolo. Now, great effort indeed by Alessandro Pierguidi. The McLaren goes into turn 1. I don't understand why the pace of the McLaren, it looks like it's a slight struggle. Maybe just they're not turning the tires on. Maybe lots of factors that you get going into night time. Car balance changes, the air is more dense. the air effect, the aerodynamic effect also changes. Maybe the McLaren's that very narrow window that the car works in, they're not in that window any longer, whereas the Ferrari, which is maybe a more Pierre Guidi looking to sort of try and keep the back end of his Ferrari from getting away from him coming through turn 6.
And the last lap that he did, comparable to the last lap of Alex Buncombe in the Nissan. Now, I know there's traffic to factor into all of this, but the Nissan is now doing very respectable lap times in 4th place. 5th is Stoltz in the Lamborghini, and 6th, this is about the one good bit of news all day for WRT, is that Felipe Albuquerque has got number 3 Audi up into the top 6 now.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a rotten race
as a team.
Yeah, as a team.
Yeah.
It's just not worked for them. The number 1 Audi didn't get position, particularly from qualifying, and then they had those issues after Dries van Thor had to bring the car into the pits. So it's been a tough weekend. It's not been this year. The dynamic of GT3 racing, both in sprint and endurance, has changed. And I mean, a lot of the cars that are coming from the Ferrari, as an example, the upgrade on the McLaren in its current 650S or whatever it is, guys, the BMW not showing strongly here, the AMG GT3 Mercedes, great car, we know that, winning at Brands Hatch, and 24 Hours. There's so much has evolved in the space of literally the end of 2015 to where we are now.
And of course, that current Audi, the R8 LMS, was debuted last year. Only selected teams got it. Now everyone has, but effectively, you could argue it's a year out of date. Everyone else has moved on. New BMW, new Porsche, new Ferrari.
So where's the new Porsche?
There are Manthey Racing running them in the VLN. Didn't do very well in the 24 Hours, Nürburgring, but they are out there.
Are those the cars that are meant to be at Spa 24?
Yes.
I shall be on my toes to watch those.
Sure you will. But the new cars have overtaken the Audi that was debuted last year.
Van Ginzbergen again manages to cleverly use the traffic coming into this end of the... Oh, and look, Pierre Guidi dives down the inside. Now he has got the McLaren directly in his sights. Nothing better than just get your anchor out, hook it onto the back of that car, pull yourself in. Sorry for the naval analogies and all this, but you know, we've been into this race an hour, 4.5 hours almost, run out of things to say. But Alessandro Pierre Guidi, still the quickest car on the track. Last lap, 158.9 against a 159.8, 9/10 of a second quicker to the advantage of the Ferrari. Now on the tail of Van Ginzbergen in the McLaren. Tough cookie, Van Ginzbergen, you know, from New Zealand. They don't make him soft out there. He's not going to give up a position. He's going to fight, and he's going to fight till the bitter end of this stint, which will come in another 37 minutes or so, and then it'll be whatever's left, whatever you can do, whatever you got left in the drawer, just go for it.
So they've got another pit stop to make yet, so they've got to get that probably out of the way at the hour mark if they can, then run to the end. But the gap's coming down and down and down. Pierre Guidi then chipping away.
Well, it's nothing, it's less than a second.
Yeah, in the first sector he was fractionally slower, but he's taken 2/10 back in the second sector now. Where does he try to make the move? Is it going to be past the pits down towards turn 1? He's right on the tail of the McLaren now.
He's going to make it on the straight. He's going to have a slight straight line advantage over Shane Van Ginzbergen and the McLaren. He just needs to position himself coming out of turn 6 so that he picks up the slipstream and he won't even have to work at overtaking him.
The race leader is under investigation for a full course yellow, possible infringement. On the timing screen, the message comes up, full course yellow, car 8 under investigation. So the race leading Bentley is being looked at for a possible infringement under that last full course yellow.
Is that the race director's joker or is he serious?
Well, I think that's in deadly serious mode, don't you? So that might just spice things up if the team is found guilty of an infringement of the rules under the full course yellow.
Watch and see what the Ferrari does. It's perfect position coming out of turn 5 into turn 6. The McLaren had shown to be running a little bit wide. It's the Ferrari that runs wide this time. But now coming onto the straight, there's 2 cars coming side by side, one of which is a Bentley. So the position of the Ferrari relevance to the McLaren a little bit further back than the Ferrari would like. I don't know whether it's going to manage. So let's look and see. McLaren managing to keep the Ferrari behind, but you can see Pierre Guidi lining himself up. We've got traffic, 3 cars that are going to be going a lap down. So there is the Ferrari. No, that's not the McLaren, the Ferrari. Is Pierre Guidi going to do something really, really creative and try and pounce and catch Van Gisbergen wrong-footed.
Well, he might have to. Remember how Maxi Book tried at Monza to find a way past and couldn't, and the McLaren came out on top. You made the point a few laps ago about you may not have the quickest car, but, well, Van Gisbergen is defending. He's also got the traffic between himself and Pierre Guidi now, who's stuck behind the AmCut Mercedes. Look,
you don't race in Australia Super V8s and handle 40-odd identical performance cars and look like a dummy. That is a typical, really smart move. A guy who's accustomed to dealing with traffic, and traffic that's a lot more equal than the traffic he's overtaking. So he just gets himself to the position with a Bentley. Now, is that the number 7 up the road, or it can't be the lead car? It's number 7,
yeah. So very wide. Pierre Guidi coming out of the last corner there, out of the Virage Dupont. Over the timing line, it's 0.8 of a second between second and third as they go over the timing line. So Pierre Guidi having to negotiate the traffic, chasing that car for second place through turn 1 and turn 2. Then up on the curb goes Van Gisbergen. There's Pierre Guidi behind him as they run now down towards L'Hôtel, down towards turn 3. And the Ferrari closing, but again, thanks to the BOP, you've got 2 evenly matched cars and 2 pretty evenly matched drivers here. So Pierre Guidi, who of course has done far more European racing than Van Gisbergen, hunting him down. Number 7 Bentley, by the way, is 18th. It's the car just up the road. Stephen Kane is behind the wheel of it, pressing on as Pierre Guidi goes wide there at 6.
I don't understand it. I mean, earlier in the race, Michele Rugolo did not need to run as wide as Pierre Guidi is doing. He's losing time at a critical part of the circuit, coming onto the straight. The McLaren looks much better in the hands of Van Gisbergen, whereas earlier in the race it struggled coming out of turn 6. But the gap, I mean, the Ferrari will close the McLaren coming down up into the point you lift off to go into scene. It's a much more difficult task now for the Italian to make a manoeuvre on a guy that is as polished and skilled as Van Gisbergen is in sort of get down and dirty motor racing.
So Pierre Guidi closer now than he has ever been. Traffic up the road as well, the Ferrari closing all the while. So McLaren versus Ferrari. It's been a situation in Formula 1 for many years. It's a situation in GT racing, and who's going to come out on top? Well, the pace of the Ferrari suggesting it is the quicker car, but Van Gisbergen has certainly proved in his year and a bit in Blancpain that he knows how to stick out his elbows.
Yes, he does. And the other factor is now that Pierre Guidi is so close to the McLaren, his pace is being dictated to by the McLaren. Therefore, the momentum that he had, which brought him up to the tail of the McLaren, has been lost. And that's another aspect of racing. You know, you've got to know when to run up to the back of a car, and you've got to know to hold back and then use your strength. The strength the Ferrari has, keep repeating it on the straight, that 1 kilometre long straight. And you've got the number 7 Bentley running its own race. Where are they lying at the minute? Well, Johnny Kane, Stephen Kane might be, for that matter. Johnny not here this weekend, but down in 18th place. David and David, Duncan and David, Johnny and Stephen. Been a great weekend for me.
Nurse, he's out again. Yes. So 18, Stephen Kane, yes, 2 laps down in the 7 Bentley, and he's about to get lapped by the second placed car, or is he? Because of course Van Gisbergen busy trying to keep at bay Pierre Guidi, so he's got an eye on what's up the road. Back marker laps, back marker, and then the second placed McLaren, having just edged away slightly, is now going to get done, is he? Because here comes Pierre Guidi.
Yeah, that was working very much in the favour of the yellow Ferrari. Van Gisbergen has compromised coming through turn 7. The Ferrari closer than it's ever been, picks up the slipstream, but has he got enough momentum? Will he carry that? Will he get alongside the McLaren as they come down? Van Gisbergen goes defensive, forcing the Ferrari to go the long way around. Sensible move, goes back to the left. You've got to be careful not to make more than one manoeuvre in defence of your position. Van Gisbergen runs wide on the exit of scene, brings it back. Pierre Guidi absolutely couldn't get closer to the back. It looks up the inside, throws the Ferrari down the inside and takes away second place.
Job done. Oh, is it? Because Van Gisbergen fights back. Side by side they run. The Ferrari on the inside is going to claim the place, but Van Gisbergen's not going down without a fight. Tries to get up the inside, curb and all, can't do it. Pierre Guidi then is second, but Van Gisbergen, a proper racer, wants to fight back, tries to fight back, oh so nearly does fight back. Through Virage du Lac, up towards Virage Dupont, there's a gap on the inside, Van Gisbergen goes for it, side by side they rub. Ferrari gets elbowed out wide and Van Gisbergen is going to be back through, side by side they come out of the corner. Absolutely level as they head over the timing line. Ferrari just ahead by a naps as they go past the pits. On the inside is the Ferrari, on the outside is the McLaren. Into the braking area they go, and who's it going to be then that flinches first? Ferrari goes through. Pierre Guidi does hang on to the plate, or does he? Van Gisbergen almost pushing it through the corner. He goes for the inside line up towards turn 3. What a race, what a battle. This is for second place on lap number 121, and Pierre Guidi is ahead just, and there's traffic up the road as well. Here comes Van Gisbergen. He has certainly not given up.
No, but he has lost the initiative. The Ferrari now has gotten through. It's only on the exit here of turn 6 where the Ferrari runs much more wide on the exit, but it's got itself back into line, and therefore this straight line advantage the Ferrari has over the McLaren will only tell now that we're going down. The Ferrari is looking further down the road at the number 7 Bentley. He's dispatched the McLaren 58. Job done, over and out. Bye-bye, Shane. Have a good flight back to Australia, New Zealand. I'll be watching you next weekend when you're doing a V8 supercar race.
So Pierre Guidi then sets off now in pursuit of Andy Soucek, 38.5 seconds back. Well, he's been so busy battling in traffic, he hasn't had a clear lap for a long, long time, but gradually now the Ferrari starts to eke away. But a fantastic sight watching the two of them squabble now. There's more battling going on as there, through the traffic goes Van Gisbergen, up the inside, gains the position back, so clear of the traffic, sets off now in pursuit of the now second-placed Ferrari, I should say, but I think Pierre Guidi is going to get away. Now, can he realistically do anything about that leading car? There's still this investigation that we've not had any more news on.
Well, that's another issue. That's a separate issue from what's going on the racetrack. But we've got an hour and a half remaining of this race. You know, we're talking about the last laps as we were doing last year when the Bentley and the Nissan were fighting tooth and nail. That was a similar battle as to the one we've just watched with the McLaren and the Ferrari. But there's still an hour and a half of this race remaining. Another pit stop. Another opportunity for something to go wrong, a wheel nut to fall out of the gun, a wheel nut to release from its hub, any number of issues. And you have to think, I would like to think that maybe McLaren, Garage 59, might be the slightly quicker of the two teams when it comes to servicing their car. Mind you, you've got a 94-second window,
exactly.
So you can make a mistake. Nonetheless, what a way to finish a race.
Absolutely.
With a comfortable lead right now, 39 seconds for Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley.
So the order is Bentley ahead of Ferrari, ahead of McLaren. 4th is Nissan 23, Alex Bunker. 5th is Audi. We've not really talked in positive terms much about Audi, but Felipe Albuquerque is there. In 6th place is Lucas Stoltz in the Lamborghini. 7th is another Audi that's crept into the mix, Mike Parisi. 8th is Ben Schneider for Mercedes. 9th for Lamborghini is Patrick Niederhauser. And 10th for Audi is Antonio Garcia. And I'll give you 11th because it's the Pro-Am leading Ferrari with Michael Broniewski at the wheel. And the best of the Am Cup cars now is in a really creditable 24th overall. And it's the surgeon, Steve Earle, behind the wheel of the Castle Racing Ferrari. Proper Blancpain endurance car.
Yeah, I mean, and of all the Am drivers, Steve Earle has been, I mean, not the most loyal, but he has been here since I've been involved in the Blancpain Championships, and he just loves his motor race. Yeah. What does he specialise in, just by the way?
Backs, I think. Spinal surgeon or
Is that
spinal
what it is?
consultant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, and did he not have to offer advice to poor Marcus Mahi after his accident from memory when he was in hospital straight after the accident? I think
he could well
from
have done.
memory, Steve Earle actually went to the hospital to try and assist.
Yeah, I mean, I had dinner with Marcus when we were after Monza on the Sunday night, and the stories, things that Marcus went through as a consequence of that accident, I mean, just horrendous.
Yeah. And I'm sure he'll be delighted, Marcus, because I know he's watching the race at home. He'll be delighted to see
He's gone a bit quiet in the last 4 hours, hasn't he?
Well, the wine had arrived, apparently. The last text message we had was that the wine had arrived. But anyway, I'm sure he'll
respond
in spirits.
now.
Responding, yes.
Something falling off the back of that Ferrari.
Steve Earle's
something
Ferrari
in the back. It looked like something was hanging off the back of the Ferrari.
Oh, it is.
There it is.
That's the class-leading Ferrari. Steve Earle, we're just talking about you. What are you doing to your car?
Well, it's about to lose its entire rear bumper structure to be carbon fibre or polyurethane or whatever it is. But that's going to get detached, and if it doesn't get detached, it'll get a sporting flag to come in and have it removed. You don't want a lump of bodywork of that size suddenly, going airborne from the rear of the Ferrari. I mean, maybe the car has been touched by somebody else. Luckily, it doesn't involve any of the rear lights, but nonetheless, substantial part of bodywork. At Ferrari's prices today, in euros or sterling, doesn't really matter.
It is getting the meatball flag, that mechanical warning flag, so it's going to be brought in. Now, that car is only 5.7 seconds ahead of Gilles Villeneuve's Mercedes. We're going to have a change of the lead in the Am Cup here.
That's gut-wrenching. I mean, you've done again all the hard yards, and suddenly a part of the car. We don't know whether there's been contact. I suspect somebody may have just tapped the back of it. And once one of the locations becomes compromised, then it'll just become, as we see now, the best thing could happen is the thing flies off, goes into the ether around scene, and is found on the beach down at Toulon, you know, and is identified as a part of a Ferrari.
Yes, he's never seen you again.
No.
Yes. So
I got that. I mean, I'm not going to respond to it, but you know, good effort. Good effort.
Good night. So if they bring the car in and just rip that bodywork off, just wrench it off and send it back in, that's the equivalent. But yeah, they'll have a bit of bodywork left. I suspect they just need to rip that off as quick as possible. They'll lose the class lead, but with an hour and 25 minutes to go, that's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world. I mean, Steve Earle probably hasn't got a clue.
No.
There's no way he can see behind him that the rear of his car is about to detach. Is he going to make a pit stop? He is indeed. So then comes the Ferrari. So huge disappointment for a great drive by the American, Steve Earle. And so all the way down the pit lane.
So they've had the call on the radio.
Yeah, it was
Pit,
Kessel
pit, pit.
Racing. Kessel,
Yeah.
they're pretty familiar. They get the old snips out.
So Gilles Vadelet, 87 Mercedes, takes over the lead of the class. They were virtually together anyway. And so in it comes, slowly.
Slowly, but crawling. I mean, that's not even 60 kilometers per hour. Why?
Almost like he thinks his race is run, but
Well,
it's not.
It's very straight. So, Kessel guys, get in there.
Come on, rip the
No,
bodywork
no,
off. Well, they're going to refuel it, okay, because that's going to save them time on the next pit stop.
Yeah.
Fine, I get that.
Yeah, we're about to jump on them for something which is actually, they're doing the right thing. They're servicing the car. And then when all that is done, they can just simply attach the... So the fuel goes in. Are they going to change tyres?
No, they're going to do some rippage.
Get the old snips in.
Yeah.
The trouble in your pulls.
Oh, that's
now
it.
it comes.
Sorted it.
There you go. Off you go, Steve. Doors open. Getting a bit of air into the cockpit. Is there damage to that?
They're just going to check it, aren't they?
I'm not sure that's slightly damaged.
But that should be good to go now.
This has Steve Earle's seatbelts. Has he undone the seatbelt?
Yeah, I think he thought that was it.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's cost them a bit more time. Adjust the seat as well.
Yeah, because what you do on a lot of GT cars, the seat's got a slider, and when you know you're coming into the pits, you undo your seatbelts, you then lift the slider, push the seat back to ease entry and access, and of course it's not going to start now.
And of course they couldn't do that while it was being refueled, so that's why it's added to the pit stop time. And there, orthopedic spinal surgery, Steve Earle, MDPA. That answers an earlier question, my love.
Yeah. Oh.
He's in a hurry.
He certainly got off there. That was quicker than he came in.
Yes, exactly. So, man on a mission now because he wants his class lead back.
Yeah, but he's lost a lot of time.
He has, I'm afraid.
That's going to be a difficult task, even with an hour and 23 minutes of the race remaining.
Yeah, I was expecting that to be a sort of 10-second wrench the bodywork off and go pit stop.
They had to make a refueling stop anyway at some point, so they took the opportunity now, so they're going to be out of sync with everybody else. So Steve Earle, you never know. There's the Ferrari with the missing rear bodywork. Dread to think what it might cost to replace.
But he's going to have to make another pit stop because a stint is 65 minutes. There's more than 65 minutes to go. They're going to have to come in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It'll be tyres and fuel, and maybe a driver change.
Yeah.
Steve Earle thought he was getting out of the car. He'd already pushed the seat back, he'd done the seat belts. Then when the penny dropped, he realised, oh, I can't do up my seat belts. Can you give me a hand? Oh, I need to put the seat back into the position, whatever. Oh, dear.
Somebody else in strife. Now, what's that? Who is that? That's not that's a Lamborghini, is it?
Can't tell. It's very hard to tell. Looks like it's down on the left rear. Might just be the angle that the camera's looking at it. I'm assuming that's on scene on the Michelin Straight.
I think that's the 16 Rolfi Nikon Lamborghini. I think, he says rather hesitantly, which would make it the Nikon Bortolotti or Blinkimolen car. It's ground to a halt, so as we get towards the end, gradually now, the reliability becoming a factor. It is. It's 16.
Well spotted. Good job. Well done. I don't know how you got that one. Now there's smoke. Smoke is coming from the back of the car. There's a little wafts of smoke just coming. That might just be simply that now the car's come to a standstill. Everything in the back is just releasing some of the vapors. Marshall jumps over the barrier rather bravely. I would have thought the marshals might have worn something that would be more identifiable. I mean, the guy, you can't see in there.
Barely at all, can you? No, you're right. Well, that car's had a troubled second part of the race.
Yellow flag, and that is in sector 2, so that's on the Michelin Straight.
Yeah. Now, is that just going to be isolated, or do we need to think about a full course yellow to move it? Hopefully it'll just be isolated. That's the view along the Mistral Straight.
It does go on a bit at times. When you're on your own, you've nothing to focus on other than how you're going to tackle scene. So down the gears into this long stage up high, up on the, then drops down at the last minute to make your apex. It's probably the easier of the way to do it. It puts a lot less load into the left side of the car. If you hang it down in the middle or the lower part of the corner, you really do load up that left-hand side, sometimes to the detriment of the tyre. If graining is going to be an issue, then you've got to stay away from that.
One of the fears that some team personnel had pre-race was left rear punctures because of all the stresses that go through, but actually tyres have stood up pretty well, haven't they? We've not had very many punctures at all.
Well, one of the Nissans we saw that had a puncture, but we don't know why. I mean, again, there's a difference between getting a puncture and cutting a tyre.
Yeah.
And the way you cut a tyre is running curbs.
I think we've seen one Nissan and one Lamborghini, that's about it.
I mean, the place that is the worst in the world for that is at Spa. I mean, how many drivers' car combinations have cut down tyres? Largely, again, because of the misuse of track limits, notably up through Eau Rouge, Radion, and onto the Kemmel Straight. And a couple of other places coming through Stavelot onto the climb all the way back up to the start-finish straight. So those two parts of the racetrack, I would like to think we're going to see a lot more focus being placed on misuse of the circuit. If everybody has to stay within the limits, nobody loses or gains. I don't know what the problem is. So the 50 Ferrari makes its way through traffic. The gap, 38 seconds between not Maxime Soulet, but Andy Soucek and second place Ferrari. Rob Bell has dropped, not Rob Bell, it's Ginsberg. Van Ginsberg has moved back 6.9 seconds now behind the second place Ferrari. So he knows, other than something unforeseen, he hasn't got the pace to challenge the Ferrari. The only opportunity will come when this final round of pit stops and have McLaren held back and a set of brand new rubber for Van Ginsbergen to have the one last shout at trying to get onto the second place of the podium. The only issue will be the number 8, that inquiry about did it speed under that whole yellow situation under the virtual safety car. That's yet to be, well, we haven't been told no action taken. We may get an information.
We do now. Drive-through penalty for number 8, full course yellow violation.
Wow.
Drive-through penalty for the race leading car.
Which driver was responsible for that?
It would have been Ripe, I think. Let's find out from Maxime Soulet, because he is with Dakota in the pit lane. The leading car has a drive-through.
Maxi, you've just been given a drive-through penalty under full course yellow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. Let's take the drive-through and see where we come out. I think we can still come out in the lead, so we'll see. I mean, that's the way it is. That's racing.
And you got this for speeding?
Apparently, I took a bit too much time to slow down, but okay.
You don't think you're guilty?
Not really, but if they say so, I think McLaren put a protest into it, so okay, let's do it.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Well, that's your answer. It was Maxime Soulet who was the man responsible. So, a drive-through penalty for number 8. That message will get through to Pierre Guidi. If he wasn't trying hard before, he certainly will now.
Well, the gap when they came across the line on the last lap was 36 seconds. So the Ferrari has been eating into the Bentley's lead. We're now on 16 minutes of the race remaining. The pace of the Ferrari, by far and away, consistently now the quickest car on the circuit. I don't believe it's possible to come into the pit lane at 60 kilometers per hour, drive all the way down the pit lane and get out again before the Ferrari comes across start-finish line. It's going to be a tight call, but I think that the Ferrari will have the momentum and the Bentley will have to get back up to speed.
Okay, I reckon it will come out ahead, but it is going to be close. We will see. Just while that car gets ready to serve the drive-through, let me just take you back a conversation. We talked about punctures and tyres. We mentioned 22 Nissan. It was contact, apparently, that caused that, rather than it being a straightforward puncture. It was contact. Paul Ryan, Nissan's PR Supremo, gives us the information. So that's the answer to that. And it's going to be a drive-through penalty then for the leading car. Don't forget that whoever comes out in front, there's still another round of pit stops to come anyway, as we've been mentioning before the last hour gets underway. So there's Souček, in he comes. So drive-through penalty. He did have 36.6 seconds in hand. In sector 1, he'd lost half a second. In sector 2, he'd lost 0.2 of a second. So keep an eye to the screen, wait for a yellow Ferrari.
There
it is. I'll stand up for this and have a look out of the window because the Bentley will drive past us in a moment.
That's up at turn 12. So the Bentley is making its way down the pit lane at 60 kilometers per hour. There it is. It's midway down. So I think you're absolutely on the money, David, because the Ferrari, there we are. So the last corner. So it's going to be really, really the gap. If it's not to the Ferrari's advantage, there's the Bentley now.
He'll keep the lead. It'll be about 10 seconds in real terms, I reckon that. It'll have been hacked away. So over the timing line they've gone. Bentley still leads, but the Ferrari's going to be much closer.
Absolutely. I mean, and also the momentum with the Ferrari. Looking to see where that yellow peril is. We need to see coming out of turn 2. There's a lot of traffic up there. So where is there? It is. So, well, it's less than, how to judge? Second guess it if I did.
Yeah, we had it at 36 seconds.
Yeah.
I would estimate it's about 10, but
it's in 8, 10, 9, 11, whatever. But again, the pace that the Ferrari has illustrated over this stint with Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel has been absolutely
outstanding, hasn't it?
Focus of the race.
Yeah, tremendous job that he's done. And we've got an hour and a quarter still to go. So Alessandro Pierguidi was trying hard anyway, but now he can sense the possibility of banging the race lead. He's going to be trying even harder to go after the race-leading Bentley. There, on the Mistral Straight, is the Ferrari. Have a look up the road. The Bentley will get to the end of the second sector. It does so in 31.2 seconds. The Ferrari will break the timing beam at that point in 31.213. In other words, in sector 2, the Ferrari is 66 thousandths quicker. So it's not much of a gain in that part of the lap alone, but it's at the end of the lap where we see the proper gap that we can really start to assess this.
And again, it's on the straight where the Ferrari has probably got the slight advantage over the Bentley. Just the balance of the Ferrari and the fact that it hasn't had to go down the pit lane, because by going into the pit lane, your tyres will pick up whatever rubbish or junk has been in the pit lane throughout the course of the almost 5 hours of racing that we've had here at Paul Ricard, whereas this car has been on track. Tyres are absolutely pristine. So let's look and see.
There it is.
Bentley's come across the start-finish line. Ferrari exits out of turn 15. There's the Bentley up the road. And I'm going to call that about 8 seconds.
Let's see, over the timing line, the gap 6.7. You were closer, you win.
I didn't.
You were closer than my 10.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's
so 6.7, but now it's going to be a proper flying lap from the Bentley, a proper flying lap from the Ferrari. We'll see whether the gap comes down or goes up. And bear in mind that within the next 13, 14 minutes, you can anticipate both of these cars serving the final stop.
Yeah, that last lap for the Bentley was 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Contrast that to a normal lap of about 1:59 or 2 minutes, so it costs approximately 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Therefore, but the Ferrari is still just taking lumps out of the advantage that the Bentley has enjoyed. They're still in Van Gisbergen in third place. That's now 7 seconds. It's sort of holding station now around that 6.5 to 7 seconds behind the Ferrari. I just wonder, in that charge from Pierguidi, has he himself put the tyres under such a load that he hasn't any longer got any performance left? He's coming up to 12 minutes or so before, maybe a little over 12 minutes before their final stop. As the Ferrari used its tyres to such an extent that it also is now being impeded by, it just doesn't have any more pace left.
Could be. Just going back to the drive-through for the Bentley, because of where the timing line is in the pit lane, you've got about 10 seconds worth of driving down the pits before you get to the line, and then those 19, 20 seconds you were talking about the other side. So it's, yes, 29, 30 seconds in real terms that it's lost. So it was a very, very slow lap, or two slow laps, one coming in, one going out, effectively, for where that timing line is. So it all adds up, and it brings very definitely the Ferrari back into the game. Remember, it was 36 seconds before the stop. It was 6.7 after it, so half a minute lost effectively through that drive-through penalty. There is the Ferrari now, 6.7, a lap ago. Has it gone up? Has it come down? Bentley through, Ferrari through. The gap is 5.5. It's coming down.
It sure is. And the Bentley has got traffic as well as the Ferrari, so it's going to ebb and flow now between 1 hour and 11 minutes to go, and the pit stop. It'll be interesting to see whether, in the time remaining before the final round of pit stops, whether the Ferrari can get onto the tail of the Bentley, which I suspect it will. It'll certainly have the gap, which is 5.5 seconds. It'll be down to 2, maybe just under 2 seconds, before one or the other decides it's time to go into the pits, make that final fuel tyre stop, and then it'll be the race to the flag.
Yeah. So class battles going over the timing line. There's been a three-way incident at turn 5 involving Daniel Zampieri, involving 74 Audi and 56 also, which is the Ferrari, but that's being investigated as through goes the Porsche. Raymond Narak, team patron, now back at the wheel of that car in 23rd place.
Yeah, down to turn 5 is that little corner where we've seen a lot of misunderstandings between drivers. Am I being given the nod to go through? No, you're not. Or, some drivers are more considerate. But it's a pinch point on the circuit. We're just coming up to that particular part of the racetrack right now. People run very wide in the exit, but it's not the exit that's the problem, it's the entry, where you can stay very much to the left and then make a late cut. Or some drivers go down the inside thinking that they've been given the corner and then find themselves caught in no man's land.
So you've had just going through there, the AM Cup leading Mercedes, Gilles Vanelay at the wheel. Second in the class is the Australian Liam Talbot. Third is Steve Earle, so back out after that pit stop. And then fourth, number 42, Ferrari, Christophe Amon. Fifth, Ferrari, Francisco Guedes. Sixth, Lamborghini, Miro Konopka. And at the moment, Gilles Vanelay with a pretty healthy advantage. Mercedes over this flotilla of Ferraris queued up behind.
Yep, the Mercedes has got itself into position, which Steve Earle obviously was the dominant car combination. That pit stop for the errant rear bodywork has taken it out of contention, and it's the Mercedes that's benefited.
We saw a while ago the number 16 Lamborghini parked by the side of the road. Gearbox has put that car out of the race.
Strange, 2 cars with gearbox troubles. I mean, not something. I mean, Paul Ricard is not a mechanically demanding racetrack. No. Strange.
And very different sorts of cars. You've got the Teutonic, normally reliable, dependable Mercedes, Maxi Brooks car, and then the Lamborghini.
The Teutonic Lamborghini.
Well, nowadays, yes,
in reality,
unfortunately, yeah.
There's nothing Italian about it apart from the badge
yeah.
on the front of the car.
Yeah, so out of the race it has gone. But the other Lamborghini, Lucas Stoltz, still doing a good job in 6th spot. And actually he's not that far behind Albuquerque, and the gap between them hovering at around 2 seconds. There is 87, that is Vanelay still, 24th overall. Gilles Vanelay is so experienced a driver that he's one of the better AMs, better bronze drivers, but 24th overall I think is a really good effort.
Yeah, and on his last lap he had a personal best in Sector 1. So, give credit where credit's due. That's a great effort.
So second and third, the 2 Kessel Ferraris chasing on behind, Talbot versus Earle. And we've got 67 minutes of the race remaining, and it's properly dark now. We are at 10 minutes to 11 local time. And that's the view of the Mistral Straight as the race leading gap down again. I think I last told you it was 5.5, it's now 4.4 seconds. So Pierre Guidi inching up onto the back of Soucek.
I assume that the minute the Ferrari gets a sniff of the exhaust of the Bentley, they're going to have the Bentley in and get it tyres refueled and sent out. They're not really going to want to have the 2 cars cutting each other to shreds to try and take the lead within a lap or so of making a pit stop. So is that somebody gone off there, or just the cameraman falling off his perch?
They can't bring the Bentley in yet because we've got 67 minutes to go. They need to do it
another lap
just within 65 minutes, but yeah, we're not far off that last stop.
I assume that Bentley is going to come first and then Ferrari will react. Ferrari might enjoy the moment in the lead, but I suspect that Bentley will use the earliest opportunity. As we look at the number 11 Ferrari.
What's going to be key to this, though, is if they change tyres. Because if you don't change tyres, you can have a quicker pit stop, but you then lose because the tyres are going to be past their best in that final hour of the race.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to do that and have your nearest competitor put on a set of brand new Pirelli rubber, which is going to give them an instant performance uplift. So I would, while you gain on the one hand by doing a pit stop under 74 seconds, as opposed to a pit stop of minimum 94 seconds, 20 seconds, would a brand new set of Pirelli over the last hour, would it work or not? Good question.
It's worth a thought. I mean, we saw Mark VDS do it at Spa 2 years ago.
I think we should get
Malcolm, the dice.
We should get Malcolm Winston in here and put him on the spot. Malcolm, what are you going to do? You're the boss. Give us the answer. We want to know. We'll not tell anybody.
It could be the roll of the dice from the team's point of view. Anyway, we'll see what
Full
pans
course
out.
yellow in 10 seconds to remove debris on track.
Another full course yellow
5,
we are hearing about.
4,
Here's the countdown.
3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
So many drivers, and just Maxime Soulet believes that he got caught by not slowing down quickly enough in that full course yellow at some point during his stint. What do you do if you're on the Mistral straight doing 180 mile an hour? You're supposed to stand on the brakes and just come down to 80 kilometers?
Probably.
There'll be some person who hasn't got the message. That's the only concern I have about that full course yellow. If it's meant to be an instant reaction, or you're allowed to graduate your speed down.
You get a countdown, don't you? So you know there's a full course yellow in 10 seconds. You can start to lift off. You've got 10 seconds before you go full course yellow.
What professional driver is going to lift off and lose position or track position? He's going to do it at the very last minute. He's going to nail the brakes.
That's the answer to your question then, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't make the situation any better.
Well, no. But you either brake at the last minute and risk doing what Soulet did, not slowing down quickly enough, or you have that countdown into it. Anyway, for the moment, we've got the Soucek car into the pit lane.
Yep.
So, Bentley in just within the 65 minutes, so he's good to go to the end now, and Alessandro Pierguidi takes over the race lead. I would have thought they should have brought the car in on that lap, but anyway, this I think has been the masterstroke by Bentley, and from AF Corsa, experienced team's point of view, they should have brought the car in.
Are they changing wheels and tyres? Oh, flame! Fire! Fire! Oh my goodness. You think things are sort of back in control.
Where did that come from?
Came from the refueling, and it's caught fire, and that's a concern. They've got to get the fire extinguishers on that as quickly as possible. So that was the refueling bowser attaching to the car, and fuel spilt onto the hot exhaust coming out. So the fire is out, everything's back in control, but that has thrown the, well, what can you say? Is there damage to the car? The driver, of course, the driver's perfectly safe. He's in the cockpit. I mean, we've seen flash fires at refueling on many occasions. The car is going back into, oh no. No, there's still this fuel. There's a residue of fuel. That's what it was. Residue of fuel. They haven't got all the fuel in. They've only got a very small amount of fuel in. So, dear me.
A car that has gone like clockwork in its last pit stop suddenly has a major drama. You see other teams there, the HTP mechanics very bravely with their own fire extinguishers, as well as the marshals, the fire marshals in the pit lane as well. So all of this adding to the drama, adding to the tension. The fire truck has arrived on the scene, but can that car rejoin?
Well, the car's all right. I mean, there was no damage to the car other than whatever the fuel that spilled on the ground. Well, look, it often happens in motor races when you're refueling, extreme pressure for the refueler on the guy on the hose, and if he doesn't make that dry brake coupling a clean coupling, the volume of fuel just spills out around, then runs down the side of the car, drops onto the heated exhaust, or in some cases onto the heated discs. And it doesn't take an awful lot for that to ignite. And of course, once it's ignited, the shock, everybody jumps back. There's still spare fuel everywhere.
There is the leading Ferrari. It is about to put a lap on the Bentley.
So here the car comes to a stand. The fuel hose is, he's having trouble. It's blowback. He got a blowback. So it hits the back of the car, gets around the discs. The fuel just blows back out at whatever PSI it was going in at. And then, of course, it's just mayhem.
A big cheer for the brave mechanics, big cheer for our brave cameraman, Ian Brown, down there. So that car is now a lap down, so it is effectively out of contention. With 62 minutes to go, that car has now lost the race, I'm afraid to say. Even if it does rejoin, it's a lap down. So to an extent, whether it goes or not, it's irrelevant, because it ain't going to get much of a result after what had been 5 stonking hours.
Absolutely peerless. Every aspect of what the car did, apart from Maxime Soulet, not maybe a judgment in going into that full course yellow zone. So the wheels, tyres being changed, but I just wonder how much fuel went into the car. Brand new sticker set of tyres for the Ferrari. Well, that is a Ferrari, not the Ferrari, not the lead car.
Yeah, that's the Am Cup car of Peter Mann, isn't it? So 50 leading the race, staying out for the moment, unless that has a pit drama. Right, the Bentley is away. It's back into the race, but so near and yet so far.
How much fuel went in?
Oh, they'll have done a full tank, I'm sure, in the end, won't they? They have
well,
to.
I'd like to think that they're doing it. We don't get a clear view of the refueling going on. So
that puts Van Gisbergen into second place. That's the leader, but it's got a pit stop to do. The McLaren has got a pit stop to do, but remember the Bentley lost a lap while it was being attended to.
So that brings up Albuquerque into third place. So Audi get a podium. As it stands, we're still an hour to go, an hour and 49 seconds.
It's a podium.
Anything can happen.
It's a podium unless Alex Buncombe can do anything about it in the Nissan. He's a long way back,
he is.
But we've just seen anything can happen in pit stops.
But he's just in the pits right now, so he's just left the pits right now.
Yeah.
So we need to see what the Nissan will do. I'm sure that Bob Neville, knowing Bob Neville, who runs the Nissan team in GT3 Blancpain Sprint and Endurance, the Ferrari is into the pits.
Yeah.
So this has got to be a slow, methodical pit stop. They can afford to take. Well, we don't know what the 59, Garage 59 McLaren might do. They might just roll the dice and not do a tyre stop, which would be a very interesting scenario. Tyres available for the Ferrari, the fuel hose. Look at the refueler, guaranteeing that the connection is a clean, dry connection. No blowback from the Ferrari in this refueling phase of the pit stop. There are tyres available. Are they going to fit a set of tyres? Taking one of those windscreen rip-offs off, so nothing better than getting a nice clear view of the racetrack once you go back out. So how many litres are going to go in? It's done on time usually, but there we are, clean break. So set out new boots going on to the Ferrari.
Scooping muck out of the front.
Are they new? Didn't look entirely new to me. That is a sticker tire, yes.
Yeah, that's new enough.
That's a new one. That's what I wanted to see. The sticker tire goes on the left front, and then we service the rear of the car. Can't be done, or can be done in under 94 seconds, but can't be released under 94 seconds. Otherwise, a drive-through for the Ferrari.
But 94 is good, 96, 97, 98, 99 is bad, starting to waste time, so it's got to be as close to that as they can do it, as then we'll give you the race order at the end of this next round of stops. It's going to provisionally put the McLaren into the lead, but that also has to serve its final pit stop of the race. There it is. So the lead will go back the way of the Ferrari. 58, Shane Van Gisbergen at the wheel in the traffic. And number 8, Bentley, in 4th place, having lost that lap, but at the moment being shown as in 4th spot. But as I say, we'll go through the order once this last round of stops is unravelled.
That's sort of given a bit of a wake-up call to Van Gisbergen. Suddenly the reality is we've got one more pit stop to go. You know, this race isn't over. So his last lap, 159.3, being chased very hard by Philippe Albuquerque, 159.5. We're waiting to see what's going to happen with the Bentley, but more importantly, looking to see whether Nissan re-establishes itself in the pecking order.
And Albuquerque has just done a personal best in the first sector, so he's still absolutely committed, isn't he? They're in 3rd place.
That was a racing driver I always rated. I thought he had great potential, like many of the thousands that come into motorsport, made to a certain threshold, but just didn't get into the upper echelons that he would have dreamt about. But you know, in a GT car or in a DMT car in Germany, you know, great asset to any team.
Yeah, and Audi have looked after him, former Race of Champions winner, and he's in 3rd spot then, pushing on, and his last lap, a couple of tenths down on the McLaren, but that again might well be down to the traffic. So there is 58, Shane Van Gisbergen at the wheel, pushing on as the cars head up towards the end of lap 136, 57 minutes still to run. So has the drama for the Bentley taken the sting out of the last hour? Rather than teeing up a battle like we've had in the last couple of years here, the dramas have happened in the pit lane rather than the car having a battle on track. Let's see how the final 57 minutes pan out, because Van Gisbergen's staying out for another lap. Through he goes.
59.7 for the McLaren driver. Wait to see what the Ferrari driver does at the end of his first flying lap. Fresh rubber, refueled. It'll be a little bit slower with the extra weight of fuel. That'll be offset with the extra level of grip that he will be enjoying from a new set of Pirelli boots.
And Andy Soucek has just done the absolute best of anybody in the first sector. He's absolutely fired up. Let's hear more about the car's problems. Malcolm Wilson's in the pit lane with Dakota.
Malcolm, is everybody okay? Is the car okay?
Yeah, fortunately, I mean, okay, it always looks worse than what it is, because obviously it looks pretty horrendous when you see it all happening in front of you, but fortunately everybody's okay. It's just a great shame for all the guys who've done such a great job, and then to lose it like that, it's quite difficult.
And exactly what happened?
We have to investigate. I don't know. I mean, you can't put the fuel on wrong. Maybe the hot vapor of the exhaust or something like that. That's what it appeared to be. So we'll just have to look at the footage and see exactly what happened.
Well, I'm really sorry about that. That's such a shame.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Malcolm Wilson doesn't like losing, it's got to be said. He's a very hard taskmaster as well. Ask any of his former rally drivers about that. He's pretty ruthless, and he's a proper competitor. He hates losing, as I say, and this was a race that they almost had in the bag, but well, we said at the time, didn't we, after the 4-hour mark, had it been a normal 3-hour Blancpain endurance race, he'd be laughing. Sadly, they're not laughing anymore. But Souček is still 4th. Yes, the car is a lap down, but can a podium be salvaged? Possibly. And he's just done the car's best lap of the race. So Andy Souček, absolutely fired up, you've got to say.
I don't like your metaphors. Fired up. Slip of the tongue.
Thought I'd just offer it in.
Anyway, no, I mean, Andy Souček, everything, he's got nothing to lose. All he can do is go out, try and do everything he can to get that Bentley back in the podium. It would be poetic justice if the Bentley could find its way onto the podium. It's not going to win the race unless something totally unforeseen is to happen. It's going to be a battle between the McLaren currently in the lead and Alessandro Guidi. So we're waiting to see the gap between the Ferrari in second place. 27 seconds, where's that come from?
Well, the McLaren's yet to stop.
Oh, it has yet to stop.
Yeah, it's got the lead when the Ferrari pitted, but it hasn't done the equivalent stop.
Well, Ferrari has one more stop to go.
The McLaren has.
McLaren one more stop, yes.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And I think also number 3 has, so it's possible that on the final stop for number 3, Felipe Albuquerque, that the Bentley will get third place.
It'll get it. Yeah. And that's an amazing result for Bentley, because that had disaster written all over it. And I mean, Malcolm was very careful in saying we don't know, you can't have that happen, but clearly I thought I saw a blowback from, there was a pressure issue, went in and it blew back the fueler. I mean, it shouldn't happen. There's a Mercedes, yes.
The Mercedes getting going again. 57, one of the Black Falcon cars. That's the Hubert Haupt, Andreas Simonsen car, isn't it? With
Adam Christodoulou.
Adam Christodoulou, yeah. Nürburgring 24-hour winner, Adam Christo.
I mean, that should have been a car, another top 10 car without any hesitation whatsoever.
Well, it's got going again, thankfully, but quite a long way down. Right, so, take stock for a minute. 53 minutes to go. And McLaren leads, but is due another stop. And for the second lap in a row, Andy Souček's done an absolute best in the first sector.
I mean, he's just... I mean, sometimes... Well, drivers are capable of doing amazing things when they just cast all caution to the wind. When you ask them to do it in a controlled context, you can't do it. It's just human beings, amazing creatures, but sometimes complex.
Yeah.
Including racing drivers. Emotions, all the gamut of things that go through a racing driver's mind, brain. Just following somebody running rather wide coming out of turn 2. So on board with the lead McLaren. All looks very, very in control.
Now, even if they didn't do tyres, they'd still lose the lead, wouldn't they? So that car is currently 25 seconds ahead. It's going to be possibly a similar margin behind when it rejoins.
Well, it can't do it. If it doesn't do tyres, it can just come in and splash and dash.
Yeah, but
it'll be almost a full fill anyway.
But a drive-through is even the drive time is 30 seconds, which is more than its lead now. So it's going to lose the lead couple of days, what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
So on track, not only that, but also Pierre Guidi is lapping quicker.
And that's his fastest lap overall on that last lap, 158.305. So again, Alessandro Guidi, Ferrari 488, AF Corsa, New Pirelli rubber, back at the races. And it ought to be, assuming there's no other unforeseen issues, a race that is theirs to lose now.
Am I right in saying this is going to be AF Corsa's first outright Endurance Cup win?
I think we better ask the race director that one.
I have a feeling that at Monza we had a Kessel Racing win, but I don't remember AF Corsa winning overall in the past. Class wins, yes.
Yeah, well, they've won an AM and Pro-Am.
Yeah, indeed, but never an overall win. I think this could be Amato Ferrari's team's first in Endurance Cup races in the Blancpain GT Series outright.
I wonder what Passon Lathoros is thinking. He was the driver that started, and from pole position. It didn't take very long for him to get mount.
No.
But he got it under control, consolidated, stayed within the top 10, and then gave it over to Michele Rugola and now Alessandro Pueguidi. This car has had pace. It's had pace since qualifying, and it's had pace throughout the 5 hours and 10 minutes or so of this race that we've been enjoying. Get down into turn 3. There's the McLaren.
Something else to get excited about, it's just made its last pit stop as well, is number 7 Bentley, that was, I think, on Tuesday's place at some point. It was so far back, but Stephen Kane and others have hauled it up into 12th place. It's going to lose out on this stop, granted, but, you know, they've made the best out of that.
Yeah, but remember Stephen Kane last year. Never say die. Stephen Kane gets in, and he knows that, okay, it's not going to be a podium position, but if they can get that car up even to 6th place, wouldn't that be what a result for the number 7 Bentley? All the way down and right now in 12th, mind you, there's an hour to go. It's a big ask. Come on, Stephen, get it fired up. Well, you can't. You've got to wait for the 94 seconds to pass by.
It does take some of the sting out of the pit stop activity, doesn't it? The adage about races being won and lost in the pits kind of rings true, but not quite as important.
The reason is simple, is to keep budgets in control, because the level of tech that some of the teams were beginning to exploit meant that budgets were unattainable for the smaller based teams, so that was considered to be an unfair advantage. McLaren closing up quickly to the back. Can't quite, the lights are just bleaching out. There is that number 6, I can't see what it is here. So Shane van Gisbergen just going to be patient, runs a lot of the curb.
Is that Porsche shaped?
I can't even tell what
it is.
It is.
John, it's
You're
a Porsche.
Right. That's a very rare occurrence to see a McLaren pass Porsche. There is the 2nd place. So it is probably the best part of, well, whatever number of seconds. It was 27, I think, the last time through, waiting for the McLaren to make its final pit stop. So Alessandro Pueguidi, the last lap he did 1:58.829, as opposed to his fastest overall 58.305. So more than likely that's due to some of the traffic that he's had to negotiate his way around. I never forget the interview I did with him at Spa 24, pole position. In a sense, you know, this is a race about finishing 24 hours. I mean, you're not going to do something stupid, are you, on the opening lap? No. Gets into Eau Rouge, top of the radio, spins in front of the entire 60-car field. I couldn't believe my luck. I'm talking about his luck.
And nobody hit him. They all missed him. There were a few brown trousered moments, but nobody hit him.
I tell you what, sometimes you've got to be better. It's better to be lucky than good. And that day, he didn't need to be good, he just needed to be lucky.
Well, he's been good today, hasn't he? Great. So is Michele Rugola, and so is Passin Lathuris.
Passin Lathuris, clearly not at the level of Rugola or Pueguidi, but he's done a good job. And of course, he brings all those nice Thailand sponsorship deals to the team. Well, a few weeks holiday probably thrown in as a bonus.
So there's a lot to like as the race then being led at the moment by McLaren 58, but it is due one final pit stop.
Yeah, 23 seconds, the gap between first and second, so yet again it's just narrowing. Still waiting for the final stop of the McLaren. Have we missed something, or is it going to go with only 47 minutes of the race remaining? How far can the McLaren go? Have you got an answer, David?
Well, he's got to make a pit stop at some point, but what they've got to be careful of is that they don't leave it so late that Shane van Gisbergen goes over 65 minutes from his previous stint.
Yeah, so we don't have a record of when he got into the car.
But I will do my best. 1 moment caller.
Excellent. So there is the 2nd place Ferrari. Last lap, 58.253. Fastest race lap, 58.029. I mean, just barking to run at this pace in night with the restrictions and visibility, having to deal with the traffic all over the circuit, a lot of rubber all around the track, so if you have to go offline to find your way around the car, that's going to adhere to the car first of all, as well as to the tyres. Then you suddenly get out of balance steering, undrivable. Can't drive the car, I've got to come in and change wheels and tyres. The tyre then, the rubber will then sort of depart from the car. It's just all the things that are now going to go through Alessandro Pueguidi's mind. Every little vibration. I didn't have that before. What's that? You know, there's almost a paranoia that can be become a part of a racing driver's mind in the closing, shouldn't say minutes, we've got 46 minutes of the race to go. Nevertheless, it's easy to lose a race at this point. So coming down the Mistral straight, lights flashing in the Ferrari, wants to get through before it gets all the way up into scene. That's not going to be a particularly easy task. So let's wait and see. The Ferrari not getting through, you know, still behind. I think it's the Lamborghini he's running behind, so he's going to make a lunge, I would imagine, down into turn 11 as we watch the rest of the field filtering its way up. There it is, there's the Ferrari, goes up the inside. And nice job, Alessandro. And in fairness, good job from the car that was having yet another lap, one of the Mercedes. So good cooperation on the racetrack, very important. And again, you can be held up by a second. You've been held up by a second or a couple of seconds, and that seems like an interminable amount of time. Again, puts pressure on you. The worst thing is you could lose your driving rhythm. Hand up, David.
Right, done some numbers, and there was a pit stop that we didn't see, and so what we have is a genuine battle. That is 66 Ferrari that had a drama on the grid, and it's got a drama in the last 45 minutes. But at 4 minutes to 11, the McLaren did make a pit stop, and that means that it has a 64-minute stint available. 65 is your maximum, so Van Gisbergen can now go to the end, and this was the pit stop. So this is the replay of the final stop. We were busy looking at other things, but the car did come in. So, as I say, at 4 minutes to 11, in came the car, and that gives this 64-minute stint. So what we now have is that car having maintained the race lead and being caught by the number 50 Ferrari.
Yeah, we've got 44 minutes. The Ferrari's catching on average around about 4/10 of a second a lap. It is not particularly great mathematics, unless yet again we have something beyond the control of the drivers. I don't know how we missed that. I mean, that's sort of unusual because they've got a car that's in the position that the 58 McLaren is, but obviously with other excitement in the pit lane, namely number 8 Bentley having a fuel fire at the refueling phase. Maybe focus went elsewhere. So there is. No, that's not. I was going to say that we're looking for the lead McLaren. Here it is now.
The key to that pit stop, we cut away a bit early, is whether or not they change tyres. If they didn't, of course, that's why it's kept the lead, but it's on old rubber. So what we'd like to see is the sort of extension of the pit stop. If the car went up on its jacks, we'll know the answer.
We will know the answer, but we didn't get it yet.
But we're working on it.
We're working on it.
Yes.
I know a man who's working on it.
Indeed. There's the number 12 Gignon BMW.
But those the turbos glowing or something. Just saw something glowing underneath the BMW, not a brake disc. I wondered where the turbos are located. If they're that low down, I'll tell you what, that's a bit of engineering. So is this all the architecture of Baz Linders, tactician? I mean, winning in Spa 24 last year for VDS BMW, that wasn't just good luck, that was just a really well-run, well-oiled VDS machine. So coming on to the straight.
So McLaren leading the way. And just to go back to that pit stop, as you look at the live pictures from on board down the Mistral Straight, this is back to the pit stop, and there's the mechanic ready. There are the tyres around the front, so a tyre change was done. So now I've got some more head scratching to do to work out how on earth they've managed to get such a big advantage after the pit stops.
I don't know. Difficult to tell. That was the fact that they got it in and out, and it wasn't, we didn't pick it up on timing and scoring. We certainly never noticed anything on timing and scoring that would have indicated that they'd gone into the pits. We're still seeing only 5 pit stops for that car, as opposed to 6 for everybody around them, with the exception of the number 3 Audi. And well, can they? Surely they can't make it 5 pit stops. I mean, the indication we're getting on timing and scoring is that all the McLaren has done is 5, whereas the Ferrari has done 6, the Bentley has done 6, and everybody else more or less. This is what makes it naturally 5 and 6.
You can do it on 5 because basically you stop at the end of each hour, don't you? And therefore the 6th hour, checkered flag, doesn't matter if you run. Well, yes, you don't want to run out of fuel because you need 3 litres for measurement, but a drive-through penalty for 26 Mike Parisi for causing a collision. But you know the Bentleys we saw pitting under full course yellows to try to gain a strategic advantage. So perhaps over the course of the 6 hours, that's purely where the McLaren has got the lead from. It's just saved time on the stops.
Well, the time saved in the pits is time that's a bonus. You can't make it up on the racetrack. I mean, the McLaren is not the quickest car on the track. That is the Ferrari in second place. It's lapping on average about 0.4 of a second, maybe a half a second, a lap quicker than Van Gisbergen in the McLaren. But the clock's ticking. We've got 40 minutes yet to go. So McLaren comes down the straight. Shane Van Gisbergen seems to be blessed with his time in both Blancpain and in Australia in the 12 hours at Bathurst. Just seems to have gelled. I mean, he's a physically large guy coming into a petite European GT car, but he's just mastered the subtleties and the idiosyncrasies of that McLaren. And I mean, he is the guy right now that you have to say is the top driver. I mean, amongst 3 outstanding drivers.
Absolutely so, and we know that Coleman Edegar and Rob Bell aren't slow. Right, with a little bit of help from outside sources, we've pieced this together. The McLaren pitted under full course yellow, the Ferrari didn't. So therefore it lost less time with that last pit stop relative to the Ferrari that had to pit under green flag conditions.
Okay.
That's how it's gained the time back.
Okay, was that a necessity because they were running out of time, or was that just opportunism?
I think opportunism.
But it's been, yes.
It's worked, hasn't
but
it?
it just happened to be the full course yellow happened at the right time.
Precisely.
Which is the opportunistic bit. Yeah, that's the reason I thought about it. I said to you, it was when the Bentley was on fire, I thought I saw the McLaren coming in, but nobody believed me.
I remember now, yes, quite right. I'll go, John, you carry on for the last 40 minutes, yeah. So that's how it's all happened, right? We've got there in the end. But yes, Silverstone last year, remember, clever pit work. Nürburgring last year, clever pit work helped McLaren. That was when it was Von Raan racing. Now Garage 59. Again, think on your feet, get the car in. And that full course yellow and the timing thereof has helped. So, right, now we've established that the McLaren is a kosher race leader, if you like. It's being caught by the Ferrari. So we're not done yet. We've got 38 minutes and change and 19.8 seconds to make up.
My mathematics were never the best. I only got A stars, but I mean, I reckon that's half a second a lap, roughly, he's going to find. That's only to catch the McLaren.
Yeah, but then he's got the really hard bit.
That's the easy bit, you're quite right. I mean, it's a big challenge for the Ferrari. Ferrari still lapping half a second consistently, a lap quicker. I mean, the mathematics say he will catch the McLaren when the flag comes out. It doesn't say to me he's going to be in a position. What's going on there? Strange line for Van Gisbergen to take through turn 6. Maybe he just had a little momentary look down into the cockpit. Well, that wasn't a turn 6, that was a turn 11. That's why it looked slightly odd to me. So, on his way. So the last lap for the lead McLaren, 1:59.4. Best lap for the McLaren overall, 1 second, almost exactly, quicker. Comes on to start, finish straight. Got the Boutsen Junior BMW M6 ahead. That's got good straight line squirt. And Gisbergen doesn't want to lose any time whatsoever. Does the right thing, puts his car right in the mirror of the BMW, makes sure that there's no question about, well, will you let me pass? No, 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 you don't ask, you do.
You do.
You get in, you do. Simple, you know, it's just psychology. Get in there, get the job done, as my mate Bernie says.
So, 18.9 seconds is the margin. And last time it came down by 9/10 of a second. So Pierre Guidi still chasing, still pushing. And Coleman Edegar has been one of the stars of the 58 McLaren. It's time we heard from the French driver. He's in the pit lane looking at a leading car, talking to Dakota.
Coleman, did you stopped under full course yellow and the Ferrari didn't. Do you think that gave you an advantage?
Yeah, of course, because in that moment we were really focused
on anything with the strategy. And James, the engineer, and the whole team did a really very nice intervention, because it's quite difficult to get the tires in time when it just comes, just when the full course yellow comes out. So we did it just right in time, and they just deserve it by themselves.
But the Ferrari is still going faster. Do you think that you can keep this pace up?
Yeah, the thing is, I think Shane now is doing really good. He keeps quite a good average, so I believe we can do something really good. But at the end, we are fighting for a championship, so we are not going to be stupid.
Well, I know you'll be pushing right to the end. Good luck.
Definitely, thank you.
Well, the McLaren is pushing to the end, but so is the chasing Ferrari. Sector 1 down by a tenth, Sector 2 down by 4 tenths. So it continues to be reduced, this margin. 18.9 seconds, the gap at the start of this lap. But Guidi's got to deal with traffic. He's got, of course, to deal with a lap in the dark. So reference points not as easy to find. Here comes the McLaren over the timing line. 147 laps in the book. Through he goes.
Yeah, 159.3. So very consistent lap times from the New Zealand driver, but still on average. And on the last lap, it was actually 0.8 of a second. Again, traffic may well have been a factor in that lap, but it's been an average between 0.4 and half a second, the advantage to the Ferrari. But my mathematics still look like it's going to be, other than the unforeseen, which we hate to talk about, this car, and the confidence that Ginsbergen has got, and the ability not to react to the fact that he's losing his lead. It's dropping, but he's not responding. He's not being forced to do something which he knows could lead himself up a blind alley and into trouble.
So remember, the Ferrari didn't pit under the full course yellow. The Bentley did. McLaren came in on the same lap, and that has gone against AF Corsa somewhat. So 34 minutes to go. Let's have a look back at how the race has unfolded, and a lot has happened. It started with Passin Lathoris leading the field down towards turn 1 of the Ferrari. By the end of the lap, he'd got Bentleys around him and McLarens as well. As 4 wide, they ran up towards senior. Rob Bell bagging third on the inside. Guy Smith led the race, tucked up behind him. The number 8 car of Wolfgang Reip. Paul Ricard playing host to a 57-strong grid of cars for this third Endurance Cup race of the season. Battles between Mercedes and BMW lower down the order, and drama between Ferrari and Audi as well, as the 11 Kessel racing car was tagged into a spin coming out of turn 5. The first of 4 full course yellows came when the 77 Porsche went up in flames. Jürgen Hering, the man behind the wheel. Everybody slowed to the requisite speed as the marshals dealt with the blaze. The enterprising teams pitted under the full course yellow, losing less time, and on the restart, Guy Smith, who'd stayed at the wheel of 7, was being chased by Maxime Soulet, fresh into 8. He was quicker and was allowed by as well. So number 8 took over the race lead at the next full course yellow after off the road had gone Ian Loggy. The Bentleys came in together. There was drama out on track as Stefano Costatini had a spin and ended up bouncing off the car of Raffaele Giannoni. Dramas for 7 Bentley. ABS failure at the end of the pit straight, and the car had to do a slow in-lap. It lost 2 laps in the process. There was drama also for the 16 Lamborghini. Smoke out of the back. It would continue until it went out with a gearbox problem, as Comme Ledegar had to take evasive action of errant Ferraris shortcutting the road. Number 3 Audi, the car with, among others, Jan Magnussen at the wheel, was working its way into contention as the cars battled their way into the twilight. The car that had led Pro-Am early on, the Ferrari in the hands of Jiri Pelesak, went off after contact. That was tagged into a spin by the aggressive WRT Audi, but all was looking good for number 8, rather less so for the Lamborghini of Raffaele Giannoni that limped through with another shredded tyre. Out on track, McLaren and Nissan all making progress up through the order, having to be careful of errant BMWs slithering off the road. As the sun began to set, it was great for the photographers, and a change of pace as the Comme Ledegar driven McLaren snatched a place, 3rd place, away from Michele Beretta's Lamborghini. That then got involved in a drama with the Ferrari, and it copped a drive-through penalty for its pains. Having been leading the AM class, Stefan Lemere's Ferrari expired out on track, and as it got ready for its last pit stop, Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari took on fresh tyres. Pierguidi staying behind the wheel, ready to go all out for the race win. But there was drama for the Bentley squad, having been leading the race. The number 19 Lamborghini had to serve that drive-through, so that dropped it way down the order. Also, there was drama for Aston Martin. Johnny Adam with suspension dramas on the front left corner. That car ended up crawling round to the pit lane, and the Motorbase Performance team hard at work to try to get it back out. In the dark, with debris on the road, we had 2 more full course yellow periods, and as soon as the green flags flew, the pro drivers on their toes once more. Another casualty, HTP's Mercedes, Maxi Buch parking the car on the Mistral straight, that gearbox related. So number 50 Ferrari started to chip away, closing a little onto the back of the race-leading Bentley, which in turn ended up with a penalty. Through to second place, first of all, went Pierre Guidi, but then when a drive-through penalty came the way of the Bentley, that brought the car very much back into the game. Pierre Guidi and Van Gisbergen argued over that second spot. Eventually, the Ferrari went through and made it stick. The AF Corsa team looking on as Pierre Guidi hustled the car through. Steve Earle, leading the AM category, would have to serve a pit stop because of the flailing bodywork. And the drive-through penalty for the Bentley allowed the car to hang on to the race lead, albeit by a reduced margin. It was 6.7 seconds at the end of the following lap, having been 36 before the penalty was served. But then, the last round of pit stops couldn't have gone worse for the race-leading car. A massive fire, meaning that as the blazer was put out and everybody had order restored in the pit lane, the car lost a lap. While all that was occupying attention, in came the 58 McLaren. And that was while we had a full course yellow out on track. AF Corsa, though, elected to keep the number 50 Ferrari on the circuit, and that means that now it is 58 McLaren leading 50 Ferrari. Another car's just got off the road on the outside there, down at turn 6, just rejoining in the background. We've got half an hour to go and 16 seconds being the lead gap.
Oh, I mean, that's just over half a second a lap. Again, traffic is going to be key to the progress for both cars, both Van Gisbergen and the lead car. Again, dropping slightly in the last lap off his average has been in middle 1:59 to 2 minutes. The Ferrari on average has been half a second or so a lap quicker, and it ebbs and flows. You're getting traffic and bunching of traffic as well. So, I mean, it's amazing in nighttime races. You can suddenly find yourself literally the only car that you can see. Nobody around you, ahead of you or behind you. But then you'll catch up to a group of 6, 8, 10 cars, and it's just a total nightmare because you feel, look at that now, there we see the gaps. Lap 150 took 1.2 seconds out, 48 at 1.5 seconds, 49 and 48. I mean, taking lumps, but that is probably mostly traffic related in relation to where the McLaren is on the racetrack as opposed to where Alessandro Guidi is in the Ferrari. So he's going to have to deal with that traffic. He may get it slightly easier because maybe the traffic has moved on a little bit, but nevertheless, it's going to have to be contended with.
He's dropped a bit of time in the first sector on this lap, but Pierre Guidi now with a clear road ahead on the Mistral straight, and this is where we saw how quick the car was earlier on. It was on that part of the circuit he was able to make a proper go against Van Gisbergen. Now starts to blast on, clock ticking down, 14.8 seconds the margin, and now 28 minutes of the race remaining, that's all.
Oh, it's getting tight. 14.8 seconds between lead and second place car. 27 minutes remaining. You know, as we get deeper into the race in the last half hour, the odds of the Ferrari running the McLaren down are getting better. The nearer we get to the end, and the speed of the gap closing is increasing. So you've got to think that AF Corsa think there's a real chance that 3 laps to go, we could be on the tail of the McLaren. But you saw how, you know, the defence that Van Gisbergen put up when this car took over that position somewhat, maybe half an hour, 40 minutes ago. Van Gisbergen with 3 laps to go or 3 minutes to go ain't going to be a patsy.
No way. Absolutely no way. He's proved it once, and of course he'll be wise to the tricks now that Pierre Guidi might be able to pull over the line. Not very much gained on that lap, 14.8 down to 14.3, so half a second pull back. Okay, it's a step in the right direction, but ideally, Pierre Guidi wants to be gaining bigger chunks than that.
He does, and again, it's the traffic factor. He's getting caught behind another car. He's trying all he can, flashing the lights, trying to put himself into a position of getting some assistance, but he does manage to dive through, so the effect of the lights certainly has been beneficial, but this is part of the reason why the gap has come down to, what, that 14.3 seconds. So Van Gisbergen probably in a little bit of clearer air, not having to cope. And the benefit the Ferrari has over the McLaren is, again, we keep referring to the straight line speed. The Ferrari's got that little bit extra advantage, which makes the overtakings that much easier.
So 26 minutes to go. How we're looking in the first sector of this lap. Actually, on this lap, Van Gisbergen pulling away once more, gaining time in the traffic then over the chasing Ferrari. They're heading towards the end of the second sector now, up towards Signes, and there the gap comes back down again by 3:10. So it carries on ebbing and flowing like this, but Pierre Guidi doing what he's meant to do, and that is go absolutely flat out. Now, what's going on behind? For third, it's Audi. Felipe Albuquerque upholding WRT's honour in the number 3 car. Fourth is Andy Soucek, perhaps you could argue the moral winner of this race. And then fifth is Lucas Ordóñez in the number 23 Nissan. Fifth, after being 31st, was it, many hours ago. Sixth is Mike Parisi. Seventh is René Rast in the car that Antonio Garcia and Will Stevens have been driving. And eighth is the car that leads at Pro-Am, Andrea Rizzoli at the wheel. But Matt Griffin is behind him and is chasing him. So they're doing comparable lap times, 2 minutes 0.7 for each of them. So Matt Griffin's going to have to work very hard to bring that down against Rizzoli, but if anybody can do it, Matt's the man.
Well, I mean, again, another one of these go-to drivers, a professional driver, signed up by Ferrari, goes where the team say, look, we need a driver in a car somewhere around the world, you're the man we want to put into that car. But has been a very successful partner to Duncan Cameron, and I think those two have gelled in a way which actually is very important in a partnership, because partnerships are so important, especially in endurance events where you have to have a complementary position between your hired driver and the man who might be paying your wages.
So up front, it is Shane Van Gisbergen, the Kiwi, 14.3 seconds ahead last time, and the Giz responding. He's just done a personal best in the first sector, so he's certainly not giving up in all of this, and he's conscious that the Ferrari is chasing, so he's just managed to stretch the margin by over half a second within the first sector of the lap. Now, life looks rather less optimistic for AF Corsa.
And nothing better to see your board that was going to from plus whatever 30 seconds to plus 15 seconds or 18 seconds, now going back up rather than descending. I mean, that really makes you feel, yes, I've got control.
We've done this. But second sector, so Pierre Guidi brings down the gap. Third and fourth, Albuquerque versus Soucek. But I think that gap is too great, really, for Andy to think about a podium finish unless we've got a sting in the tail. Was that last pit stop, the vert sting in the tail. So perfect timing. We said when the Bentley came in and the Ferrari stayed out, maybe AF Corsa had called it wrong. The McLaren sneaked in as well, and that has proved to be the decisive stop. There's Matt Griffin riding the curbs, so he is actually on that last lap. He was a bit slower, probably because of the traffic on Rizzoli. So the car, as I've been saying, second in Pro-Am, trying to catch Rizzoli for the class lead, but losing out on that last lap. So Matt Griffin's chances of getting a class win, not quite as optimistic now, but he's absolutely pressing on. It's Ferrari 1 and 2 within Pro-Am.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been caught in traffic as lap times have dropped by probably up to 2 seconds a lap, just simply because he's in the wrong part of the track. Coming onto the straight behind, I think that's the number 7 Bentley up ahead. He will certainly have an advantage in a straight line, but I think he's a little bit too far behind the Bentley to hopefully make a... Well, yeah, it's got to, you've got to say the Bentley's not that slow on a straight line.
Number 7, Stephen Kane, 14th. Andy Soucek, 4th, but it should have been so much better, shouldn't it? The Bentley's ran 1 and 2 for the first, hour and a half, if not more, and looked like the dominant brand early on in the race.
By choice.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked like they had, such a strong driver lineup, such a strong team operation. Took the lead, had total control, then things just disintegrated.
And so, out on track, it remains Shane Van Gisbergen, 14.7 seconds to the good. The last lap, he was quicker by half a second than Pierre Guidi. So, the McLaren, perhaps out of nowhere, because it was 40 seconds behind and a rather grumpy Rob Bell telling us he couldn't understand how they'd lost the time earlier. That car now looks like it's going to be able to hang on to a victory, because Pierre Guidi is only gaining now occasional fractions. He needs to be taking 2 seconds, if not more, a lap out, really hacking into this deficit to have a real chance, because he needs all the available laps once he's caught Van Gisbergen to do the overtake, and he's running out of time.
Yes, he is. We've got 21 minutes remaining. And Van Gisbergen, that confidence that he brings to the Garage 59 team, again, is shining through in these hours of darkness here in Paul Ricard. Currently it is now almost 20 to midnight. And this race will, it'll finish on midnight.
Yeah, you just saw the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini running third in Pro-Am, number 78. It's got Phil Keane at the wheel. And that, remember, the Barwell car started in the pit lane and has done a really good job in the Pro-Am category. Phil Keane, Leo Machitsky and Marco Mappelli. There it is. Phil Keane, one of the drivers. There's not that many that are incredibly good in modern and historic GT cars, but Phil Keane is one of them. And whether you put him into John Minshaw's fleet of historic sports cars like Lola T70s or E-Types, he delivers, or indeed historic touring cars, or in a modern GT car. He's a winner at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago in British GT with John Minshaw. Phil Keane delivers, and he's another of these really underrated drivers, but is a little star in his own way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the word I would use is versatile.
Yeah.
And some drivers have got that skill. Some drivers very much focused on cars with tons of downforce. Lots of drivers can drive cars with a lot less downforce. You rarely get a driver who's accustomed to high downforce getting into a car with low downforce and delivering, just the way it is.
Now, in the AM category, we've had a change of lead on the last round of pit stops because 888, the Australian driver Liam Talbot, is ahead now of Maurice Ricci, who's taken over from Gilles Vanelay and isn't as quick as Vanelay. So they are on the same lap, effectively, but we've had that change around now. So Liam Talbot takes over the class lead. Thierry Nicole is third. Bernard Delhay is fourth in the Steve Earle car. So the AM category has actually been one of the more volatile over the course of the race. We've had an awful lot of shuffling, lots of different leaders.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally it's a Ferrari fest, but the Mercedes getting in there. But nevertheless, a lot of battling. We don't often get to watch all the battles in the AM category because we're focused on what's going on at the head of the field, and that's ultimately going to be where our race winner will be. And right now, gap 13.6 seconds. Last lap, actually, bad lap for Van Gisbergen, 2:02, as opposed to a 59.3, so 3.2 seconds.
And the gap's down to 9.9.
Wow.
So not only was it a slow lap from him, it was a quick lap from Pierre Guidi. Take the two elements together, suddenly it's game on again. 9.9 seconds. It was, what, 14 or so?
Yeah. That's the way the ebb and flow of traffic is.
What goes around comes around, to use a phrase.
Use it many times myself.
Indeed. So Pierre Guidi continues to push. Right, they're in the first sector. We'll start to see whether that pace is maintained. A 35.8 in the first sector from Van Gisbergen, and we wait for the Ferrari to go through that timing beam. When it does so, it is slower. So it has now caught that traffic, presumably because it's lost 7/10 or so that it's just gained in sector one alone.
Mean, you don't suddenly lose a 4 second, because you've done something wrong. It's because you've been inhibited at some point or on a number of points around a lap. And, in many respects, these conditions are much more difficult. There is the lead AM car, the 888, Liam Talbot, the young Australian, who has committed himself to GT racing, associated in Australia with GT racing as well, not in a Ferrari. And quiet young man, deep thinker, very deep thinker.
Just gets on with it, doesn't he, and delivers. There's 42 Ferrari, which has been in the wars a bit with a number of spins and lots of warnings about track limits, but it's third in class. Thierry Nicole being the man behind the wheel at the moment. So the lead gap was 9.9 seconds. Yes, Pierre Guidi was delayed in sector one, but he's trying to fight back in sector two. And there, the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini just slightly impeding Van Gisbergen as he comes out of Virage du Pont now, up towards the end of the lap. Over the timing line. In fact, has the McLaren got past? Not yet, but he's about to. That lap was a 2 minutes. And where is the Ferrari? It was 9.9 seconds back. This is the leader's view, but he hasn't yet been able to get through. He does now up the inside. Van Gisbergen uses lots and lots of curb and now accelerates down through turn 3.
Yeah, that was a pretty smart move by the New Zealander. He put his car clearly into the position of the headlights and the mirror. And, there are ways you can pass, and you don't always have to be right in the bumper of a car, as I've described earlier in the broadcast. You just got to be smart. And Van Gisbergen make no mistake, is a smart race driver.
Now, even though Pierre Guidi lost out in traffic in the first sector, he did a better lap time. So the gap is now 9.4 seconds. There's some debris there that's just been whacked by another car coming out of the Virage du Pont. So that's just off the racing line, isn't it? It's a tyre, by the look of it, that's somehow found its way from somebody onto the road. So the driver's having to go either side of it, and in fact, as each one brushes against it, it sort of drags it further across onto the racing line. There it is.
Oh yes, it is indeed. We haven't seen anybody limping back.
No.
But maybe they manages to dive into the pit lane at the last possible opportunity.
Yeah, Yelmer Berman has pitted and has dropped down to 29th. Whether it's a troubled Mercedes that has done it, pass. Right, lead gap in Sector 1 up slightly, Sector 2 up by 0.3. But we have seen in the past how good that Ferrari is in the final third of the lap, so maybe that is where Pierre Guidi can gain back some of the time here. We have got just quarter of an hour to go.
It sounds so easy when you listen to the throttle away. He picks up the throttle, steering inputs, nothing that's, you know, aggressive. It's all thought out, methodical. Makes it look so easy, and it can be.
So over the timing line, we'll get the Ferrari through now. The gap 9.3 seconds, even allowing for a loss in the first two sectors. It's still come down by a 10th, but that's not enough.
Yeah, but there's only one car now between the McLaren and the Ferrari. So that's sort of easing the situation for both drivers. Of course, we don't know what lies ahead down the road for the McLaren. There probably will be more traffic there as the lead car. Looks like he's got a reasonably good run, clean run all the way through turn 6 onto the Mistral straight, looking for the Ferrari as it makes its way through turn 5. And he's got to make his way past those cars. He'll manage to do that comfortably. The first of the two cars, the Lamborghini, I think that's the Bratislava car, on the straight. As we go back to the lead McLaren.
So the first sector, 9/10 pulled back by Pierre Guidi. This could be a very important lap here if he can get another big chunk of time gained. Clock ticking away all the while.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ferrari needs clear track more than the McLaren. I think Van Gintsbergen, because of his background in racing in Australia, where, you know, track position is absolutely everything, learns how to use the track extremely, you know, what's the word, not aggressively, but very advantageously. Whereas in GT racing, it's a different style of racing. It hasn't got that very aggressive style that V8s in Australia have got.
All right, so Sector 1, 9/10 pull back. Sector 2, 3/10 pull back, as you look at the Am Cup, Chris Cooper, Chris Harris, Derek Pierce, Bentley. But the leading gap is coming down. So we've got just over 13 minutes still to run. The race order you can see on the graphic on the screen. Drivers running wider and wider as they work their way up towards the final few corners on the lap. There is the M Sport Bentley. Andy Soucek, 4th overall. But a really frustrating race. He's got Matt Griffin behind, hasn't he, in the 52 Ferrari, but Matt falling away from Rizzoli. He's just not quite able to get near enough to think about a proper attack for class position. Now, the lead gap is down from 9+ to 7.8, so another significant lap offered up by Pierre Guidi. And birthday greetings come from the pit garages late in the race. Right, this is the view from the McLaren. Over the curbs, coming out of turn 5.
It's important here to keep it tidy, to get the drive here to go flat out through turn 7. You don't want the car to be sliding around, scrubbing speed, damaging the tyres. You're coming up to the end of another stint. So the best of the rubber has gone probably quite a long time ago. So you've got to be delicate on the throttle, delicate on the brakes, delicate on the steering. And at the same time, consolidate the gap.
Sounds so easy, doesn't it? So the gap was down by 74 thousandths in Sector 1. In Sector 2, let's see, the gap is down by 2/10, so Pierre Guidi is still gaining. Little by little, he's chipping away, but I'm not as convinced as I once was that he's going to get there in time.
Well, just over 11 minutes to go. Gap was, at the end of lap 158, 7.8 seconds. if it's even down to 6 seconds, it's still an amazing ask. It's going to be half a second a lap. Well, not even half a second a lap. It's the ebb and flow has gone back to McLaren, and I think it's to do with that level of confidence that Van Gisbergen brings to that 58 McLaren. Not to take anything away from what we've seen from the Ferrari team, but this is character we're looking at now as much as it is about ability and skill.
Okay, the gap's 7.4 seconds. That time it was only 3/10 pull back. Somebody there rattles way out wide over the curb and sparks up the air, but 7.4 seconds, it's going to be close, and there's a white flag, so a slow car out on the Mistral straight. Who is that? We're not getting a report of anybody yet. But there it is up the road, limping offline. So let's try and identify who that might be. But still, Pierre Guidi really needs the traffic to help him out, doesn't he? He can't do this on pure pace. And 0-0, which has only just left the pit lane, is the car that's going very slowly. So that's the Berman and Schneider and Alfazar Mercedes that has had a long pit stop, and on its outlap is limping on. So clearly the problems are getting worse. Ben Schneider took it, well, that graphic says Schneider took it over, but actually it's not. It's Jelmer Berman who's behind the wheel. So the timing screen says Jelmer Berman stayed behind the wheel, and there is the car getting out of harm's way.
Yeah, we saw one of the Mercedes had a transmission problem. So Ben Schneider Jelmer Berman staying well and truly off the racetrack to not get into play with any of these battles, particularly the battle for the lead. So Andy Soucek still doing all he can to recover what there is left for the number 8 Bentley to do. I mean, you couldn't make it up. I mean, the number 8 Bentley for 4.5 hours, dominated this race, and then one little issue, and I still think there was a blowback on that refueling. It almost blew the hose back. There was so much pressure in the tank.
The Ram leader, Liam Talbot, still pounding on. He's in 23rd place. What's the lead gap? 7.4 seconds at the start of the lap. The leader goes through with less than 10 minutes to go. That lap from Van Gisbergen was a 59.5. We're waiting for the Ferrari, 59.3. It's not going to get much below 5 seconds at best, is it? It's not quite going to happen, and so we can now start to think about a McLaren win, a car that has been on the fringes of the top positions all the way through the race, but only really in this last 45-50 minutes or so is it really, thanks to a very opportune pit stop, come good. And the problem for the Bentley, of course.
Well, the problem for the Bentley, obviously, was the major factor, but also that, whether you call it opportunistic or very clever opportunity to pit stop at the next, or the last full course yellow. You know, we didn't get it at the time. There was a lot more going on in the pit lane with the Bentley in particular catching fire. And all of a sudden, McLaren were back at the races at the head of the field with a massive advantage over the second place, which turned out to be the number 50 Ferrari. And well, certainly Alessandro Pierguidi has done a great job to cut that advantage down to just over 7 seconds, 7.1 seconds at the end of lap 160. With 8 minutes of the race remaining, and well, it was a valiant drive by all 3 drivers in the Ferrari, but Garage 59 under the management of Baz Linders. And how much progress has McLaren made since the introduction of MP412C to where we are with the 650S?
It's almost unrecognisable, isn't it? It's a completely different success rate. Probably Hexis Racing was the one that got the most out of the MP412C, didn't it? Both in terms of the sprint races and the endurance races. But this car has been a far more successful and just a better all-round package, I think, than the older car.
It's just a great evolution.
Yeah.
I mean, it was always a very advanced car when it was first introduced. It was by far and away the most sophisticated GT car in the field. But of course, it did prove to be tricky in a number of areas, and that's all now being refined out. Of course, everybody in this field has got a BOP, a balance of performance element. Everybody complains about it. Nobody wants to show their hand, particularly before we go to Spa 24 hours. So coming through turn 7.
Can I just tell you, as you ride on board with Shane Van Gisbergen, that the gap is down to 6.5 seconds, so Pierre Guidi is still pushing.
This is down at turn 4 and into turn 5. So see, he runs it out wide, brings it back in almost in one big arc. And again, just putting the minimum amount of inputs into the steering and throttle. Very, very polished, very professional performance from the entire team. And not least of all from the driver behind the wheel right now, Shane van Gisbergen.
Who is just ever so slightly getting away in the first sector, only by 31 thousandths, but it all helps him. And what about the second sector? He's at the end of it now, turning up through Senior, so 6 minutes to go, but it looks as though that McLaren has got enough in hand. 6 minutes, but 6 seconds is the margin, and try as he might, Pierre Guidi does not look as though he's going to get there in time. Through the long turn 11 they go then, through the long de Beausset corner, and now up towards Bendor, which is the long turn 12 left-hander, and the clock ticking away. In sector 1, McLaren quicker. In sector 2, slightly quicker was the Ferrari, and so it's going to be a hard ask, this, for sure now, for Pierre Guidi to do anything about the race-leading car, but it's not been for the want of trying, that's for certain. So McLaren it is then, hanging on to that advantage, as with 5 minutes and change on the clock, up towards the timing line comes now Shane van Gisbergen. He will go through. He's going to get, what, 4 more laps out of this race? And that lap was a 59.2. Where is the Ferrari? It should come through now. 6.1 seconds back, so 4 tenths gained, but it needs to be seconds, not fractions of a second here. So it's going to be close, but no cigar for the Ferrari drivers unless there is a problem up the road for the McLaren. But the way that the car has gone, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. As we work then lap 163. It was proved a week ago that the race isn't over until it's over. Just ask anybody to do with the Toyota Le Mans programme. But McLaren, for the moment at least, in fact you can go and ask Bentley if they thought they were home and dry. They were pretty wrong, weren't they, what we saw an hour and a bit ago. But for now, McLaren looking as though it's on target for a win, and there, caught up in traffic, Pierre Guidi sideways. He dives through on the inside of the slower Ferrari, takes the place away. At Garage 59, they're nervous, but I still think they're going to do it. In the first sector of this lap, which takes you to the exit of turn 5, down at the bottom of the lap, the gap extends by something like 59 thousandths of a second. In sector 2 it may well have gone up anyway due to the traffic getting in the way, but it's normally in this last third of the lap, through Senior, through de Beausset, and the last few corners, Virage du Lac, Virage du Pont, where the Ferrari has a slight advantage seemingly over the McLaren. It's always been very quick at that part of the circuit. So there is Pierre Guidi. He'll be chasing tail lights. Anything is worth chasing, might be the leading car. And up towards the completion of the lap, there comes Shane van Gisbergen, the car that won at Monza, and will turn its way through in a moment. The Virage du Lac, penultimate corner, and then Virage du Pont. We've got 3.5 minutes to go, but really, unless Pierre Guidi is on the tail about now, he's not going to have any chance at all, because even if he were to catch the McLaren, he would need a fair amount of time left, many opportunities to make that move. And so through to start lap 164 with 3 minutes and change on the clock, and I reckon this will be the penultimate lap, goes Shane van Gisbergen then. We've got just about time left for 2 laps. The gap 6.4 seconds. In fact, that time it goes up. The fireworks start to fly as with 3 minutes to go. We've had plenty of fireworks on track, but it looks as though, close as it's going to be after 6 hours of racing, it will go McLaren's way. So, less than 3 minutes to go. A flying lap is just under 2. There's this lap and 1 more here under the fireworks in Le Castellet. So, drivers having to be really focused anyway. There's that ever so slight distraction of the fireworks going off just to catch the corner of their eye. Sector 1 is completed. The gap's come down by 2 tenths, so still Pierre Guidi pushes. Still he's not giving up as he comes onto the Mistral straight. The team's being told the fireworks will start now. Well, they've got the message, that's for sure. There are still battles to resolve lower down the order as well. Still one of the best efforts. We've not talked about it for a lap or two, but the number 23 Nissan, the car that won last year, in 5th place, having been 31st after its spin. And a great job done by the RJN team. Rob Bell can afford a smile, fingers crossed. Coleregar looking as though in his first year of being a McLaren factory driver, he's going to have a second win in 3 races within the Endurance Cup. There will be time just for one more lap. In the first sector, the gap was down. In the second sector, the gap was down. And there, look, Van Gisbergen is in the traffic as the cars work their way up towards the Virage du Lac. Van Gisbergen tries to dive bomb the slower cars. Has he done so? He has not done so because he's got still traffic ahead. He's got to be careful about all of this, and this will bring down the gap. Look, you've got back markers battling. You've got Van Gisbergen now threading his way through onto the last lap of the race. They go then. Over the timing line should come the leader now. And as Shane Van Gisbergen goes on to the last lap of the race, that was a lap at 2 minutes. He's still got back markers that he's got to sort out on the run down towards the first corner. The gap is 5 seconds, but it's not going to come down on the last lap enough to give Pierre Guidi a chance. So it was that last pit stop under the full course yellow that was crucial for the McLaren, and in hindsight it was, as we thought at the time, absolutely an opportunity missed by AF Corsa, because that car stayed out when the Bentley and then the McLaren pitted, and they'll look back on that and kick themselves. And it's strange that they should have not taken the opportunity. AF Corsa, such a successful, such an experienced team, but that was the mistake that made the win swing in favour of McLaren. The gap is down in sector 1 on this lap by another 0.6 of a second. Alessandro Pierguidi onto the Mistral straight. You can see further up the road that the leading car has got traffic to contend with, but he's not going to get there in time. And so we're looking at a race win for Garage 59. Bas Linders won races in the, as it then was, Blancpain Endurance Series as a driver, and now he's winning them as a team principal because he's the man that oversees the Garage 59 effort. And there is 58, the 59 car itself. He's actually in 14th place, Struan Moore at the wheel of it. That's the sort of young guns car. Struan Moore along with Andrew Watson and Alex Fontana. But the sister car won at Monza when it was under massive pressure at the end of the race from Maxi Buch's Mercedes. Here, the pressure hasn't been from another car, it's just been not making mistakes, getting through the traffic effectively. The gap was down then in sector 1, it is down by another 0.4 in sector 2, so it should be maybe just under 4 seconds at the end of 6 hours of racing. But 2 corners to go, it's going to be a McLaren victory at Paul Ricard to the Virage du Pont for the last time. Shane Van Gisbergen, along with his 2 co-drivers, Côme Ledegaard and Rob Bell, is going to be a winner for the 2nd time this year in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, and a delighted team celebrates. So Shane Van Gisbergen crosses the line to score victory, and 3.3 seconds back at the very end of 6 hours of racing. Alessandro Pierguidi in the Ferrari, the number 50 Ferrari, the AF Corsa car that he shares with Passin Lathoris and Michele Rugolo. But the celebrations can begin down at Garage 59, and a great effort, knowing exactly when to pit, and at AF Corsa, so near and yet so far. And Alessandro Pierguidi, likewise, just as Shane Van Gisbergen does, he deserves a lot of credit for his amazing charge over the last 2 hours and a bit, because he did, of course, a double stint. So he pushed to catch the Bentley, and then he had to do it all over again after that pit stop, but came effectively a lap late to do it all over again against the McLaren. Third, coming up towards the line, should be number 3, Felipe Albuquerque, but he's being caught on the last lap by Andy Soucek. The gap was only 10 seconds when they went on to the last lap, but through in a moment the car will come. We've had the Pro-Ams home, where Rizzoli defends from Matt Griffin, and Phil Keane does secure 3rd, and 888 Ferrari should be on target for an AM Cup win. Already home 2nd is 87, and 3rd is number 42 Ferrari. There is the Pro-Am winning Ferrari, so number 11 Andrea Rizzoli is going to come through along with Michał Brozniewski and Alessandro Bonaccini to score a class win. Over the timing line goes the Ferrari, and then we wait for Matt Griffin. There it is, the green Ferrari heads up towards the line for 2nd in Pro-Am, and 3rd in the class already home is Phil Keane. And then we have Nair crossing the line to win in AM 888, the Liam Talbot, Marco Zanartini and Vadim Gitin Ferrari, Kessel Racing car. There's a driver's stint of number 28 under investigation, which is the Stevens Garcia Rene Rast Audi, and that car finishing in 7th place at the very end. But a race that may not have had, perhaps, as we've had in last couple of years, events, the charge, one car catching the other and taking the lead, but it was always tense to see whether Pierre Guidi could bring the gap down, and he chipped and chipped and chipped and chipped, but the McLaren always just looked slightly the stronger in that last stint. But another fascinating battle we've had, and a win, the second of the year for the McLaren. So the drivers, once they've done the in-lap, will, in the case of the top three in the classes, go to the podium. We'll have a chance to hear from some of the drivers. We've sent John Watson out into the fresh air so he can go and have a word with the McLaren trio. So the factory McLaren of Shane Van Gisbergen and Rob Bell and Côme Redegaard victorious. The marshals now organise which cars they need in Parc Fermé, which can go to general scrutineering. And the McLaren then heads down the pit road. The SRO officials waving the car past. The podium is midway down the pit lane here, so it's near to that Parc Fermé needs to be, and then the drivers can quickly make their way up to the podium. And there is the Parc Fermé area. Photographers are there, and the winning McLaren stops. The car victorious at Monza and victorious here as well, but that was the Ferrari that did all the chasing. Alessandro Pierre Guidi, after a great effort, coming home second, but the tall Kiwi, Shane Van Gisbergen, in a moment will unfold himself, clamber out of the car. He's always been a star in what used to be known as V8 supercars in Australia, and becoming ever more of a star of European GT racing as well. He's a happy man, so too is Côme Redegaard, and the rather less demonstrative Rob Bell will be somewhere in a moment to join in the celebrations. So Côme Redegaard absolutely delighted. Of course, a win on home soil for the young French driver who was plucked out of the French Carrera Cup to join McLaren for this year, but has always had a very good reputation when he came out of the Formula Renault Campus series. There is Shane Van Gisbergen, helmet off, balaclava off, earplugs out. And again, he, in that last stint of the race, like we saw at Monza, has risen to the challenge to defend the advantage. And let's hear from the Kiwi. John has arrived on the scene to have a word with the race winners.
Shane, fantastic result for you, for the team. Under pressure for that last stint. Great last pit stop. What won the race for you in the end?
Oh, just good, consistent car, but yeah, great call to do the full course yellow pit stop, and great stint by Rob and Com here. Awesome, great weekend, good to get another one on the board, good points, and looking forward to the big one now, Spa.
You're looking forward to Spa?
Oh yeah, for sure, it'll be awesome. We got a great car this year and great team behind us, so looking forward to it.
Com, you did the middle stint, did a great job for the team. I mean, tell us your story, because we just saw you briefly.
About my story of the race. It was like quite difficult because I had to double stint, so it was quite hard, and we just did an amazing job with the team, and they have been strong on the strategy, and we all three have been we drove with a really good average, so really happy about it, and I'm really thankful to them.
Excellent. Rob, that last pit stop made a massive difference to the overall position in terms of having the advantage when it came to the last stint.
If you say so. I wasn't watching, I was back having some dinner, so I didn't want to watch. Hey, look, it came together for us at the end, and you know, you ride your luck sometimes, so you take it and leave it, and today the team were great, our competitors were great, some had a bit of bad luck, but we came out on top. It's a 6-hour race, you know, and we did our thing.
I mean, the Bentley, number 8 Bentley, dominated the race and almost the entire race. Then they had their problems, but you were in that best position to take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's unfortunate for them. You never want to see that sort of thing, to be honest. I hope everyone's all right down there.
Yeah,
but yeah, we pounced, we took our chance, and we'll be happy with that all night.
Oh, well done, guys. Great job for the old team.
Well, I hope dinner was good, because it distracted Rob Bell enough for him not to see the pit stop, but effectively clinched the race. But the British driver, who, as is the tradition in the way they rotate the drivers, did his usual great job in the first stint, set the car up for a very competitive middle stint by Redegaard, and that crucial last stint by Shane Van Gisbergen. Now, the AF Corsa team have got some explaining to do as to why they didn't pit under that full course yellow. John?
Alessandro, you drove your heart and soul out on that last stint, but the McLaren and the traffic just was too much.
Yeah, it was too far because unfortunately we have too close to the pit when the full course yellows came out, and we were not in time to pit. And we lost a lot in the pit because I was already in front of the McLaren before the last pit stop and the last full course yellow. I tried to push very hard the last stint, all the stint. I think so I gained more than 20 seconds, but at the end it was not enough. I missed 5 seconds.
The key to the McLaren victory, apart from the troubles for Bentley, was that they made the pit stop at the earliest convenience when that last full course yellow came out.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit lucky more than us, because I overtook him and I created a little gap, and that gap that was I was a little bit before him when the full course yellow came out, and I was too close to the pit. They were a little bit behind. They were 5 seconds behind, and that 5 seconds was enough to pit in that lap in that full course yellow. And then I pit under green. I lost 30 seconds.
Anyway, great drive. Michele, you were in the middle stint again. A stunning drive from your 2 stints. Got the Ferrari into position to give it over to Alessandro.
Yeah, I think Pazzi has done a great first 2 stints, especially because he was with the used tires. So I could catch many positions during my stint. The car was really well balanced. I think anyway the result is very good. We don't have to forget where we were 2 races ago, even last race. So we did a big step ahead, and I think we can really be competitive in Spa-Francorchamps as well for the 24-hour.
Excellent, Michele. Passon, come in. You had the honour of starting the race. A lot of pressure on you, pole position, and you kind of got mugged in the opening laps.
Yeah, it was quite tight, but I just tried my best. I try to get my pace, get into the rhythm as soon as I can, and just to try to help as much as I can to pass the car on to these guys. So congratulations to Michele and Alejandro. They did a superb driving. It was unbelievable. Even though I got second, but it was a very good fight.
Well, you guys, you certainly kept the McLaren team Garage 59 very honest and did well done.
Thank you.
So the AF Corsa team ruining that pit stop, although they're saying that they were too late to dive into the pit lane. Of course, the Bentley had already come in. Now, whether you could argue that they are perhaps the AF Corsa team not being strictly truthful about the pit stop, or the Bentley had committed to pit on that lap anyway, discussed post-race. Let's hear from the third-place team. Something to cheer for Audi. Let's go back to John.
Philippe Albuquerque, you must be pleased with your podium, mostly because you're the first WRT Audi in the race.
Most of all, it's for Audi and for us. We have a rookie here, Jan Magnussen. It's the first time in the Blancpain, and we came from P20. We did a race without mistakes, and it was crucial, the strategy and the full course yellow. We pitted on the right time. We were a little bit lucky, and we grabbed it because, we got it home.
Great job. Jan, you race in America a lot these days. Great to see you in Europe. What do you think of the Blancpain Endurance GT Championship?
It's a fantastic championship, lots of cars, lots of action. I was really enjoying myself out there. I was a little bit surprised of how aggressive everybody drives the whole time, from lap 1 to the end. But fantastic feeling. Great to have done this now, and we'll see what we do later.
Well, we should come over here more often. We want to see you racing in Europe.
I'd love to come back to Europe and race some more.
Excellent, Rodrigo. What are your thoughts on the podium? Did you ever dream, starting back in the 10th row of the grid, that you'd be on the podium this evening?
Yeah, it's the first year here in Europe. It's very difficult. It's so competitive, this championship. But this is a perfect weekend. The team did a great job, a great pit stop, and did everything perfect.
Thank you very much. Well done, Jan. Good to see you.
Thanks.
So hopefully we'll see Jan Magnussen back for more Blancpain GT races. Spa 24 Hours, of course, at the end of July is one that will be good to have him in. And it's been a pretty miserable day for the WRT squad all round, but in the end, number 1, which is normally the car, got 19th place. Dries Vanthoor did the last stint, in fact, bringing it home. But number 3, the best of the WRT Audis, the best of any Audi. 4th, Andy Soucek's Bentley. 5th, the Nissan of Lucas Ordonez. And 6th, the Audi, Mike Parisi, bringing the car home at the end of 6 grueling hours. So now the drivers to make their way up towards the podium. And how things look different. Over 6 hours ago, it was bright sunshine down on the grid. Now you can hardly see the track at all. Only the pit boxes that are illuminated. And on top of them is the VIP area, but also the podium on top of the pit garages, and that is being made ready for the 3 class podiums. There's the overall podium, but then Pro-Am and the Am Cup. The overall has effectively replaced what used to be the Pro Cup within the championship. Let's just confirm the way they came across the line. A win for Rob Bell, Corbin Lagarde and Shane van Gisbergen ahead of Pacen Lazarus, Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi. Then Rodrigo Baptista, Jan Magnussen and Felipe Albuquerque round out the podium finishers ahead of the Suchek, Ripe, Sule, Bentley, Ordonez, Takeboshi and Buncombe 6th, Gilbert, Hauser and Parisi 7th. Was Garcia, Stevens and Rast 8th, and the Pro-Am winners, Brozniewski, Bonaccini and Rizzoli ahead of Cameron, Rizzo and Matt Griffin, and the top 10 rounded out by Fabio Babini, Patrick Niederhauser and Daniel Zampieri. That car getting a late race drive-through for causing a collision. Salaquada, Stockinger and Stippler 11th after a penalty for exceeding a maximum stint time applied to that, and 12th for Barwell Lamborghini, with Phil Keane bringing the car home. Then number 7 Bentley, that was down in 40-something at one point after its ABS dramas, so a good effort in the face of adversity by Guy Smith, Vincent Abril and Stephen Kay. The second Garage 59 McLaren 14th and 15th going the way of the Pro-Am Audi of Franck Pereira, who did the fastest lap of the race, along with Philippe Guillauc and Henri Acid. The Splinterans, father and son, and Jeroen Mull 16th. A bit disappointing in the end. 17th Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril and Mauro Engel, ahead of Daniele Perfetti, Laurent Cazeneuve and Michael Lyons. The Vantour brothers and Frédéric Derviche 19th, Karim Auger along with Oliver Grutz and Jerry Darras in 20th spot. And keep on scrolling, because out of 57 starters, we lost a fair few, but the bulk of the field coming home without too many mechanical woes at the end of a grueling 6 hours out on track here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. So the drivers very shortly, as I say, will be whisked up to the podium, and as ever, Shane van Gisbergen, John, proving that he can deliver the goods in Europe just as he can back home.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a really impressive guy. I'm talking about in a race car. I mean, he's a big old guy. When you see him out, you wouldn't want to meet him on a dark night in Paul Ricard on your own. I mean, just a great race driver, and what he showed, I think, in the race was that level of self-belief and confidence where there was pressure all the time from the 50 Ferrari. Never put a wheel wrong. He didn't get panicked when he got into traffic. He didn't have the quickest car down the straight either, but he had a very good car. And then as we got into the closing half hour and whatever, he sort of sensed that I'm in control here. And it's going to take something superhuman from Alessandro Pierguidi, who did a brilliant job, but they just got outsmarted, I think, on that very opportunistic pit stop for the 58 McLaren. Whether it was by design or good fortune, that was the key, I think, that made them, or gave them the opportunity to take the victory tonight.
Indeed. I mean, he was saying to you, wasn't he, that they were too late to pit, but the Bentley ahead had already come in. Now, maybe they committed to pitting on that lap, come what may, but either way, what is done is done. The drivers then are to the podium, and we have the Am Cup, first of all. So we have the third place crew, number 42 Ferrari of Romain Brandella, Christophe Hamon and Thomas Nicol. Second in the class, 87, the ACA ASP Mercedes, Maurice Ricci, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Gilles Vanelay. But it's a win for Liam Talbot, Marco Zanettini and Vadim Gittin. So for Kessel Racing, the national anthem, a win in the Am Cup for Liam Talbot, Marco Zanettini and Vadim Gittin. The championship in the Am Cup now being led by Ricci, Bobelic and Vanelay. Pierre Arret, after a disappointing race, now next in the standings. And also disappointment for Alexander Moiseev leading the class, but the Ferrari stopping out on track round about the halfway point. The Kaspersky Ferrari that was looking very good indeed. Trophies presented to third, to second, and then in a moment, the class winners. Jean-Luc Bobelic straining under the weight of the trophy as he celebrates second. But Vadim Gitin, Marco Zanotini and Liam Talbot, the AM Cup winners, about to receive, one hopes, the trophies. Here they come. So 1, 2 and 3. There should also be the Blancpain clock to the winning team. And a very, very happy Castle Racing team with proof that if you stick in there, results will come, because it was only really late in the race that car actually got into the lead of the class.
Yeah, and I think sort of the AM class probably emphasises more than any other of the classes in the whole championship that this is an endurance event. These drivers' cars are not the cars that are going to be running at the front for the entire duration. They're there to win their category, and you do that by being smart, by not making mistakes, spending as little time in the pits as you can, and your success will come.
So the celebrations begin, and that's one podium done. We've got Pro-Am and the overall to come as the teams celebrate, but another good result for Castle Racing that has been a winning team overall and in Pro-Am, as we'll see in a moment, because of course it is a Castle Racing Ferrari that wins the Pro-Am class here. So 2 out of 3 for Castle Racing, not bad at all. They're the family, friends, team members all congregating underneath the podium. Cameras at the ready, and we'll get ready now for the Pro-Am drivers.
Yeah, and very much more a family-orientated AM category. Yeah. You know, not quite the mums and granddads and all that, but I mean, it is really a family event. The AM category brings a lot to the whole event.
That's right.
Pro-Am mixture.
Now there you've got Liam Machitsky leading them out with Marco Mappelli, and in the Demon Tweaks overalls,
Phil Keane.
It's his British GT colours, representing John Minshaw's Empire. That was founded by John's dad, Alan Minshaw. There for second place, Duncan Cameron, Davide Rizzo, and where does the other bloke come from? Irishman, Matt Griffin.
Proudly wearing, I mentioned it 100 times, his Irish Racing Driver Club badge.
It never hurts to have a 101st reference.
Not at all.
Castle Racing takes the winning team award, and the winners of the Pro-Am Cup, Michael Bronizeski, Andrea Rizzoli and Alessandro Bonaccini. A second class win in the race for Castle Racing, as Ferrari drivers first and second, Lamborghini third in Pro-Am. So the national anthem plays for the winning team, and once again it's Castle Racing, and now the trophies will be presented. I know I've banged on about it a lot during the course of the race, but just remember that the third placed team started from the pit lane, so that was effectively 56th out of the 57 cars, because there was another one behind in the queue in the pit lane. But to get at one point into the lead of the Pro-Am category, a mega effort by the drivers and by Mark Lemmer's Barwell team in the pits.
Absolutely, but it also goes to show that while it's a big disadvantage to start from the pit lane, it isn't the end of the day. No. You've got a 6-hour race, you've just got to settle down that first hour, let things unfold. You might not be where you want to be, but remember, there's another 5 hours to go. That's an awful lot of motor racing.
Absolutely. So Barwell takes third, AF Corsa takes second, and Ronnie Castle's team takes the class win. You've seen the Pro-Am driver standings up on the screen, and there, look, you've got the winning drivers. So it is a class win for, and 15,000 euros as well, for Michael Bronizeski, for Alessandro Bonaccini, and for Andrea Rizzoli. The extra prize money going to the entrants across both sprint and endurance series. Photographs taken, and the Blancpain clock given to the winning team. I fear champagne is about to be sprayed. Yes, there are the bottles. And what else do you do at 20 past midnight on a Saturday night in the south of France? Spray champagne at people.
They ain't going to get a doner kebab, that's for sure.
So the celebrations begin. Duncan Cameron looking bedraggled under his Pirelli cap. And Davide Rizzo, the Italian, who's done the bulk of his racing in the last decade, really, in Asia, joining the team this weekend and has fitted in very effectively indeed. So if you drive an Italian car in the Pro-Am category at least, you have a good result. But overall, Audi third, Ferrari second, McLaren first, and the top 3 teams in a moment will be brought forward.
I found it quite interesting just when I was doing the interviews with the top 3, and Jan Magnussen, who I haven't seen for how many years, I can't remember. And I said, did you enjoy it? He said, oh, unbelievable. He said, I couldn't believe how aggressive. I said, well, I didn't say, but I mean, he's coming from America where GT racing is highly competitive. We all knew that. He said, it is so aggressive. I couldn't believe the opening laps were manic.
I hope he comes back, don't you?
Oh, he wants to come back. I think he's had a wonderful event here, getting the podium, just crowns all that. And I wouldn't be surprised, because of his friendship with Vincent Voss, the boss of WRT, that there may well be. That's only if Jan wants to do it, because he's got commitments to Chevrolet in the States. But if there's no overlap, then maybe he will be back for more.
He's the right kind of guy to have in this as well, isn't he? He'd be a big draw at Spa as well with his reputation. So, they're the third-placed team. Jan Magnussen for the podium on his debut Blancpain race, along with Rodrigo Baptista and Felipe Albuquerque for second place. So close for Passin Lathoris, Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi. And then the winners of the Paul Ricard 1000. Overall honours in round 3 of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup to Rob Bell, Côme Ledogar and Shane van Gisbergen. The McLaren drivers will make their way out onto the podium. Garage 59 is represented there as well. And so, the Brit, the Frenchman and the Kiwi. Rob Bell, Côme Ledogar, Shane van Gisbergen, the winners here at Paul Ricard. So the national anthem for the winning team, Garage 59. A win for Shane van Gisbergen, Côme Ledogar and Rob Bell overall here at Paul Ricard. And that now in the Endurance Cup gives a pretty commanding 22-point advantage to Rob, Shane and Côme over Jasmine Jaffar, Dominic Baumann and Maxi Book, who didn't finish. And then after the travails in that last pit stop, Sule Suchek and Wright dropped to third. Now 36 points back, but of course at Spa there are more points on offer in this race, but at Spa you score at 6 and at 12 and at 24 hours, so that's the big payday in the championship.
Oh yes, I mean, and just Shane van Gisbergen absolutely wrapped in the idea of going back to Spa, looks forward to, he wants to take victory there. He's not there just to come and have a race, he wants to win it, and the way he goes about his business, I have to say, very, very impressive competitor at any level of motorsport he's in.
They had a pretty grotty time last year, didn't they? The what was then Von Ryan Racing McLaren teams. Of course, it was Rob Bell, Shane van Gisbergen and Kevin Est last year as a factory McLaren driver. Kevin, he's gone back to Porsche now, but Côme Ledogar has stepped up to the plate, hasn't he?
I mean, all three did a brilliant job. Côme Ledogar, probably the least known to a lot of the audiences, then Shane van Gisbergen or Rob Bell, but you know, he did his bit when it was important. Didn't get a chance to ask him about that shortcut on a turn 7. If it had a moment or two longer, we probably had a 5-minute dialogue about it.
I'd probably say I couldn't remember. I'll give you that honest face, Gov.
Yeah.
So the champagne is sprayed on the podium at Paul Ricard. It's a win for Shane van Gisbergen, for Rob Bell and Côme Ledogar. McLaren beats Ferrari, beats Audi. It has been a very lively race indeed, and as champagne-soaked drivers celebrate here on the podium, let's have a quick look back to some of the highlights in a few moments' time, because it was certainly a dramatic race. So Alessandro Pierguidi's efforts to catch the McLaren in the end came to naught, but it wasn't for the want of trying. So in the end, it was Ferrari chasing McLaren. At the start of the race, it all looked like this. Sunshine, 57 starters, 2 in the pit lane, and a busy track as Passin Lathoris led the way down towards turn 1 with Bentley, with McLaren, with Ferrari, all stacked up behind him. On the opening lap, Lafleur started to lose a little bit of pace as the more experienced pro drivers mobbed him round the outside at senior. Rob Bell getting up into third place, but there was drama right the way through the first hour of the race, with battles raging on through the field, including a good Bavarian battle. We had the Mercedes and the BMWs running together. The class winning, as it turned out. Pro-Am Ferrari tagged into an early spin from which the car was able to recover, and Kessel Racing taking class honours. Not so good for Attempto Racing, as the Porsche in its third race had an engine failure and a very spectacular fire. Cue full course yellow #1 while the blaze was extinguished. The enterprising teams pitted under the full course yellow. It meant Bentleys were first and second, with Guy Smith leading the way from a hard-charging Maxime Soulet, who'd been installed into the #8 car. He was a little bit quicker, so the cars were reversed. Then they made another pit stop under the next full course yellow, caused by Ian Loggy going off the road. There was a spin as Stefano Costatini lost the Ombra Racing Lamborghini, and dramas for #7 Bentley. Vincent Abril had been installed behind the wheel. He had this ABS drama at the end of the pit straight and had to do a slow in-lap. Concern for the M Sport team led by Malcolm Wilson. Comme Ledegar had to take this shortcut to avoid an errant Ferrari, but he got back on track and then started to break away from the opposition. But up front, it was all about Bentley as the aggressive #2 Audi tapped the then Pro-Am leading Ferrari into a drama down at turn 5. That was the Scuderia Praha Ferrari that did battle on but lost further ground before the end of the race. A punctured tyre aboard 38, that meant that Raffaele Giannone had to limp round to the pit lane. Out on track, spinning BMWs getting in the way just ever so slightly of what was then the 4th placed McLaren. Comme Ledegar doing the good middle stint. The sun began to set, making it spectacular for the photographers, but hard work for the drivers as they had to adjust to the differing conditions as the lights started to go. Sparks flew as cars ran over the curb coming out of Virage Dupont. Up over the timing line went the leaders, and this gave a drive-through penalty for the #19 Lamborghini as a rather aggressive move was pulled on the inside by Michele Beretta. New tyres aboard the 50 Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi, the man behind the wheel, as he got set for a real charge to try to catch the race-leading #8 Bentley. 19, which had been running in that leading group, had to serve the drive-through, but there was another penalty coming for one of the leading cars, and it was the #8 Bentley. Before that, though, 44 Johnny Adam limped his way into the pit lane with suspension dramas. The 76 Porsche battled on, the French team on home soil. But Maxime Soulet, #8 Bentley, had been deemed not to have slowed down quick enough at a full course yellow. For that, the car was investigated and it was given a drive-through penalty. It maintained the lead, but only just, the gap right down. Maxi Bouk never even got that far because the Mercedes had a gearbox issue and it stopped out by the side of the circuit. Alessandro Pierguidi then was pushing on. He was bringing down the gap to the leading Bentley, and the drive-through penalty for #8 really threw the car an even bigger lifeline. He was right up with him and continued to push on, having first of all got past Shane van Gisbergen, but this was a fierce fight between the two as they muscle their way out of the last corner. This was the battle for second place. Eventually, Pierguidi went through and was able to hang on to the place despite the best efforts of the Kiwi, who was doing everything he possibly could to find a way back through. In the end, the McLaren would leapfrog the Ferrari once again, but that was done on pit stops. Steve Earle was forced in with a black and orange meatball flag with bits trailing off the back of the car. So, as 8 Bentley served its drive-through, much closer became the 50 Ferrari. The battle was on, and then it all changed around at the last pit stop. The Ferrari stayed out, the Bentley came in under a full course yellow and had this spectacular pit fire. At the other end of the pit lane, almost unnoticed, this car, the McLaren, came in to serve its final stop, and in doing so, got the lead away from the AF Corsa Ferrari. And then the gap, over 20-odd seconds, had to be reduced, and Alessandro Pierguidi did his best, but his best wasn't quite good enough. The gap came down little by little by little, but never enough. And so it meant that in the last few laps of the race, Shane van Gisbergen had an advantage, a modest advantage, but one nonetheless that he was able to hang on to right the way to the checkered flag. Under the fireworks here in the night sky at Le Castellet, race win for the Garage 59 McLaren. A win at Paul Ricard for Shane van Gisbergen, Comme Ledegar and Rob Bell. From David Addison, John Watson and Dakota Jane in the pit lane, thanks for your company. Here, we'll see you at the end of July for the Blue Ribbon event, the Spa 24 Hours. That's going to be a cracker. Bye for now.
passe et qui sont devant les deux Bentley Continental.
Pour le placement des voitures pour repartir, ce qui fait que c'était plus